My crew the best. Yo crew way less. My crew the best.
All right. Wow. I apologize for that. We were over 20 where I was looking, and I'm sure a lot of you are sitting on the old channel's page right now. I just cannot seem to figure this darn system out. It was cutting in, it was cutting out, and then the audio, and then I finally got that stuff fixed, walked away, then Streamlabs froze, so that's down. Thank you guys all for being out here. I am very excited for today's show. We're joined by Hold Us Accountable in just a little bit. Max and Karel from Hold Us Accountable. Shamo is going to be just staring at the ceiling during that live. Let me know if there's any audio issues again. Seriously, thank you so much. I was able to fix some of those output monitoring problems during the Alex portion, and then Streamlabs froze. So, and I'm having problems also for anybody out there that maybe can reach out privately with. I'm streaming on YouTube now, and so Monday, when we were streaming on YouTube, we were mainstreaming on Twitch, and that we don't want to be on Twitch at all, but I was logged in through Twitch. And so I signed out of Twitch, but now I signed into YouTube as the main, or I'm sorry, I started with Streamlabs as the main, but then YouTube is the main linked one. So I'm streaming on YouTube as the main one, but for some reason, I have the RTMP map on the bottom that is that was sending it, and YouTube was receiving that. But when I just physically stream like this, YouTube is not receiving it. It's just going live on YouTube. So if anybody's able to help me out with that, and the problem with that is if something happens to Streamlabs, I don't stay live like I just did right there compared to if I was on YouTube. So either way, it'll be something that I'll be working on, and I'll continue to get better at. So I apologize that all of you guys have my old stream up or got sent. I got sent to Pat McAfee on my screen next to me, so maybe that's a good thing. Obviously, he's on, and we do want to support all those other things out there. But we will be going live with Karel and Max in just a little bit at 11:30. I'm going to stay live now, so I'm not running away anywhere. But just thank you so much for – I'm going to give another few seconds here for people to get back into the chat. Well, this is one of my favorite parts of the day right here. Oh, yeah. For those of you just coming back in, I see the numbers popping back up. We had more technical difficulties, but we're getting it figured out. And thank you so much for your patience. I really appreciate all you guys coming out here and popping it up. Actually, I feel terrible that I know probably half the people that had it pulled up are not even in the same room as their computer. So I'm very thankful for you guys to do that and to continue getting those pulled back up. We got some fun news in here. Again, Holds Accountable coming live at 11:30, and we'll be covering a lot of cool stuff, a lot of fun stuff, um, especially related to their podcast. They do. I really enjoy this portion. One thing I love from them, and I didn't realize how important it was, as I've been studying like a little bit like Pat McAfee and seeing the cool stuff that Pat does, is like the catchy phrases, all the guys talking at the same time to like excite a moment. Even at like Pat McAfee when somebody says like "what," and then everybody goes "what," like little stuff like that. That allows the mission statement of PUGG Network is to continue to work at effective communication, which allows us to work better as a team, and most importantly, when each member of the team focuses on making themselves better today than we were the day before. Synergy as a team with all that really makes people crush it. And in having all three conversations on Monday, the goal for the guests was to bring them on for about an hour, and like every guest was on for like an hour and 45 minutes, and I'm like, hey guys, I would love to keep talking, but we have the next guest coming on in like 5 minutes, and I have to use the restroom really quick. So the fact that all four guests have already, been in communication, and we've been chatting about getting on a second show is like exactly what I want to do here, is just be able to catch up and keep up with all the people doing exactly what we just said in that mission statement. Not to mention Hold Us Accountable coming on at 11:30. They're 100% focused on that. They're challenging each other every single week to do unique things, and they're journaling through podcasting. They're not trying to be Joe Rogan right now. They don't know if maybe at some point it'll get to that point, but they're not chasing millions of views or anything like that. They're doing all the things to continue growing to get to a bigger, a better point. But realistically, they're just journaling their life, and they're being able to look back through it. So if anybody tells you like, oh, why should I podcast or why should I be doing this other stuff, it's like, why should you just sit on your butt and watch 7 seasons of Netflix in a row? And I'm not throwing anybody on the bus for that. It's just that when you do start to take these other steps, you do grow more significant connections. You also learn so many valuable life skills, how to talk to people, how to talk on camera, how to raise a pet. And you get so many different perspectives in life, and it just truly allows you to become more empathetic because you understand so many different areas. Also, as I mentioned earlier, but now that we're on the new stream here, we got Brandon from the Dispensary coming on later this afternoon, and I'm really looking forward to that conversation. We have just a ton of fun stuff to discuss there. And then not to mention Friday, we're joined by Matt, hanging out down in Grafton, Wisconsin. He's crushing his entire presence in life down there. And that's not to say in any way of like working 700 hours a week. That's being a family man. That's, putting faith in his family. That's working hard. That's developing his social media presence. That's, getting fantastic on camera. Some of the most recent videos I've seen of his, he's so comfortable on the camera. He's so comfortable talking to the camera. And it's like that just develops into your personal life of being able to communicate and talk to people. So super thankful to have him on Friday morning. After him, we have Zach, who was on the old feed, and I apologize if he's gone. I got to get all that stuff fixed. I have so many notes, and we'll keep getting better. I apologize for the stream crash, and now, rather than being on the same stream, now we have to go to an entirely different stream, and it's now 2 parts, and I'll be fixing it in the future. So my sincere apologies on the inconvenience there. But we have Zach from Dynamic Designs Unlimited. He'll be joining us Friday late morning, and he'll be discussing really cool stuff with, just how to do promotions for your business, how to do new innovations in that realm. Obviously, people know the most basic stuff, but just reiterating a lot of the most basic things, because even though a lot of people know all this stuff, we all know a lot of the common sense things, but when you're not able to pull or utilize the information at times that you really need it, that's why it's just so good. Some of the most impactful videos on YouTube are the most simplest questions. Hey, thanks for coming back, Zach. There's some of the most simple questions because that's what people are looking for on YouTube. Like, gosh, I'm trying to sell T-shirts or I'm thinking about getting T-shirts for my business. Like, is it worth it? And like, obviously, there's so many opinions out there, but when we're able to just break down the simplest part, like, hey, do a 100 shirts and try a cheap campaign. You take, I don't know, $4 to $7 a shirt for 100 shirts, and you give them away for $700. If you do that tied to a direct mailer, if you're looking at direct mailer, you're talking probably $1.20 a postage package. And again, I'm talking from business perspective of advertising. You're talking $1.20 a business package. Yeah, maybe you can hit 600 homes, but what's more impactful to you is somebody having, maybe it's not a T-shirt either, but somebody having a keepsake or a promotional piece of merchandise for you, or do you want, what I do with mail? And I'm not saying everybody does this. I don't want to throw mail completely under the bus, but I take it out of my mailbox. I walk over to the garbage. And I don't even look at it. I just throw it in the garbage. The only thing I look at is, who it came from. If it's like a government agency or something, then I would look at the mail. So there's a couple people that have done very good jobs at making it look like that. So I've opened it, and it's like, an internet service provider of just junk mail, and I get so upset. Not to call them out, but I do not have them. But yeah, so we have that Friday late morning. We'll be talking with him, and not to mention all the cool stuff that he's doing. He's in a band called The Mix, and they have a lot of just really cool Polish heritage and everything they're doing out there in Pulaski. And they have a cool Valentine's Day dance going on Friday, February 10th. And I should know this, Zach. I apologize. I'm going to look it up right now. I'm sure you could say it as well, but where the dance is at in Pulaski. I said Mix's Valentine's Day dance. That's so hot. That is so hot. Yeah, I don't have a location. Zach, I'm looking on the event page. The Mix, check them out on Facebook. And What's Up Pulaski, them as well. There's so much fun stuff. This is another thing I hear is a lot of people always say, Brian Johnson, everybody down here in the rail yard district does an incredible job. But everybody always says like, oh, there's nothing to do ever, and there's nothing going on, and there's all this different stuff, or how do you find this different stuff? It's like there's a Green Bay page for, What's Up Green Bay, What's Up Downtown. There's stuff going on in Titletown District over, this is technically Titletown District in a way, but Rail Yard District, Titletown down by Lambeau. There's events every night. De Pere has tons of events going on. Those are city events. Now take local bars. They do so much stuff through so many of the different social media pages. Start to look, and if you're looking for stuff in the community, Scully's Hometown Ballroom, downtown Pulaski. Heck yeah. Scully's Hometown Ballroom. That sounds like a big spot to do some singing and dancing. Heck yeah. But get out there, even on just social media, rather than scrolling TikTok for 7 hours, do it for 6.5 hours, and just scroll through a city. Just what's up city name. There's a lot of those out there, but also just type in a city name and events pages, and it's like you start to realize all the stuff that bars are doing. There's a place over on Packerland. They're doing indoor cornhole tournaments and stuff. There's like big money out there if you do cornhole. There's so much to do. It's just that, just like in life, when there's so much to do, your brain starts to get overwhelmed and we end up doing nothing. So it's like, just pick something that you enjoy doing. Don't there's so many people out there where it's like if you and a couple friends that actually enjoy doing a task, if you have similar beliefs towards that task together, now you can all go to something and support each other and have a good time at the event. You're not trying to run out of there. I feel like a lot of people will try and drag one or two friends, more like general friends, to everything with them, and then like you end up are having opposites. So you are doing all these things together, and one of the friends is like, "This is kind of stupid. Like, let's get out of here." And the other friend's like, "Oh no, I'm having so much fun." And you start to have these conflicts in compared to find some friends that like doing all these different stuff. Meet some new friends at some of these events. There's so many cool people out there, and that's not just in Green Bay, it's across the world. We had, Joel from Colorado, we got James from Atlanta, we have, Mike's down in Tampa, we got Boxes in New York. You got CJ, he'll be coming on in a couple weeks. He does the Scouting Pack on YouTube, 30-day 1,000 subscriber king right there. He's done it. And CJ, he's over in France. I mean, he's doing this stuff from France, and he's got a great network over there of people, and he'll be joining us in a couple of weeks on here, which I'm super excited for. They got a 7-hour time difference, so I think that'll work very well into our schedule. But he's a scout for football, and I mean, he sees things obviously most people don't, and I love that because it's so easy for people to just go like, oh, why didn't he do this? Why didn't he do that? Why didn't he do that? And it's like, well, because there's two teams on the field, and it's what this entire channel is all about. It's just promoting every aspect of life, but taking meaningful parts out of it and focusing on positivity. And there's no better author than Sean Acor for The Happiness Advantage. If you're having any questions about why positive mindset or happiness is such an important perspective on life, and every aspect of it is inside of that book. Do not read a book summary. Read that entire book because there's so many small things that will change your entire life. The Happiness Advantage by Sean Acor. Not sponsored content from us, but hopefully someday, Sean. Oh, look at that cup. Big shout out to Izzy Cakes, Hot Cakes, for the mug. For those of you that can't see, I think I can just do this. That is Joey. He is the cutest little fella in the whole world. I didn't even know I have the camera on me. I should have it like this while I'm recording. Joey said he's taking his 15. So he should be joining us again later when we get over to the sofa. Oh, what does that mean? Gosh, time just flies. Seriously. It's like went live 9:30, tried to. And next thing it's 10, 10:30, 11, 11:15. We got some cool information here. Gosh, same thing. It's like there's just such a fun day coming up on Friday, not to mention today. But such a fun day coming up on Friday because then we're joined by Rick, he just shot another 300. I want to say 300 number 27 a couple weeks ago. He's a Brunswick staff member, so maybe it's time to get a new ball. Consider Brunswick Family Ball. He'll be joining us for that, talking about just the fun things and growing the positivity in the sport of bowling in meaningful ways. Back when I did high school bowling, 2009 through 2011. My brother and I did an unbelievable job, and the entire community around us did an incredible job to get so many kids to bowl. We had a guy, Kyle, on our team. My senior year, two of the guys on our first team had never picked up a ball until the season before that. So they'd bowled for 2 years, but it was literally like 15 months. And they were on our first team. They were averaging like almost 200 just 1 year in, and I'm not taking any credit for that. They did an incredible job, practicing and putting in the time and doing all that other stuff. But we had over 100 kids in our program. So we had over 20 teams. And the cool thing is the way they used to do it is like, Team 13. They won, like literally won probably one game an entire year. And when you're on Team 13 and you don't even care about the other team. When you beat your own team one, they're running down the lanes screaming, that they beat us. And it was just it was an incredible atmosphere uh, that it was. And I know there's still a lot of cool moments in high school bowling, but as soon as they went to this full varsity program and one team, I mean, the numbers just are not even close. And I hope through a lot of the different people running it and working that process, there's got to be a different way to get more kids involved. Because I know everybody wants to focus on that top few percent, but bowling is something where you can do both. You can focus on every sport is. You look at football. At the top level, they focus on the best players, but when you get all the way down to 5 to 7 year old flag football, like every kid's touching the ball one time or two times. You're not typically just handing it to the same guy every time, or you got probably a bad system of people you're doing. It's just a lot of kids getting together and getting out of the house, and a lot of them aren't going to um, be anything, but that doesn't mean some of these people won't surprise you. And the entire thing behind a growth mindset is before the year 1998, over 50% of adults and teachers believed that people were born with a fixed mindset. So one of the key characteristics of a fixed mindset is that you have to believe that you can learn something. And if you are told every single day of your life, as most people were for hundreds of years, that you are not capable of being smarter, you won't succeed to that level. I love one study from the book Atomic Habits. I shouldn't say the study from the Atomic Habits because the study is outside of that. But they talk about this study where these researchers go into a classroom and all the kids are tested, and they're young, and they're tested on their intelligence level. And so the researchers, Joey's hair is tickling my nose. Sorry about that. So the researchers are testing the kids, and the kids are tested on their intelligence levels. And so after the test, the researchers go up to the teachers and they say, "Hey, these three kids are going to be special." And so in like an insanely large number of the study, the three kids were extremely successful, like extremely intelligent, all their test scores for the next several years. And so the crazy thing is when, you go back to the research, it's just like, what do they do? What did they score really high on their test? And no, they were literally just randomly assigned somewhere from middle of the pack, just randomly taken out of the middle of the pack. And these kids were all still extremely successful. And that's because, the entire environment around us is pushing these kids to be insanely successful. Like, you can be good at anything. There's certain things that our brains are better at, and significantly better at, but that doesn't mean even something you're bad at, that if you have a belief that you can get good at it, maybe you're not going to be the top 1% in the world, but you can get proficient in anything. And if you have a belief that you can do it, belief that you can learn it, put some practice in, get a coach to be able to watch you go like, hey, these a few different things you got to work on. And then a coach is not there to fix you in 2 seconds. And that's one big thing from bowling at a young age. I always got like, oh, you just got to be doing this little tweak or this little tweak. A coach should be there to tell you what to practice, because you need to take that feedback and you need to go put in 10, 15, 20 hours of that to change your habit. And that's what a lot of coaches are missing in today's day is, it's not about a quick, simple fix. A quick, simple fix is just going to put somebody back in their behavioral pattern. But being able to, tell people what to be practicing, where their weaknesses might be, how to possibly do a swing change. A swing change is a super impactful thing because you got to start doing, tons of hours of that new swing, and you're going to be much worse initially, but it's going to take a lot of time. Nobody talks about a ton of, don't say nobody. Very few people talk about, how when you make a change, it's going to be worse initially. Like every time you try something new, just like in golf, when you start to cross your fingers or don't cross your fingers, there's so many things with the swing. Zach says high school girls bowling numbers are way down. We had 3 girls teams for our district. High school girls bowling numbers are way down. 3 girls for the entire district? You're you're saying from all 12 schools there's 3 teams? I'm blown away right now if that's what you're saying. I did see that Southwest and another big school were on one team, and I'm like, you can't be serious. Either way, there's nothing negative that I need to say. The only positive thing that I would say is that you get guys like my brother and myself that are advocating for the sport, and you're trying to get tons of guys in there, and you get all these teams competitive and just having fun together, and with some sort of meaning behind what they're doing, and some sort of like real meaning, like the entire meet is on the line. Guys from Team 13 ended up on Team 3 by the end of the year. Uh, which was fun. Now, granted, I get it from a competitive side. Like, who wants to play against Preble? We went 12-0. We were not the best team in the conference. We took 9th or 10th at state, and at Schwabenon lanes, that was the year they took either first or second, because I know they won it. No, they won it with Adam. I believe they took second that year, that 2011 year. And they went 10-2 in the regular season compared to our 12-0, and it's like when you're 4 teams or 6 teams, and they still had probably 20 or 30 bowlers out there, are going up against 100 guys. Like one game, if one of those teams pulls off a 240, 250, especially our host was Riff, some of these guys could do that. And again, I see the competitive side of it. It's like, well, that's kind of not fair. At the same time, A, that's home field advantage. B, you're getting kids to participate. And at the end of the day, the best teams are all going to make state. They're all going to go to state. And then once you're at state, you got 5 guys. There is no extra help. And that's the format where, in my opinion, that's the PBA where, if you want to talk about competitive bowling, and we talk about, and this is Friday afternoon conversation, so I apologize jumping too far ahead here, but if you want to be an amazing scratch bowler, PBA Tour is an incredible tour for you, and you just have to have a decent average, and I can't remember a couple other things, but go get your card and bowl on that tour. If not, if you're an amateur bowler, like, understand that there's 2 ends of the spectrum. It's not all about bowling scratch. And I shouldn't say that. It could be about bowling scratch, but it's about getting more people to come on bowl. So some of the people that hate, like, bowl's format with Nick, where it's, take the top half and, oh, my God, I only get like $30 back even if I make the cut. Or the ending format, it's like, obviously what he's doing, it is getting people to come on bowl. So, like, let's not have the argument of, oh, this is what's killing bowling or this or that. That argument's gone. Now let's take the next step of, like, why are they coming out bowling? And they're coming out bowling because they have a chance. And you make that eliminator format. This actually we talked about with Jay on Monday, so I'm kind of recovering that. But you're able to make that first cut. Then you're able to, you never know if you're going to get hot. I mean, the 170 bowlers a couple weeks ago, I bowled twice all year, and I took top 8 because, I just got hot in match play. I made the cut by 1 pin, and I shot like 250, 260, 250, then like 220, and I lost by 30. But either way, I love it. That Friday afternoon, Brunswick Bowling, Rick, he helps out over there at Weber Bowling and Awards. Weber does a fantastic job, not just with awards, but also just like Dynamic Designs, some of your other needs. So that'll be really fun. Friday is going to be an awesome day because I'm sure we'll touch base on some fun things there as well. And then to end the day on Friday, we have Mike, who is just an incredible man. He's just a very fun guy, and I appreciate all the help that he's done for me over the years and just such great insight. But I'm excited to come on with him to end the day on Friday. We'll be covering lots of life stuff and just starting a business. It is simple to start a business. It's not easy. it's one step at a time to get in position, and then it's a lot of struggle for a significant period of time, and then as you start to, this is like life. This is like learning anything. Is you get through that struggle, and that struggle is you learning. You're always going to learn. Well, you always should learn. But as soon as you get through that struggle and you have informed optimism and you understand what you're doing and you know that more struggles are going to keep happening, you're going to keep growing. Um, you know, but having a business is incredibly worth it. And not to mention, growing up my entire life, I was like most people these days, it's, oh, I want to have enough money and I want to sit and do nothing. And now, especially the way that I understand the brain and neuroscience and psychology, that's the last thing on my mind. And I'm very fortunate today to be doing this, 90% of the time, where the reason I'm going to full-time content network is because I was just watching this guy. I wish I had his name. It's like Daily Finance. He was just on Think Media. And, it's like this allows me to start to move towards my next step. And honestly, now that I'm in a position where I don't have to be working all the time, I want to be working all the time because I'm doing the things that I want to do. And when I'm going and I'm hanging out with friends, I'm excited to talk to them because not only am I excited to talk to them and hear about what they're doing, I get stories and I get to learn and I get to hear information about all the fun stuff they're doing because I know it's going to come back and help me just be easier to talk to in other realms. So it's like being able to find yourself into a position. Let's go. 12, 12, 12. Oh, shoot, 1 second. I'm going to figure this out. Maybe. Maybe.
Hey,
There we go.
what's up, man?
It's going to look bad on your end because you know what? Let's go for a little walk into the sofa room. I just got to get you on cam quick. Ooh, that sounds. Okay, maybe. All right, I am going to walk over to the sofa. I got to take Joey off me though. I got to hold on. I'm going to show this one more time.
No worries, man.
I think this one. Yeah. Look at him.
Oh.
Joey. Puppy. He's seriously the cutest in the whole world. How's life?
Good, man. Just working. Nothing crazy. We're gonna be going to Skyline tonight. Are you going?
I was not planning on it.
No.
But that does not mean. All right, Joe, we gotta go. Sorry, let me put my headset down and put Joe off me.
Hey.
Carl.
Hey, buddy.
Going on?
I'm sorry.
You got me for like 10 minutes, and then I
Dude.
got to jump back inside.
Oh, I love having you for 10 minutes. One quick second.
Alrighty. Do I look good? Do I sound good?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's the man.
All right. Okay.
Sofa time.
We're good. Screen's on. Hopefully it sounds good. I don't know if anybody out there's got bad sound. Let us know immediately because I hate when I do an interview and like the sound sucks. And then it's like the whole thing is just wasted. So if anybody's out there listening to the stream, let us know. What's going on, guys? Hold us accountable. We got Max right here. We got Karel right down here. Dude, we had.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know how Monday was going to go because I've been, building this up for so long and seeing how it's going to go. And there's so much left for me to work on and like fix and get better and all that different stuff. But Monday was so smooth. Like the day flew by. We had, all 4 guests were amazing. We all went super long on our conversations. I'm so thankful for you guys to come here, especially during your work break. But, and everybody is already planning on coming back and we're just got to schedule the specific time. But
Hell yeah.
having you guys as
Nice.
well that's been a part of this for so long, and obviously we'll come back on the show at some point inside of your guys' schedules. But how's life? We have the Holistic Accountable podcast. I guess we should kind of dive into somewhat fast just because Karel doesn't have a ton of time. How long ago, and I know you guys had a little bit of this conversation on the computer scene, but maybe we just bring it right back up to the surface. And how long have you guys been doing this podcasting?
Shit,
Uh,
almost 3
4 years,
years,
three
4 years.
years, yeah, 3 years, I think.
Isn't it crazy? It's
Yeah.
Yes,
2024
because we
already.
started. Yeah, first episode was out of my apartment in Alloway. So yeah, it was like 4 years ago. Basically, just our first episode was me and Max blacked out drunk, talking nonsense. I don't think it ever actually made it out to YouTube.
And in that episode, you guys are like, dude, we got to do this every week.
Yeah, it was a blast, man. What do you remember from the first episode, Max? I don't remember shit. I don't think either of us do.
It was just trying to figure out how it all worked. Like, how do we record something? How do we talk into it was so new. Just the little things up front, trying to figure that out. And then I mean, still trying to figure out how to put together a concise, clean podcast. But I mean,
Yeah,
just being comfortable with just recording and talking and all that. Talking into a microphone and hearing yourself talk was weird.
yeah.
So
That was definitely the weirdest part. Hearing yourself talk for the first time, and then trying to get something that's like a show that actually flows. I think we did fake ads. We actually like wrote down and planned shows a lot more back then, and then got to the point where we figured out, it's better if we just drink some beers and talk about actually what we're doing.
Yeah, structure it. You guys have really cool structured scenes, but yeah, not like not too in depth on some of the different stuff. But I love the entire journey. What I love the most is because I've tried to do the every week thing, and what I really love about this, it's like I'm going to be scheduling all of our different shows with a bunch of different people. So I might be live. I'm going to be live all 3 days this week. Next week we have Valentine's Day, so I won't be live. But then the following week I'll be live probably 3 days again until we get up to our 1,000 sub. However, after that, I mean, I might go live 1 day a week. I might go live 3 days a week. Especially I'm planning on spending almost a month in Tampa in March. So it's like I might
Nice.
go live every day down there. Just go live for 3 hours
yeah,
and talk
dude.
to a friend. And this might
Fucking
not be a
sit in the
9-hour
sun.
window. Yeah, dude, just sitting right there. Just, hey, guys, how's it going? But
What's
the
up?
thing I love about you guys is that I've tried to do this every week, and especially with all the shit in my life and all the stuff you end up doing and all the things that are going on that you guys know it always happens. You guys have been able to do it every single week. And, maybe you've missed a couple weeks over 4 years, but you are almost every single week online. And it's just cool, I'm sure, to be able to look back and see the entire process of what you've done. And then even to this point, like all the cool stuff you're going to be doing forward. My God.
Yeah, I think it's nice having three of us too. So somebody's usually able to record. I mean, Max has been the most consistent. I think you've only missed maybe one or two times, but
Oh, yeah.
having
Never
us
missed a day in
three,
school either.
yeah. Well, I skipped a lot.
I was gonna. The question was like, "What's the deal with the consistency?" And I think we just got the answer right there. I mean, it does take though, an entire team together to get through those times because it's like you had a long week or different things are going on, and to be able to just keep getting it out there, at some point, you never know at some point where maybe you guys just decide to go full-time podcasting, and then you already have this established network that you're taking off and running with. So it's so cool to see your consistency there. Seamus mentions often journaling through podcasting. Obviously we roughly know what that means, and we've talked about it before, but can you just dive, I'm not sure if maybe one or both of you on this question, but can you dive a little bit deeper into journaling through podcasting? Like people that are so hesitant to get online, it's like to just be able to get online for different reasons other than just trying to go viral.
Max, you want to start?
Yeah, and it kind of ties into what you were asking before, just like the consistency of it. It's part of the we have a lot of fun with it, so it makes it easier to be consistent. And then when we say like journaling through podcasting, it's it's like a way for us to remind ourselves, like, this isn't like we're not making a bunch of money off this. This isn't our careers. This should be fun. We want to just do these things that we want to hold ourselves accountable to. And if we don't do them, we'll say, hey, we didn't do it. We screwed up, or this is why. And that's kind of how we see it, as like the journaling aspect. And if we do it, we celebrate it. Yes. Like, how did we run 3 miles or whatever? How did you brew the beer? Like, and then having the fun part is being able to talk about it, and we make it fun even when we fail and we can't hold ourselves accountable. We still make it fun, which is another just reason why we've been able to do it every week, because it's just fun. It's not really a thing that we feel like, oh man, if we don't do this, like, I don't know, we're losing out on something. It's just, no, we're losing out on a good time. That's what it is. So it all kind of ties together in the way I see it.
When I've been in there twice, and you guys are a good time. But sorry, Karel.
No, yeah, I think just with us is we just keep it real authentic, because I mean, what you see is what you get. And I think for me, the journaling part is being able to get together once a week with 2 of your best buddies and just kind of shoot the shit about what we're doing. And also, I mean, even the time we spend before the podcast and after, just shooting the shit about what's going on through the week. I mean, it's really just like a beer drinking therapy session sometimes for us, where it's nice to get away from everyday normal life and just get in that little studio, that little world, and just kind of, I mean, we have 230, wait, how many episodes? 136 journal entries, basically, if you look back. And it's cool to just kind of go back and see what the fuck we were talking about a year ago, or, you know, a couple months ago, and see what we were doing. But it's cool. It's a cool way to spice every day up and actually challenge yourself.
Yeah, and there's 2 huge things from that, is that a lot of people take for granted that YouTube is a data storage facility. Like, you cannot go on Twitch and you can't save videos the way you can on YouTube. Like, our stuff is gone after 14 days. If you have Twitch Pro, you can keep it for like 60 days. But being able to have all that footage, like, who knows where AI is going to end up in, you know, say even 2 or 3 years. Or right now you can kind of do it, but you can't take that much video and like just plug it in. But you could be able to take tons of incredible footage because you have all this content that maybe you don't fine tooth and comb or edit in transitions, because some of the stuff is what it is. But you know, in 4 years, if you got 300 episodes, it's like, boom, you're able to take all this content that's saved forever. Not only are you allowed to look at it, but you might end up using a lot of that stuff. I mean, all the beer reviews that we're talking about, we've been talking about pulling those out, for a while. We can do that in 2 years, and we can still have all these different footages and files.
Right.
Now, granted, I really want to I actually reached out to one friend, waiting for a comment back, but I really want to work with you guys on a segment specifically towards like a local brewery, or honestly any brewery in the area or anywhere, but just to get like 6 different types of their beer, a case of each, and have you guys do a review where it's like structured for one specific company, because I think the search engine optimization,
awesome.
That would be insane. Badger
Yeah, you
State,
don't have to twist our arms to that. I think we're all in for something like that, man.
I love it.
And
So,
like, if a brewery wants us to like grade a beer, rate it a certain way, we'll do it for free beer. If they want us to be like, hey,
Yeah.
tell us about the hops specifically or whatever. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll drink it and tell you about it.
when I think I love, the realistic and honor, but like in a positive way. It's like, wow, oh God, this is so dark. Like this for me is a 4, but like if you're a dark beer drinker, I can tell you would probably really like this.
Right.
But, like something like that, rather than like, wow, this tastes like piss.
Yeah,
like
every beer Seamus has ever brought in, fucking chocolate milk stout peanut butter cup shit.
The Copper State one is the only one I can kind of drink, but honestly, I drink about a half, and I'm like, wow, I'm good. That was that was.
Hey fellas, I gotta dip out. I wanted to get in and at least show face.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Pat.
No, seriously,
man,
thank
thanks,
you.
David.
Appreciate it. We'll get you on again soon. I mean, I'm fine with this. If you can get 10 minutes again, a couple weeks from now or a few weeks from now, we guys get you back and just catch up.
Are you gonna be down at tonight, Pat?
I don't think so, but maybe. Max just brought it up to me. Are you heading down?
Yeah, I'll be with Max.
That may change my mind, but I was not planning on it.
Hell yeah.
Max just brought it up. I don't technically have plans for super late tonight, so I could probably make it work. But I'll keep you in touch.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Hey, thanks for coming by,
Yeah,
man. I
man.
really
Later.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely, later.
All right, now that he's gone.
Yeah.
Now we get real
Oh, man.
sensual.
Is
Dude,
is my camera super blurry?
Yes, it is.
Huh.
That could be
Yeah.
on my end. Because
No, it's probably.
I think it looks like a data problem, and I could be overusing data while streaming right now. Let me try and just reset it quick.
I could also try to just jump on my phone. I'm using a laptop right now.
From the looks of the screen, it would appear to me like a. Yeah, it's like recording at like 360p. I think because of you could try phone too if you wanted to quick. Is there a way to shut the video off on my end here quick and then turn it back on?
Oh, here, I'll change the maybe.
Oh,
Should have done this before. Sorry, man.
no, you're good. I like we were talking before. It's like I'd rather we fix anything, because otherwise, like, then you get all the footage, and we could still, though, like, I can J cut, S cut, C cut, double D cut. Where, like, all this stuff, the reason I have the format so basic is because like I'll be able to cut our faces out and put it into different templates and put it into different stuff. I think you're froze on my end. I don't know if that's by design, but
All right. Well, let me scrap this. Let me use the phone here.
yeah, I'll start rambling for a little bit.
Rambling,
Lord,
scrambling.
I was born a rambling man. Oh, we don't have rights to that. Big shout out to them. Less than 15 seconds. They do an amazing job there. I just wanted to shout out the great job they do there. So, life, love, pursuit of happiness. Gosh, this beautiful Wednesday. I'm super excited to have I think you're yeah, it's going like, not only is it resolution, it's like 15 frames per second. But yeah, I'm so excited to have Brandon on this afternoon. There we go. Hey, hey. I should have that perfectly the width of a phone camera. But why would I do that? That's a note I got to take.
Damn it.
Beautiful.
We're getting there. Sorry, man.
No, you're perfect. How
right.
what time do you have until? I don't want to hold you too long, just so I have like a rough amount of questions to run you down.
I've got like another half hour, 45 minutes.
Heck yeah. We'll start.
That works for you?
Yeah, this is perfect. And let's dive back, because I would love to do simple shorts from this conversation. Of anything, it's like, I know we kind of explained it, but if we just kind of go deeper again, as if maybe almost even like the first time I'm asking the questions, but like, so you guys got into podcasting 4 years ago, and there's a lot of people out there that, they don't necessarily want to jump right into podcasting. What is the first thing somebody should do to go like, hey, I want to start doing a podcast? Like, what would your very first step be?
Okay, this might sound a little bougie, a little, whatever, but you almost have to like put your ego away, unless you're like really wanting to just become like a millionaire podcast or whatever. Like, you almost have to just accept the fact that, I don't know, maybe no one listens unless you. I've never been a super social guy to begin with, so I never had like a huge base of people where I could just be like, yo, all these people I know check out what I'm doing and then kind of start get a groundswell going from there. It was always just kind of like, I have a fun idea. I've got a couple friends that I think I would love just hanging out with once a week. I think this is something we can all get behind. I don't think this idea is anything that's crazy or outlandish. I think it's just a fun thing. Um, shouldn't be a lot of pressure to it. And that was like the just my mindset going in. Just like, this should just be fun. This is for us to hang out, better ourselves. It was never a thing to um for any purpose other than that. It was like, let's just try having fun this way. Like, this is, let's spend our time doing this rather than, I don't know, wishing we were doing something or talking about doing something. Let's just do it and see what happens. And hopefully, a couple people listen and maybe something happens. Maybe there's whatever. Who knows? But have fun with it. That's something our manager, you met him. He's always told us to just have
Oh,
fun.
dude,
So,
yeah. One of the goats. And I
right?
love, so
Yeah.
what's special about your perspective is that you're looking at this from a completely different lens than a normal person that's coming into podcasting. Because if you look up, why should I start podcasting? They're going to be like ramming so many different angles down your throat, and that's fine from trying to understand like top perspective. But if you're not trying, you shouldn't have to. That shouldn't be your only focus. Like, a lot of people are so focused on a view number, or they're so focused on the sequence number, where it's like, just find a friend that you want to hang out with or talk to all the time. Find a few
Right.
friends. And, like, especially if you have a 5-guy rotation where it's like, hey, all 5 of us can get on here and talk. 4 is typically the best because a lot of podcasting equipment is like easy to record 4. 5 can sometimes be
Mhm.
kind of tough. But either way, you can obviously have a bigger rotation. And then, you just get 2, 3, 4 of you on and just do it every single week. And when your entire mindset is separate from the other things, and it's like, we just want to get together, we want to have a good time, we want to have fun with it, and being able to record it, and it's like, that's so sustainable, it's so possible, and it's a very easy step. Like, hey man, you want to start a podcast, or you want to start doing this? Maybe we find a couple more
Right.
guys to get it in. Oh, find a couple more. I didn't know. I didn't know how to
Clip
say
it.
it like
Clip it.
that. Yeah. But yeah, so you find a group of dudes, get together, hang out. Obviously, the next step. What would you say the next step is? I would say probably like get a piece of recording, get a mic. You get mics for $20,
Yeah, mics, equipment is
probably a couple hundred for
also
everything.
having an idea that you want to talk about every week is important, because if you some people have an idea for like a true crime podcast or whatever
Yes,
it might be. How long is how sustainable is how long can you do that for? Like, are you willing, true crime, let's say, are you willing to look up a new story every single week, dive deep into it and really get the nitty-gritty facts that people want to hear? Are you willing to do that every week for multiple different stories? And if so, then do it. But if you're like, oh, I just have this one thing I want to talk about, I don't know, maybe podcasting, it's not the route to go. So that's another, have an idea, and that was something I forgot to mention. But yeah, then the equipment, that's another just figuring out soundboards, microphone, all that stuff takes a little bit of time and doing a little bit of research. But it's also very easy to just reach out to people. Like, you go to Best Buy and be like, hey, I need some, like, what, a soundboard or something. Do you guys have that? And they'll either be like, yes, no. Just Google too,
oh
I
yeah,
don't know.
so many
Rambling here.
resources.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're perfect. I love actually what you said before that about choosing a topic, and it's like right now we're talking about long form podcasting, but the fun thing about content is that you can do short form content, you can do long form recorded content. We're talking about live. You and I are talking about live, but you can do long form content where it's recorded. You can do short form content that's recorded. You can do like a medium form kind of content that's recorded. You can take long form, put it into short form. You can do audio only, no videos. Like, there is so many routes to go down and do, and especially if you have any interest in wanting to start something with your friends, it's like you don't have to be doing live stream and all this other stuff, where it's like, maybe if you guys do suck, we still have the recorded files. And even if you do, in my opinion, this is kind of where I've been at. Now, granted, I probably don't want to post anything that I wouldn't be proud of, but if you suck, no one's gonna see it anyway. And
Right.
there's so many things that you would never believe that people would think are that enjoyable, especially if it's tied to a specific question, if it's tied to a specific search word. Like posting something about Taylor Swift right now. You're gonna get more search engine optimization because everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, but the number of people in Google that are typing in the name Taylor Swift is insane. And so, when you do these different things tied to everything, all of a sudden it's like, wow, this thing just went crazy, and it's just off like a simple chunk of video. But there's so many different types of it. So we're just talking about long form live, and even in long form live, you can repurpose this to so many different small clips. And
Yep.
that's where you get all the reach. Live form. Even right now, I'd love that. Well, we got maybe 20 people in here. Thank you guys for being out
Oh
here.
yeah.
But in a short form video, my very first short video was like 360 views. So it's like, so many more people see the smaller chunks
Okay.
than the longer
Oh
form.
yeah.
But especially when it's tied to like an SEO, like like a beer review would be. Picture this, like Badger State. God, I can't think of a beer from over there. Can you name a
Game
single beer?
Game Day IPA.
Game Day IPA review, and that's HUA number 1 or whatever in the sequence,
Right.
and then boom, it's like anybody at Badger that's just going there like trying to see review on a beer is just gonna type in the beer name, and then boom, there's
Yeah.
Cold as Accountable right there literally for the next 5 years, as long as that beer is there. That video would be, but like right now, if you do it, because I've done it, you're looking back at a video from like 3 years ago of like a news guy there just talking
Okay.
about Badger State. But that's another great thing is, if you're trying to get more serious, and not talking to you, Max, but for other people out there, it's like there's so many resources out there to explain a lot of that stuff, and to start to try and work towards answering specific questions, reviewing products with very specific things, like finding a niche and all that stuff. But at the same time, like, you don't have to rush that or force that down your throat. Like, your guys' podcast is general themed, but you cover so many different topics, but it's very similar segments, and then you have 2-3 gaps where you can plug anything in. See, it's like you have your beer review, you have your challenge, you have the small piece on what have you been doing, the emails. What happened to darts? You guys don't do darts anymore.
Shamo's usually the dart cam guy, and he's been out for a little bit. He's For some reason I cannot figure out how to get the. Anyway, I'm not the IT man. I'm not much of an IT guy. So when Shamo's out, it's bare bones in the stew, and it's basically just get the video and audio, and I can only figure out one camera. So yeah, we just haven't done it in a bit. And then the last time, Shamo wins darts, and when we play darts, if you win, you get to pick a little mini challenge for all of us to do throughout that next week. So it'll be like something small, like watch a documentary that you haven't seen before that you've been meaning to watch. And we'll talk about it, before darts while we're playing. Shamo, every time he wins, he always forgets to pick a challenge. And it's like, all right, man, are we playing darts for a challenge? Or are we playing darts to just
See, I
for
forget
your
about that.
dominance and
Yeah.
superiority over us?
Well, kind of, probably. That is probably a view of it.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my God, I love it.
But
Shamo,
yeah, we'll get back to
Shamo.
darts. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's I like that too. I like the documentary challenge and stuff like that. And that's honestly one of the biggest things around the people that I've been really trying to surround myself with, and want to have more engaging stuff like that. It's like being able to watch or even talk about just slightly more engaging things. It's last night. I mean, I watched Taylor Swift Eras tour for 3 hours. I'm not saying I don't like any entertainment. I'm all for watching some of that exciting and fun stuff. But like, how do I get? I also read an entire book yesterday. Um,
On
where
Taylor Swift.
no, uh,
Oh,
The Happiness Advantage by Sean Acor. It's an incredible book. Highly recommend. Um, Book. And then we read the one thing I read on Saturday and Sunday, which is another incredible book that we were talking about with Alex. on Monday. But either way, we don't need to dive too far down that rabbit hole. But it's like, how do we have that balance? And for a lot of people, it's like, let's just watch Netflix 8 seasons and stuff like that. And it's like, do watch 6 seasons, watch 7 seasons, but spend 30 minutes or an hour with a couple friends just talking about different stuff and
Yeah.
engaging topics. But have a set of rules in place. And you guys do a fantastic job at it. But I have seen a lot of podcast groups and a lot of different people where they start going off a rabbit hole or a sidetrack of um, insanity. And it's like, how do you kind of keep different things on track? And I've seen a lot of podcasts blow up because of disagreements and things like that, where disagreements are going to happen, but how do you do it in like a respectful way to understand that we're all on a floating block of rock flying through the air at 100,000 miles an hour through a universe of absolute nothing. Um, I don't know why
Weird to think about.
it's popped in my head right now. There's something with like quantum mechanics and quantum theory where uh, there's a lot of like variables that are hard to predict because like under observation they end up being at a different thing or whatever. And like I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't need to go too far down this tangent, but it's
I love it.
the first time I proved Chat GPT wrong. I was reading this peer reviewed paper saying that because every single scientist for a very long period of time has believed that sound cannot travel through a vacuum because there's no medium. Um, but with these specific types of like crystal, the sound can actually travel through a vacuum for a very small distance. And it's insane because I typed in ChatGPT, like, can sound travel through a vacuum? And I didn't know what I was going to say. And it's like, no, it absolutely can't, like, in this, all this stuff. And I was like, wait, so this research paper is wrong? And it, like, reads the research paper, and it's like, yeah, no, actually, it is wrong. Like, it can, under these specific circumstances with this going on, like, it can. And so, because of, like, this magnetic size and everything else, I believe that a lot of quantum mechanics is caused by this way that sound travels, because even in that tiny little space, the research every time that the sound would travel across was extremely different each time. Like sometimes it was perfect, perfect, perfect. Sometimes it was not at all, not at all, perfect. Sometimes it was like this signal, because they would sound like a sound signal. And the one that was sent and the one that received was like either perfect or not there, or it was variable. And like that's what tells me all these different probabilities of quantum mechanics. Like there could be something regarding sound there, but nobody's researched sound traveling through a vacuum, because even though space is a vacuum, there is like plasma and all this other stuff in space. That's the end of that entire rant. I find that fascinating, but
That
ChatGPT
is
could be wrong.
fascinating.
So another fun fact of everything you read out on the internet and inside of books, especially before the year like 2010, and I believe a lot of stuff in somebody's textbook today, but I believe the year was like 2010. They talked about this on Joe Rogan. Textbooks, like textbooks people learn in school, over half of the information that was in those textbooks was inaccurate. And it's like all of us like
What?
learning for so many years from like all these different things that aren't even true. It's just crazy. And that's why you get together with friends and we find out new information every day and we talk about it and we have a great time. That's the segue back to journaling through podcasting.
Hell yeah, man.
God damn it. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, people thought the sun revolved around the Earth. I mean, I mean, we're gonna be wrong about something big eventually. It's just a matter of when, and learning's all relative. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
who
And
knows?
that's why I'm on my next book is Don't Learn to Be Smart, Learn to Solve the Right Problems. And the reason for
Mm,
that philosophy is like understanding that you could be wrong. And I believe that that's what consciousness is that, again, I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole here, but is that every like thought you have, and the biggest way that I could reinforce this behavior is, I'll get to in a second, but like every thought that you have, you believe that it could be wrong. It's like, hey, here's a thought, and it could be wrong. Here's a thought, and it could be wrong. And here's a thought, and it could be wrong. But like to subconsciously be doing that, not obviously insanely conscious. And the reason I say that is because like there's so many memories, and I talked about this a little bit on Monday, but there's so many memories that like I've had, and I have essentially like this photographic memory. But inside of every single memory, You start to realize it when like sports would be the big spot where I would realize like I was really wrong because I remember these games and these things going on and remember them so like vividly. And all of a sudden somebody would be like, no, that's not what happened in that game, or like it's a different score. And all of a sudden we'll go back and look at it and I'll be wrong. And all of a sudden I'm like, wait, what? And now I was talking about it again on Monday, but like when I put my phone and my keys down, I literally like in my head put like an emotional like timestamp there of like, hey, this is where you put your stuff. And so like every time I go back to like think of where I put it, I now almost play like a game in my head of like, okay, what's around it? Because like, even though you knew what it was, like what's actually there. And it's crazy what my brain like kind of draws up as a picture and what actually ends up being there. Because I'll like go over there and I'll be like, oh, there was a coffee mug and something else there. And it's like, the keys were 8 inches away on a different shelf. And even though I like remember it so vividly, it's just crazy. The fact that memories are slightly wrong. But the thing
I
is
love
with
it.
memory, sorry, I should probably tie it into the point. The thing with memory is that like when you go through your entire life with these belief systems, these structures, like a lot of them could be wrong. And like when you reinforce your next piece and your next piece, like that's where so many problems come into the head. Where it's like, what is right, what is wrong? Why is this stuff not working out when I know it should? And just kind of getting outside your head. And again, right back to journaling through podcasting, like being able to talk to
Well,
people.
I'm always just under the assumption I'm wrong. So I never think I'm right about it. I'm always just I'm probably wrong here. So let's see if I can figure out how to be right.
Yeah, but that at least you have the the drive to learn something, because the other end of the spectrum, and the reason why people could never learn is because like if you already know it, or you already know everything, or you know what this is,
Right.
why would you have to learn anything? And it's just so
Yeah.
impactful to understand that we are wrong sometimes, and it's hard for me to say. Also, at the end of the day, it's like,
I just got to grab my phone charger
yeah,
real quick. I'll be right back.
heck
Sorry,
yeah,
man.
no, you're perfect. But no, just big shout out to just looking in the mirror and believing that like I could be wrong, that thought could be wrong, even something that you almost know for sure. And especially with today's day and age, what's the solution for that? Well, you have your phone at your fingertips. Rather than just using it for TikTok videos, take a few seconds and use it on Google. I shouldn't say that. Watch TikTok videos all you want. Go for it. But also take a few seconds and go on Google and just look up whatever you're trying to remember or discuss, because it's probably there. It's probably somewhere in there. And just get the actual information right, because you never know the structure of thought. There's a lot of like random opinions that people come up with, and all of a sudden it's like, is that really true? And all of a sudden you maybe just believe it's true because you trust your friend, but then you get to the next part of your life and you believe that that's true, and all of a sudden your next friend has to be like, well, it's not really true. Just look it up quick. Take a few seconds and look it up. Welcome back, Max. How's it going?
Whew.
I
Just got back from 10%, so we're good.
Yes. I love this one right here. So your voice does sound great on camera. Actually, even when you're doing stand up, one thing I love about your stand up is, uh, excuse me, is stage presence and your vocal inflection. You have like a specific type of voice that resonates in a certain way with the ears. It's in that perfect frequency range. So vocal inflection. But you had brought up in the earlier part of the show where you started listening to your own voice and you were like, "Ooh, that's weird to hear for the first time." Like from where you've gotten to in vocal, I don't know what it sounded like back then. Honestly, I've never seen an early show, but where it's gotten to now, like, have you done like any like practice or training trying to hit different parts of your voice?
No, and I hate the sound of my voice. Even I mean, I hate it. So I think it's just I don't know. I guess it sounds good to you. To me, like I hate listening back to like I hate editing the podcast and listening to myself. I hate listening to a set I've done at Skyline because I mean that's a part of getting better is listening to yourself and trying to see where
Oh
you
yeah.
went wrong. But the worst part is just hearing my voice or how I talk. I'm like, oh my god, why did I sound so cheesy, so corny sometimes I feel, so I don't know. I've always just tried to block it out and just be like, nope, don't even worry about it. Because there have been times when I would go into a podcast trying to be like, all right, I'm going to talk a certain way. I'm going to talk more, whatever, deliver, or try to be more succinct, or talk a little deeper. But it's just it always comes back to as you start talking, you just eventually just sound how you sound, and then whether it sucks and you don't like it yourself, I don't know, something you got to live with. So I've never done any training, only because I didn't think there's anything. Thought it was unfixable. But no, and it's just me, just how I talk. Not like I said, I hate it. I absolutely can't stand it. So it's glad at least someone out there who doesn't mind it too much.
That's crazy to
But
me
yeah, and
that you have not like done it, because I mean you sound, yeah, you definitely have, and I can see like what you were saying, what you would be saying in regards to like specific tones, where there's certain messages that you want to have a deeper tone on and more relaxed, but there is a lot of times where I wish I had a little bit more of a higher pitch, but when I go high, like people are like, ooh, dude, you shouldn't do that, and so you have that like mid range, very locked up, and even
okay,
that like Wisconsin kind of accent, and that's what's so important when you're going back and listening to it. It's like it's not just your words, it's not just your stage presence and your confidence, but also like being able to. You look at Shane Gillis, like the reason he is so successful. Well, for a lot of reasons, he does an incredible job. He's so funny. But one of the big reasons, like his impressions are top notch, and like his relations and relatability are just insane. And being able to change your voice up in these different jokes and like do all this different stuff, and even like you're talking about, even in the certain parts of like how I sound, even when I go back and listen, when I was on the other mic, because I couldn't hear myself on the stand-up mic, when I was with Alex, I sounded so monotoned, and I couldn't really tell how my voice sounded. Then I went back and listened to the first like 10 minutes. I was like, dude, that was terrible. Like, what the hell? And then I finally put this headset on, and I was like, God, you sound so much better when you just can hear yourself. Because, like, if I sound really monotoned in this, I'll hear that I have zero inflection at all across any way, and all the different stuff is just so fun to keep working on, because it's like, is it really that important? No. But if we just keep getting a little better at it, 1% better,
right. If
even at
you
like one thing, being able to do one impression, it's like, boom, now you got that impression down. Well, now let's do one more, and then in another month you get 2 impressions down. I fucking love the impressions.
what can you do an
Beep.
impression?
No, I can't. I can't do
No,
anything. The
no
only thing I can do
impressions.
is the Tourette's guy. Sounds like Chewbacca taking a shit.
Do you have any accents? Can you do like an
No,
Irish?
no,
You British?
no. I bomb
Australian?
every single one. That's something though. That would be, because I do want to start doing stand up in the coming months. That's something I definitely want to get like one impersonate. I want to do one impersonation in there, because I do really think
Okay.
that that's. I love those. I love when Shane Gillis is doing Trump. I don't know if I could do. I could do
Well, yeah,
Trump.
he's so good at it.
God, if I
Try
could
it.
get good at
Give it a
Trump, that'd
shot.
be all I would need. That would be all I need, honestly.
Try it. Give it a shot. Let's hear it.
America, one,
That-
one of the
I-
greatest
hey,
countries.
that's pretty good.
We got work to do. There's too many. I got the hands down. There's too many.
Yeah, that is important.
I don't want to say anything after that. I'm trying to like think of what to say
Right.
that's not too off kilter for. I'm trying to stay clean on this podcast. I'm all for like swearing here and there, like that's completely okay, just not excessively for
Yeah.
no reason. Compared to our Twitch stream back in the day, it was like, I remember listening to
Yeah.
some of those episodes, like, oh my gosh. And just with
That
AdSense and other things, it's kind of what they want from you. Sorry, what was that?
that's been one of so back to that's been one of our biggest struggles is we get a lot of people who will comment and say like, "Oh, you guys swear a lot." And it's like, yeah, we try to keep it, but also it's just kind of who we are. Like especially after, 2-3 beers, the Wisconsin accent A comes out real strong, and then B, it's just, any word is fair game. Well, not any,
Yeah, yeah.
a cuss word is like gonna be let loose. So we try, but that is probably the one thing that we're the worst at, is just making sure, language wise, we're a little just throw it out there, a little wild with it.
Two quick thoughts on that is you look at a show like Pat McAfee and their ability to use swearing at very unique times. Like they do it. Sometimes I'm like, ooh, that was wild that's on ESPN. And I think they bleep it on ESPN, but I only watch on YouTube, so like you hear it all. But they prove that like you can swear sometimes, and somewhat often on that show at unique parts. God, even I was just watching another scene last night with Shane Gillis on there, and he's cussing on College Game Day or whatever. Either way, that's something that proves you can do some of it. But the other part of it is like the psychology of trying to not swear. And again, I'm not saying trying not to swear, but removing some of the swear words is a lot of times when I go back and watch some of our files, I realize that I'm just swearing because I really don't have like a more exciting way to describe something or like utilize something. So you just
Yep.
kind of plug in a cuss word, and when you're able to like start to learn different descripting words, it just makes your brain start to work so much better. And that's honestly one thing on this stream where if I do a Twitch stream or if I do some gaming streams over there, I'm still going to be doing all the swearing, but we're going to have the disclaimer and everything on there. On here, we do have the quick disclaimer, just saying that we do some swearing, but in the very minimum amounts. But it's like that's something I'm focused and working at here. But for your show, like you're on the Twitch stream. I believe you guys have the mature turned on, maybe not. But like swearing it's evening, it's night. It's not like 12 o'clock where I'm sure a couple of my friends they'll be watching this with their kid or something, and they're sitting in their car and they have the audio on, and next thing you know, it's just F F F F F.
Right. Yeah.
Little
Yeah.
different compared to your night show.
But that's a great point about just it makes your brain work, not harder, but more creatively if you're actively trying to, and not in a bad way, not be like, oh, if I say this, I'm gonna get in trouble or whatever, but just to like to better yourself,
Yeah.
to not so much to censor or to feel like you're being censored, but just be like, all right, how can I maybe expand A, vocabulary, but B, just expand, maybe reach more people who don't enjoy just hearing the F word every 3 minutes.
Yeah. And being able to,
So
still
yeah.
use it impactfully. I love, especially you're telling a good story.
Right.
Like when they have some of those coaches on there, even
Maybe.
the coaches that don't normally swear, or the people that don't normally swear, and they're like telling a story, and then they're like, yeah, this guy said, beep. Like that's so funny to see some of those older folks that like are more clean, give a quick F
Might
bomb,
have
and
to
then
be somewhat of a like a challenge for us. Hold us accountable. No, there's one F word an hour. So that'd be that
yeah,
would be
1 hour.
tough
That would
for
be
us. But
fun to do for like an hour. That'd be fun.
just
Maybe
see
not
like,
a
all
full
right.
episode. That'd be kind of ridiculous. And then also you guys would have a 10-minute clip. Right after that, do a 10-minute clip of like just letting it all out. Because that would be another fun clip.
Yes,
Yeah. Carl's
yes, we're
like,
done.
I couldn't believe I had to do it for 10 minutes. I can't believe I had to hold it for 10 minutes.
That's
Goodness.
funny.
Um, gosh. Do you want to dive into the Packers or do you have to bail soon? What's your time looking like?
Yeah, I got like 10 minutes. So
Heck yeah.
whatever you want to get into.
It's either that or lead into our next guest of um, cannabis products. So
Hey, I'm game for it if it'll help the flow of the show. Just talk a little cannabis. Let's talk cannabis.
yeah. So what is your stance on cannabis products? And you don't have to like go into like necessarily what you consume or anything like that, but how do you feel about just the product in general, relation to like legalization?
Yeah, I mean, I'm for it. I think it should be legal. I don't really see that big of a difference in terms of uh, functionability between weed and alcohol. Like I think someone could just as easily, you could go down and pick up a 12 pack in the middle of the day and just start drinking and be hammered by, 2 in the afternoon. And that's seen as, perfectly okay. That's just fine. But you can't go down, pick up a joint and smoke it and go and take a hike. That's no. You can't do that in Wisconsin. God forbid, you know. Um it's getting
Like
better,
spot on.
but it's still frustrating just the kind of the old ways of thinking about it. I do think there is a little not as much being shown the light on maybe the psychological aspects of the addictiveness of it. A lot of the, they say like, oh, it's not addictive physically. Like you won't die if you smoke weed for 12 years straight and then stop. Like you'll die if you drink booze for 20 years and then all of a sudden 20 years every day and then all of a sudden you just
The
stop.
amount that people
You'll
are doing
you'll
it.
right. You'll probably die. But I mean, there are just I think there are some psychological aspects that we need to look into and figure out, but I don't think it should be illegal because of that.
Well, and that's what's spot on about everything. And Will, one of the owners over there at the dispensary, we'll be interviewing him in a couple weeks, which I'm so excited for. But we got Bonch Gas Brando on later today. But that's
Hell
one of the
yeah.
big things that he talks about, and it's like we need to legalize this, especially at a federal level, because like, or maybe not even at that point, but if we're not going to get it to that point, like we should be doing all these tests right now. And because it's not legal and because it's not really being looked at in the schedule that it's on, I think they just moved it off of like one of the worst schedules. Uh, there's not a lot of that research being done, and that's 100% accurate. I just read a study yesterday, and it's like people that really overuse it very often. There's some studies showing that a high percentage of people uh, are having like really high anxiety in especially utilization at people talk a lot about taking too much gummies and stuff like that, and they're like, "Oh, so anxious." It's like, see, that's what's crazy about it. It's like you're supposed to take just a little bit, and it helps with the just wean off and just relax. You take too much,
Right.
boom, and now you're at a point of. I have been there one night. I had probably one of the first times I ever took a gummy bear. It was rough. I was like thinking about people dying, and yeah, it was. We were like, but you know what?
You
I knew that was a little too much. Dial it back
right.
a
It's like,
little.
okay.
Lay out. But no,
The
and I
whole
love that.
pack was too much.
And I love the way you brought up. It's like these are some of the problems, with it. And it's like, yes, exactly. These are some of the problems. Now, how do we go and how do we solve some of these problems? People talk about cannabis and driving, and what Will talks about. It's like, yes, we should be advocating for how do we, have DUIs and things in place for, having cannabis while you're driving, different things like that. But it's like we should be getting this into public perception, right away because people are doing it right now. They're already doing it, and then any of those
Mhm.
arguments, it's like, okay, that's a fair argument. Like, let's look at that, let's work at that. But also, just like you said, it is legal to consume alcohol, and it's illegal to consume alcohol and drive. And drive. You can have 2 or 3 beers and drive legally up to
Mhm.
0.08 in your blood alcohol content. So, is there a limit on it's like there's all those different conversations, but for specifically argument's sake where people are like, well, you can't do it because of this, it's like that's especially if anybody knows anything about court system or legal, if you have something that is legal, you would have precedent on the similar conversation where it's like these are two parallel situations, and the argument is not only similar, but it's significantly better for a beneficial standpoint of two of the other three things out there. And again, not to throw them under the bus, they can stay where they're at, but to argue a lot of the things that people are arguing for, it's like you have highly addictive tobacco, and you have uh, alcohol, two like two drugs that are arguably significantly worse than cannabis, illegal, and still being able. I believe this tobacco. I don't really use it. I know tons of people that do. Shout out tobacco companies. I don't act like I'm talking negatively about you. Don't come and find me. I just kidding. But and they're getting into cannabis though. They're buying tons of land and growing and stuff like that. They're aware of the future, but um, does tobacco give you like a high? Does it give you
It's
like a
not
little
so
buzz?
much. Yeah, it definitely gives me a buzz. Nicotine, it's more so the nicotine, I think. I don't know if I see I'm dumb. I don't know. Is nicotine naturally in tobacco? I think is that a thing? Is that
I
where
actually have no idea. That's a great
I,
perspective.
I am I assume it's in there and then they add all the extra chemicals and shit to it. I've never been a big tobacco guy. My parents were tobacco users. So I just kind of grew up around it and was always just it was kind of just gross, it smelled bad. It was never my thing. Um, but nicotine is I don't mind, throwing in a Zyn pouch or
Little
a
Snoopy
Rogue or
dog.
whatever. Yeah. But I had to stop, doing that because I could tell I was like, oh, I like this like a little too much. And so I was like, all right, I need to not do it. But yeah, so I mean, I like nicotine definitely gives me a buzz. Um, which again, same like there was a time I was driving and I was like, oh, just throw a pouch in. Dude, I was spinning like I was like, how is it legal to do this, but it's not legal to anyway. You know what I'm saying?
And
It's
yeah, and that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like, and people, whether you say legal or illegal or whatever, it's like people are doing it right now. So it's like, how do we
right,
continue
yeah.
to provide education, provide research for these different things? And you realistically can't get into a budget for something that is not even legal, uh, in in a lot of like expandable ways, like in smaller ways. Obviously, there's plenty of research on don't do drugs, kids, and realistically, all a
Yeah.
lot of that stuff does is remove the don't. Like some of the biggest viewed things on YouTube are "don't do this," and the reason why so many people click on them, a lot of people are like, "Well, should I or should I tell these people to screw off?" And then they lean in even harder, doing all this
Oh
different
yeah.
stuff. But yeah, I don't need to steal too much of your time. Are you so one fun thing, quick thing? I did want to do a Mad Lib with you. I Do you have time to do a Mad Lib?
Fuck yeah, let's do it.
I gotta go to my computer here quick. I'll be back in 8 seconds.
Oh, the
Three
Mad
seconds.
Lib chart. 3 seconds. 2 seconds.
And we're here.
Mad Libs. All right. What is that? Someone on the left who's really mad? Man. Crack myself up.
All right. I can't change the scene. Yes, I can right here. Okay, it's just me.
Bam.
And
Hey.
let me get more centered on your face. Beautiful. Um. All right. So, first part of the Mad Lib is we need an adjective.
Small.
Small.
Yeah.
Now we need a name.
Carl.
El. This is long. This is a long one. We'll fly through this here. We need another name.
Famous.
Shame Daddy. That might turn out real weird. Famous Packers player or coach?
Brett Favre.
Another name.
Andy.
Number.
10.
10. Type of cheese.
Swiss.
Another adjective.
Huge.
Huge with a Y. Type of food.
Enchiladas.
Oh God, I don't know how to spell that. I should know from your Okay, I got it. Weekly show.
Yeah, that'll be our next
Dude, that's
dictionary word.
I should have been able to get that. Another name.
Another name. We'll do Pat.
There we go. An Packers player.
Jordan Love.
An object.
Orange.
Sorry, what was that?
An orange.
An orange. Exclamation. What the fuck?
Like an exclamation word, like "Ayo!"
Oh yes. Another Packers player.
Defense this time. Let's go Rashawn Gary.
And then another adjective.
Um, Beautiful.
Uh, that's another name. Gosh, I'm just gonna type in Pat and then type of cheese. I'm gonna type these last ones in here just super fast. Type of food. What's another type of food?
Another type of food. Pizza.
God, another adjective. Fuck.
Tricky.
What was that?
Tricky. Tricky person.
And then I got another name. Let's do Max, and then all right. Let's see. let's,
What do we create here, Pat?
dude, I might have messed some of this up. I got to get better at this. Once upon a time in the heart of Wisconsin, a small fan named Karel decided to throw the ultimate Green Bay Packers tailgate party. To make the day unforgettable, Karel planned to include a giant cheese sculpture of Brett Favre. That's
Oh,
pretty sick, Karel. Good idea, dude.
dude. That sounds like something he would do too. That's not actually.
First, Karel went to the local cheese market to pick up 10 pounds of Wisconsin's finest Swiss cheese. 10 pounds, that's not going to get you a very big sculpture there, Karel.
That's a small sculpture.
What's he thinking? The cheesemonger, a huge Packers fan, recommended adding enchiladas for an extra kick. That'd be a nice little kick at the
Would
old
be
Packer
good.
bar. Back home, Karel started sculpting the cheese while listening to Go Pack Go on repeat. That does sound like Karel.
And shotgunning Bush Light.
Suddenly, Jordan Love showed up at the door. I don't remember putting Jordan Love in, did we? Oh, that might just be part of it. I don't know. Holding an orange. That would be very unique. He heard about the beautiful party and couldn't resist seeing the cheese sculpture in person. That would be insane if he was at the
That'd
tailgate
be
party because he'd have to be in the
dope.
game also. And then he goes, "Hey-o!" exclaimed Jordan Love. That's the most Rashawn Gary sculpture I've ever seen. I think I might have missed that. He's trying to make it look like Brett. To celebrate, Jordan Love decided to get hooked right there in the backyard. Okay. As the
What
party
does
got
that
started,
mean?
Karel served guests American cheese curds, pizza
Ooh.
pizza dipped in cheese fondue,
Oh
and
my God, that sounds amazing.
a special cocktail called the Old Fashioned. The Old Fashioned
Yeah.
Pat. Okay. Everyone cheered as the Packers scored a touchdown, and the sculpture was declared a tricky success. Ooh, is that good or bad? In
I
the
think that's
end,
good.
Jordan Love signed the cheese sculpture, and Karel knew it was the most Max day ever. From then on, Karel's tailgate parties became legendary. all thanks to the power of Wisconsin cheese and the spirit of the Green Bay Packers. That was pretty solid.
Oh yeah, that wasn't too bad.
God, I'm
That's
excited. Some people
honestly
get that
sounds
on
like
the
something.
screen with a little chop screen, like Mad Lib 1 with Max. There's a little short.
Hell
I'll
yeah,
clip some of the best moments. Dude, hell yeah. But I don't
I
want to take
love
too
that
much of your
was.
time up. I would love to do this more often with you. I'll be
Hell yeah,
live again in
man.
2 weeks, so if we can get you on for an hour anytime that week, Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, and I'll send you that little rubric and just cover some different stuff, mess around, talk about Holds Accountable. Holds Accountable live tomorrow night, 7:30 p.m., twitch.tv
Yes,
slash
sir.
Holds Accountable. Any last words, Max?
No, appreciate you having me on, dude. This is awesome. This is just it's been fun just collaborating, doing different things on different people's podcasts, having other people come on. So appreciate it. Shout out to Pug, and looking forward to coming back on. Looking forward to having you on again.
Hey, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to come on, and thank you so much for hanging out.
Hell yeah, man. Take it easy, Pat. See
Hey,
ya.
thank you. We'll see you soon. I don't know how to minimize that. All right. Still got a bit before Bonch joins us. Um, Big thank you to Max for coming by. Super thankful having them be a part of the Pug community. Everybody, we got Bonch coming up here in a little bit. I'm sure we'll have Bonch back on in the future, and just Alex being able to come on once a month, Jewel being so Jewel. What I'm most excited for is like all the different hiking that we do. We're just gonna take some pictures and videos on these trails, and we're just going to discuss these different trails and right on the camera, and we'll be able to cut those into a different short. That'll be a short series of just different hikes across the U.S. And she's covered what she covered 13 states in like 10 states, um, which we discussed on Monday. But we'll be having her as a recurring guest, just talking about different hiking and different stuff to do on hikes. I'm not a hiking expert. I don't want to like act like a hiking expert, but that's not the point of that bit. Like the average Joe can just get out and hike. And some of the hikes I do are extremely long. I mean, we were in Sedona, Arizona last January. We did 30 miles in 2 days. So it's not like it was crazy because there was snow on the ground. There was ice on the trails. We did Devil's Bridge, which is a beautiful hike. How? I would love to be able to show some of those pictures, which I'll get those on in a future post. God, that would be so perfect. I love it. Jewel, big thank you for coming on because I never would have thought we'd be running down that route, but I think that is a perfect discussion point. But Jewel, thank you for coming on Monday. Alex, return guest. Jewel, return guest. Jay, we had such a great conversation. We had 12 topics. We were covering so many different fun things, and we didn't even touch on a single one of our topics yet. So we have so much stuff yet to get through. So he'll be a return guest on the PUGG Network. And then we finished Monday with Cash Money Carl. And Cash Money Carl and I, he'll be back on the show very often. But more importantly, um, we're going to do a mini golf matchup against each other. And he owns minigolfreviews.com, which is an extremely popular mini golf review site. which is only going to get better because we're going to start going to these courses together and get some footage there and promote for people just very simple, each hole on these courses, and maybe a quick way to play the hole. But mostly for people that are like, hey, I don't know if I should play this course or not, and it's like, hey, check it out. It's pretty cool. But also, we're going to do some different footage of like Karel versus me. Will be the first one that we do together. But more important than that is I would love to run some of the production for mini golf matchup, and I'll get 2 or 3 different cameras set up to record Karel playing against other comedians and other professionals. And like Karel said, he said he was stretching, but it'd be sick. Right now, we're putting it out in the universe. He talked about being able to, at some point, be doing a show. He's a stand-up comedian, doing a show down in Ohio or something like that. Shout out Dayton, my friends down there. But doing a show down there, and we do a mini golf matchup before the show. And, we have Dave Chappelle against Cashman and Karel, and a sweet little rubric or templated mini golf matchup film review. I mean, that would just be gorgeous. So, A, we get the footage of the course. B, we have a sick mini golf contestant on there. And it's so cool. The different stuff he does. And those not familiar with Cashman and Karel, he was on season 2 of Holy Moly. That was a show on ABC. Now it's on Netflix and Hulu, so feel free to watch it. He was on season 2. There's an episode on there which is hilarious with him riding a bull and just like getting thrown off. Rob Riggle is the commentator, but big shout out to Cashman and Karel. He's got so much stuff coming up. He's on the news over in the La Crosse area tomorrow. He's got upcoming shows. I just saw his upcoming shows. Cashman and Karel. Gosh, he's been posting a ton lately. Good shiz. No one knows what it's like. Carl, I don't know why I'm so not able to see all the cool stuff you got coming up. Maybe pinged it right on top. Yeah, he's got Cashman and Karel. He's got a link, and gosh, I gotta get better at this stuff. Like, he's got a link where he's gonna be producing a lot of shows. He does the bankruptcy tour, and if anybody's interested in getting into stand-up comedy, I shouldn't say getting into stand-up comedy. If there's experienced comedians, I apologize. If there's experienced comedians out there that are considering, let me get this on the screen. All right. So follow Cashman and Karel, first of all. But secondly, he's got the bankruptcy tour that he's running right now. They got a show coming up, as well as he's got more shows coming. So if anybody's interested in getting some more time, I love the way he put it, because we take for granted the amount of open night mics and different stuff like that for a lot of people to do in the area. Like, you can get stage time, pretty often, but you go to like a huge city and you don't have that opportunity to get so many minutes. Kill Tony's 60 seconds. You get 1 minute on that stage, and obviously that's a big stage in 1 minute. The other thing is 1 minute's cool. They do a cool thing in there because a lot of people can do 1 minute of content. It's a lot harder for people to do 10, 15, 20 minutes. But the important thing to know is, like, yeah, you can do 1 minute, but when you do 5 or 10 minutes and you can learn and grow in that experience, that's important as well. Very important. Yes, yes. Big shout out, Max and Karel. Okay, cool. Now I got that set up. All right, so now, God, we're getting this figured out. There we go. On the big screen. So we wrapped up our show on Monday, and right back to my point is having 4 recurring guests from Monday coming back on the show and seeing all the cool stuff that they're doing. Where you can see me in February, he is... Oh, he's going on tonight. So Max is there tonight. Carl's there tonight. The other Carl's there tonight. I don't know. Maybe I should go down to Skyline. We'll see. We'll see. Gosh. Very cool. Skyline Comedy Club. They do an open mic every Wednesday. You can sign up online on their website. Very cool atmosphere there. Plus, they have happy hour. Seriously, if you're interested at all on going to an open mic, you have to go to Skyline Comedy Club, because even if you don't want to perform, I have not performed there. I've never performed stand-up comedy. They have happy hour pricing. It's like $3, $4, $5 for drinks. It's a fun atmosphere. Laid back, comedy, enjoyment. So then tomorrow, he's on a new story with Jason promoting Bad Credit Comedy, which is February 17th, I believe. Yep, it's right there. Is so confused. That literally just blew my mind. Okay. Sorry, I'm figuring stuff out on the fly here. That's crazy. All right. Sturgeon Spectacular Comedy Showcase on the 10th. I believe that is at the Hive down in Fond du Lac. Sturgeon Spectacular. No, I lied. I'm sorry. Can you read, Pat? It's at Thelma. Goodness. Very cool, though. Comedy Showcase with Cash Money Karel. Sturgeon Spectacular this coming Saturday. Then Sunday, he's in Lance, Michigan. Quite a little bit of ways away from here, but he's with former NFL player Marcus Tucker. They're doing comedy and music. He did this for 8 hours last year. Very cool. Very cool thing. They're doing a shorter day. I know that, but I'm sure that'd be a lot of fun to like switch off comedy and business. comedy and business. My gosh, comedy and music. UTL is Valentine's dinner. Then Valentine's Day is coming quick. Next week, Wednesday. Fun backwards. Noshery. Enough Noshery. In Abrams. So anybody looking for something to do on Valentine's Day, they have a cool little show up there. He's with this guy named Abe. Abe Asher. And Abe Bauer. Abe Bauer. He's with Abe, and Abe, I saw him at open mic last week Wednesday. It was one of the best open mic skits I've seen. He just, everything about his timing, his cadence, his presence was amazing. He did some touring with Dusty Slay this past week, 2 weeks. He did a show with Dusty down in Milwaukee, I believe it was. So very cool things a lot of these guys are doing. Bankruptcy Comedy Tour is back at Cranky Pat's February 16th. That's a show cancellation day removed. And then after that, Bad Credit Comedy presents 0-year anniversary tour. He's there the 17th. And then Live from the Hive on February 23rd. That's the one at the Hive. Comedy Showcase. He's got different comics that he'll be bringing on for that February 23rd. Lots of cool stuff from this man, Cashman Karel. And, again, he'll be a recurring guest right here at the PUGG Network. So, subscribe. Hang out. Appreciate you guys listening in. This is a long-form recorded segment of short-form content. So we'll be taking a lot of these interviews, we'll be taking smaller pieces out of them, and we'll be reposting, repurposing with added content behind. Gosh, I have a great idea for Brandon. Brandon from the Dispensary, 17 locations. Actually, let's do a quick cut over to them while I'm typing this out because they do an incredible job over there, and we'll send it away.
It's very complicated because the one part that we try and emphasize is we want to educate our customers as they come in. We want to be able to be an opportunity for anybody in the community. One of our other stores, the police department will bring products that they find at gas stations or other places and bring it into our bud tenders or our store managers to say, hey, can you help us identify? Is this real? And funny story, we actually, the police brought in some of these gummies and they they brought it into our store, and this little sticker said Delta 8. But the second you take the little sticker off underneath, it says Delta 9 California label.
Wow.
And because these distributors, and this isn't trying to take a shot, but some of these guys purchasing will put Delta 9 on the shelf. What would you say? How would you say this is that fake weed, or what would you call it?
No, I absolutely would not say this is fake. Especially because what you guys said from the very beginning, like you make your own products. So like that's a big safety thing for me when I'm hearing that you guys make your own products. To me, that makes me go, okay, they are putting right things into it. They're putting, because obviously you don't want to be putting bad things into it as a company, because you don't want that. But yeah, no, it's that type of thing because it does not feel fake. So why would you be saying it's fake? And that's the thing. It's like there's no reason to say that or feel that. I mean, you definitely are sitting there going, this is legal.
Overwhelmed in a good way. What did you notice?
Well, I guess this is kind of it's in a good way. Like you can tell that you guys put in the effort to make sure that you want us to know what's here for you. And then even in the customer service side of things, you have your employees that are sitting here giving you all the information you need. They're very welcoming the moment you walk in. Even when you're leaving, they're making sure you have a good day and this, that, and the other. Granted, I know that's customary, but you don't get that everywhere. And so like there's that you get from just going into the stores. But then again, the product are sitting there ready for you right there. I mean, it is for you. It's everything explained. You got the prices, everything. When you walk in, it's overwhelming because there's so much to choose from. You don't know what to choose, especially if you're someone who hasn't done it in a while. So like that's the biggest thing, because then the employees are there to help you, and they do.
Reached out to him, and here he is, reluctantly responded back to an email.
Yeah.
So if you guys watched our last podcast, we said we are going to reach out to some customers because we wanted some customer interaction, and we wanted to find out like what brings the customers to us, and how the customer feels about our products. Josiah is not a paid actor. We're going to disclose that right away.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But apparently you started out at shopping out at our Green Bay East store?
Yes. Started there. Got introduced there. Just literally looking up the dispensary, not meaning to actually be looking up the dispensary. I was just looking up a dispensary if there was anyone around.
Say the simplest thing. They could also say the one thing.
Ooh, that transition right there. I mean, book The One Thing by Gary Keller and Jay Papasan is, to me, not only in the real estate realm, but just in life, is one of the most influential books that I've encountered that have helped me succeed in, I can't even say just in business, just in life in general. That has been the one thing. And it really comes down to asking that one very simple question of what is the one thing, such that by doing makes everything else either easier or unnecessary. And you can apply that everywhere.
Yeah, 100%. And the easiest translation from that is anybody that could possibly go, why? It's the simple concept that they talk about very early in the book of the domino effect, where you take a small domino and it hits over a domino up to 50% its size. But yeah, like 60 is, add one to that because it says halfway to the moon, add one extra, it's like 61. Let's just be aggressive and say 70. I know it's under 70. You would get a domino the size all the way to the moon. It's like when you just make the smallest decision that's going to get that next block started. I seriously, there is not a thing I do. Now, granted, the one thing tied together concepts from so many other books, especially taking Power of Habit leading into Atomic Habit, even though they're not Atomic Habits, even though they're not the same author, you take those two books and you wrap the one thing into all that. And it's like, there's not a single thing I'm trying to focus on or do that it's not the one thing, even getting the Stream Content Network set up, it's like, there's so much to look at. And it's like, okay, well, what do you do? And what obviously is the common thing to do would be nothing. And it's like, what's the smallest thing I can do? And I just started, I want to say, 3 or 4 weeks ago, when we finally got the blueprint laid out, I started reaching out to people because I was like, hey, we got to get people to talk to if we're going to have any other success. Sure. And during that process, I learned so many intricate things about the whole network. And I've built, the one thing for this entire program. Rubric here, but yes, the one.
Okay, I got you.
Yes. Hold that up one more time.
I am.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
And honestly, the reason I have it near me is because there are so many times where I mistake movement for achievement. And you find yourself doing that some days where it's like, man, I feel like I did so much and I got nothing to count. And that's normally where you're focusing on. One of the things they talk about in the book is Pareto's, which is 20% of your activities lead you to 80% of your results. So 20% of your exercises in the gym leave you to 80% of your gains. 20% of the conversations you have lead to 80% of the relationships you create. Like, that's the premise behind it. I have that here because sometimes I need to give myself that reminder of, hey, you know what? Am I really asking the right question? Am I really honing in and prioritizing in such a way that I'm finding that first domino by knocking over will lead to the next, Because too often we see the entire picture. For example, I need to clean my house. And that can be very overwhelming and very daunting for a lot of people versus hey, you know what? Let me take a step back. What is the one thing that I need to do such that by doing would make that easier or unnecessary? Okay, instead of the house, let's focus on one room. Let's focus on the living. Okay, let's work backwards from there. What's the one thing that I need to start with in the living room? Okay, well, maybe that's simply finding the packer blanket, folding it and putting it on the couch, and then just building from there. By that, it's a clean couch, which then allows me to focus on the coffee table, which is then other things. And now the living room's done. And now I can focus on the next room. And it just starts snowballing. Those dominoes keep falling. And then all of a sudden, before you know it, house is clean. So it's applicable in so many different areas, but sometimes I just need to have that reminder nearby.
100%. And this is a book. I have a lot of books I read 4 times a year, and this is one that's in there. I mean, I've read it 12 times, 4 months, but that's because I've been somewhat interested in this, but also, you know, to reinforce those habits. I like to do it a lot early on too, because it really structures into your brain. But I love that you use that cleaning the house example, because I did the same thing. The studio right here, I believe you were on here recently. Yeah, so it went from the 3 tables on the wall when you were here. Then it was like a huge, there was like 6 computers in here again. Then it was super crammed in here, and I'm like, I got to change this whole thing around. But I had so much junk from the bar and was brought in here, so I had to like go through tons of stuff and organize it. And it's like, I put this off for 3 or 4 months. A week and a half free that I was going to spend in Phoenix 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, let's knock this out. Like, it's time. Like, let's get this done. Let's get rid of the clutter. And I'm like, no, I'm just kidding. But I was like, this is so overwhelming. There's so much to do. And I literally took the concept from the book and I went, what is one thing I can do? And it's like, let's get one room done. Let's get the dining room clean, because if I get the dining room clean, then I can move this piece. There's a freezer. I remember the freezer just right behind me. I had to move the freezer into the dining room across from the other fridge. And we finally get the dining room clean. Then it's, let's move into the kitchen area. Let's get that room clean. Now I can move some stuff from the other part into there after it's all cleaned up and clean, and then boom, you work through the entire house. And it literally took me like 6 full days, 8, 9, 10 hours a day to get through my house. But it's looking much better.
Obviously, there's enough space on the couch. So.
Oh yeah, I got plenty of space here on the couch for one guy, I guess. I have a sectional room upstairs too. I got like 2 living rooms still. It's been it's a fun journey, and I love you know, book recommendations. Alex is one that recommended this book to me. The crazy thing is this the book that you started, that you were, because when you were here the last time, you brought up that 80-20 principle to me.
Yeah.
And I had not read The One Thing yet. Was that the book that this was kind of pulled from?
That was, at least for me, I've heard about it elsewhere.
Yeah.
This was the first one that concretely gave
Heck
me
yeah.
the information and the background behind it. So
Very
yes.
cool. I did not know that, and I apologize. What is the term, or what was the
Pareto's principle, Pareto, Pareto. Again, this is one of those where the right conversations with the right people just lead to a positive step going into the rest of the day.
All right, next up is kind of leading from what we're talking about, pretty much not. It's a horrible segue, but multitasking inside of The One Thing.
I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound probably abstract to a lot of people, and multitasking isn't just you cannot multitask and expect to do both things well. Just like trying to transition a conversation into the next topic and trying to balance them both, like you can't do it. You have to prioritize one over the other. And that's the thing, is we don't multitask. We choose to prioritize something above something else. And that's not a bad, but the whole concept of, oh, hey, you know what? I'm going to be on my phone texting or scrolling social media or whatever it is that you're doing, expect to be able to have a meaningful conversation. You're not giving 100% both. You're giving 50%, which if that's how you want to live your life, at 50%, that's fine. Or even more. If you're doing more than that's fine too. If you expect to have deep and loving and meaningful relationships, if you expect to have successful and impactful business ventures, if you expect to just be able to be an overall healthy person, you need to make those priorities. You need to be able to be comfortable in establishing those priorities and following them. So I guess my hot take is multitasking isn't.
Yeah, and they talk about it specifically in this book, but they talk about it in probably books in the last year. I would say they bring it up in like 30 of them.
Yeah.
And it's such a there's so many studies out there. I had somebody ask me, like, you know, who said that? Who said you can't multitask? Now, it's different from what you could possibly think. I can walk and do something at the same time, and this part isn't the one thing but if I'm walking over a really narrow bridge and trying to do that other thing at the same time, I can't do that. I can do the basic habit of walking and doing something at the same time, you know, throwing a football or doing whatever. But as soon as I have to focus on 2 things at once, that's not possible.
Intentional.
Yeah, and people that do multitask and switch between tasks really quick, what has to happen is your brain has to create an entire set of
rule for that thing, and then you switch, and then you switch. And all of these studies show how incredibly less effective multitasking, doing 2 different tasks at the same time or 3 different tasks at the same time. I mean, you look at work from home studies of inattentive, viewing and the amount of work that gets done in those time periods. But the people, focus for probably 2 or 3 hours and get 8 hours worth of work done because of their productivity efficiency.
I've got laundry to do. I've got a dishwasher to empty. I've got to cook lunch. Oh, that's my dog. It needs to go out. Like, yeah, you're switching and you're restarting back at ground zero every single time you're switching back and forth. So while your mind thinks, oh, I'm able to switch between these tasks, I'm able to focus on both of them at the same time, to multitask, you're not. You're switching tasks, which is, again, you are giving priority to one over the other. If you just focus on that one thing, and then once you complete that, move on to the next task at hand, that's a whole different level of life and effectiveness that you'd be able to.
Exactly. He does kind of talk about a to-do list in a weird way, but the to-do list is like a domino structure. Picture it like that, top down, and it's like just do that one little thing to get to that next little thing, to get that next little thing, and that's how you achieve 75 hours worth of efficiency in 7 or 8 hours. Go on, Joe. At the same efficiency level. And yes, multitasking. If someone could put in comments, and maybe I'll even add this to the short if I'll cut this part into a smaller chunk, but if somebody puts in comments on any of these videos, a peer-reviewed study or research study that shows multitasking even close to the efficiency of single. If anybody has a question of like which study would show multitasking is less effective, every study shows that. Every single one shows the ineffectiveness Again, that's a hot take, but if you find one in the last 10 years, please put it down there, because I've read so many books and they talk about it, so many different books, because it is a huge white lie. Oh, like frog leaping out of water. That was a huge one. I've been told that my whole life. Like, put a frog in boiling water, it'll jump out. If you put it in regular water and then boil it, it will stay in. Like, that's a lie. That's a myth. And then the other one is Cortez burning the boats. I hear that story all the time. Like, all the time. And apparently that entire story is They scuttled the ships and they sent them somewhere else. They did not burn the boats. So apparently that's another thing.
Didn't.
I love this story from the one thing. It's the wolf you feed. One evening, an old Cherokee told his grandson about a battle that goes on inside. He said, "My son, the battle is between 2 wolves inside us all. One is evil. It is anger, envy, jealousy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego. The other is good." I don't know why I smile at that. The other is good. It is joy, peace, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion, and faith. The grandson thought about it for a minute, and then he asked his grandfather, "Which wolf wins?" And he replied, "The one you feed."
100%. And that goes back to what we were talking about before. Your inputs are going to give you your output. If you're going through and feeding your life with negativity, feeding your life with envy, that's what you are going to get as your output. If you're going to input positivity and love and meaningful connection, that's what you're going to get out. So 100% that story, though I am not Cherokee, is 100% through and through something I believe.
I take the days off, I take the time off, which leads us into our final segment of the one thing, time block.
Oh, I love time block. So if you were to speak a little over 7 years ago, pre-June 1st, 2017, when I got into real estate, my entire life, my entire schedule, and how I entirely operated, I was able to keep up. The moment I got into real estate, I realized that if I did not have a calendar, if I did not control my time would control. That is a huge transition that I've had to make in my business, transition I've had to make in my marriage, and my relationships with family and friends. Is I've realized this quote is the one quote that will always remain true to me, because I make if I'm spending time with family, if I'm spending time with friends, if I'm spending time with my wife, it is an event that is in my calendar. And first doing that was difficult. It felt weird. It felt unnatural. But putting that in there allowed for 2 things to take place. 1, it allowed me to be sure that I'm 100% present in that. 2, it allowed me to inform and say no to all other things that were not that top priority. So it was my one thing in that moment. And that was a huge issue point in my marriage, in my relationships with others is, well, why should I have to schedule time with? Because am I not important? And it's a changing of the frame for that mind. No, it's not that you're not important. It's that you are the most important thing in that time. And so when you're going through and you're working on your business, you're working on your health, you're working on your finances, your relationships, your marriage, whatever it might be, when you are time blocking that time, you are going to make that 100% where your feet are going. And by doing that, that's what allows you to then hit that one thing, focus on those 20% of activities that give you all the other results. Because just by simply time block, setting aside time for the gym or for meal prep or for making calls with clients or with friends or date night or whatever it is, it allows you to give 100% to avoid the multitask and to really create such an efficiency and such a level of fulfillment in doing that, that if it is not on your calendar, it does not exist.
Like, you have to spend those moments with people, and I love that you bring that into the one thing. It's like, you don't have to be working 24/7. Work when you're supposed to work, and then when you don't work. You know, being able to put that phone, I mean, that's my new strategy. It's made me so much happy in this past, year or so. It's like, I used to be able to get back to people all the time, and now it's like I don't even open Facebook messages half the time, or like on the computer, I don't open Facebook up. On my phone, it's in the other room all the time. So like, when I'm being able to get in the one, just like writing the book, turning in 20 pages to 200, the only way to do that is you start getting into flow state, and you just start going. You just start talking about different subjects and getting into different things. And if one little thing, and this happened throughout the course of many of the day, if one little thing sidetracked me, it could be 3 or 4 hours or even an entire day before I ended up getting back to my task. And being able to finish the book, or not finish the book, but finish the final edit of the book, like, I had to I was having, even right now, I'm trying to record the audiobook, and there's so many different things that always pop up, but being able to get myself into a position or a situation where I can just focus on that during that time frame, my efficiency is like insane during those moments compared to when my phone is next to me or Clash of Clans is on the table next to me. I'm getting nothing done. Any final words? Or
I would say my final words is, if I could do one thing to add value and be of service to people, it would one is time block. Set your calendar up so that you can be 100% present wherever you are. Your marriage, your relationships with your spouse will appreciate it. Your family, your friends, everybody else will appreciate it. Be 100% wherever you are. Second thing is going to be, take whatever large overwhelming goal that you might have, physically write it down, and then start working back from, okay, well, what do I need to do this year to get me one step closer to that goal? Well, what is the one thing I need to do this month to get to that 1 year goal? And just keep working backwards until you find that first domino, and then just take action on that first domino. That's the second thing I'm going to ask. And the third thing, and this is one that has helped me sleep better and just have an overall better quality of life, is once a day, give yourself, set a timer, whether it's on your phone or on your watch or computer or whatever it is, 5 minutes. I try to do it at least once a day toward the end of the day, and do a brain dump. Anything and everything that's on your mind, things that you have to do for work, things that you have to do for at home, for your health, anything that you might even give a remote thought to, write it down in there physically, just to get it off your weight, off your shoulders and out of your mind, so that you can then focus on finding that one thing and just living a better life. So I really appreciate the chance to be able to share all that.
And then obviously with the green screen, we could do anything. You know what I mean? Either way.
I look forward to it, because you're on a quest to change a lot of lives. So I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Seriously, and I thank you for being a part of all that, because it's step one, it's day one. We look forward to having these impactful conversations for a long time. Most importantly, to reiterate it in ourselves. Because this journaling through podcasting is an amazing thing, but also to the viewers out there and the people that can get resourceful feedback, not just in this country, but so many countries out there. Amazing people that are trying and trying and trying and just need the positivity. So thank you so much for coming on.
You have a day that's as wonderful as you are.
Hey, thank you.
There's so many great countries out there. I'll work on that. Welcome back. We are 40 minutes away from Bonchcast time. Brandon over from the Dispensary will be joining us about 2 o'clock. Welcome back to PUGG Network episode 2. And we just had our technically fifth and sixth guest on, but Max and Karel from Hold Us Accountable, twitch.tv/Hold Us Accountable. They're on there Thursday nights, journaling through podcasting. Check them out on Twitch. Very just laid back and fun podcast. They do some cool things, challenge each other to some fun stuff, but they're live every Thursday. And if you're looking for something to just watch in the background, that's what I'm so thankful for. A lot of you guys that even just turn it on and have it popping in the background. Our goal is 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours in the first month. Is that aggressive? Yeah, I mean, but if it takes me 2 months or 3 months, I'm fine. I just, to be able to keep that, this is one of the biggest points of the network. It's like to be able to keep that rough rubric, or that goal, the goal of 1,000 is not going to change. By day 30, that's not going to go to 250 subscribers. If we're at 180 subscribers after 29 days, I'm going to go, well, damn, I need to be making better content. I need to be getting better content out there. And what do I need to do to get to 1,000? Rather than changing the goal and bringing it closer to you, what do you need to adjust to get the goal? And at the end of the day, the 30 days could be adjusted because that goal is not going to change. We have a Clash of Clans, a clan out there, which is very thankful for all those guys. But, all of us are doing season passes and other stuff like that where just, for being a creator, we have all these affiliate links, and we'd be able to get so many people in touch with these different affiliate links for so many different things. So that goal is not going to go away, and it could be some time, but I'm very thankful for the ones that are here today, because all of you guys, I think our last stream on Monday was 8.5 hours. So, I think we had an average viewer of like 12 or 13. We had like 150 watch hours. It's like, that's 1/20th of the way to 4,000 watch hours in one live stream. And now, through our repurposed and short form from this, with all our amazing guests out there, like those views and subscribes will keep coming as well. So everybody on Monday, like so many good things, just from, gosh, beautiful pictures from Jewel of just all over Colorado. Some incredible hikes. You just watched the Alex interview there. I mean, there's so many shorts to take from that conversation. So many impactful moments. And not to mention, we're halfway through our guests for the week. We still have Brandon coming up here in a half hour. That's going to be an amazing conversation. And not to mention, is that going to be an amazing conversation? But you fast forward to, the next time we meet at the dispensary and have a great conversation there. It's like, who knows the difference on this journey? And you fast forward to 3 or 4 years down the road. We've been doing this podcast for 6 years now. We've been podcasting for 6 years now. This is the second episode of the PUGG Network, which is focused on enhancing communication, which allows us to work better as teams. And most importantly, when each member of that team focuses on making themselves better, 1% better, today, right now, each day, the synergy that comes together as a team from that entire message is what this mission is about. And over these next 2, 3, 4 years, I'm so excited to just keep in touch with all these people, because a lot of the people that have already been guests on here, they're late 20s, 30 years old. Even Jay, just getting into his stride of doing so many amazing things, and that's only going to get better these next several years. So it's so cool to see where we are at right now and where we're starting, and that's already, what a lot of people are more than happy with, and that's completely fine. I definitely am not like rushing to get to the next step. I'm not killing myself to do anything specific, but I really enjoy doing a lot of different stuff and having these conversations with amazing people. And again, I'm excited to see where their journey continues them, and to stay in touch with all of them, and to be able to share these moments together. I'm very thankful. Very thankful. Day one was, I had no idea how the day was going to go. It's like you're thinking of this idea, and you think of, how's the day going to fly? How's it going to go by? And like every minute is just like gone. It just disappears. I mean, I woke up at 7 and started getting everything put together. Obviously, everything goes wrong, and then time just flies because you don't want it to go by. It's already 1:30 almost. These days just going crazy. And I'm sure once it gets Bonch in here, it's going to be just over with. Very cool there. But so yeah, then one more time to fast forward to Friday. We still have four more guests on Friday for this week. We will be taking a week off next week. I own a business that is extremely busy for Valentine's Day. So I will be working wee hours in the morning until wee hours of the morning the next day, every day next week. But coming back in 2 weeks, we will be back with a lot of the people that you've seen and some new faces. So I'm really looking forward to that. But to skip ahead to this Friday, February 9th, for those just joining us, we're live at 9:30 a.m. with a quick monologue from me, what's going on in the day, what's going on in the world. Then at 10, we're joined by Matt down from Grafton. He's doing, I shouldn't say from Grafton, but down in Grafton, and he's doing some really cool things. And to just talk about some simple topics. You know, it's not like we have to dive too deep into, you know, how to build a pyramid on YouTube, but you know, very simple stuff. That's what people are looking for. That's what people care about. Is very simple things. Again, tied to short form. And when we're having these conversations and these topics off of short form, off of long form, and you take the short form out of it, like there's just fun stories inside of all of this on the long form side. And you know, could you get more engaged information for specific things by just watching the short form content? Yes, you could. But the reason why you don't just read book summaries and you read the entire book is because there's a lot of extra pieces to the puzzle that sometimes you miss. And I'm very thankful for everybody in here, whether passive or paying attention, for watching these live feeds, because you know these first 30 live feeds, you know, there's a lot of stuff to work on. There's a lot of stuff to get better at. There's a lot of stuff to grow in. But you know, it's repetition. We got to keep. We got to get the watch hours out there, and you know, when I go back and watch this entire feed, you know, and cut, you know, the smaller parts out of it, like there's just so much stuff I learned from each one of these broadcasts. So to be able to do this now 3 times a week, like we're definitely going to see some improvements. You know, maybe not week to week, but month to month, it'll be substantially better, because it's just going to keep stacking these scene transitions, stacking more content. I'll have so many more highlights. You know, Monday, all you saw was highlights of Karel, Chuck, AG Double Puff. Big shout out to AG Double Puff. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the subscribe. Anybody listening and not subscribe, hit subscribe down below. Thank you for that. But AG Double Puff, Karel, Chuck, and myself were playing like video games. We had like a 15-minute highlight reel. Today, all we've seen is Jules, Colorado videos, which are amazing. So those are very cool to look at. But then we have some pictures of Joey, and we have Alex's video. Coming on Friday, we're going to have Jay's highlight videos. We're going to have Alex's highlight video. We have some extra content from Alex's interview. We're going to have the cat videos still. We're still going to have the highlight reel of us gaming. We're going to have Cash Money Carl's highlight reel. I shouldn't say highlight reel. It's not like we're sports figures, but, you know, top moments, stuff that's exciting to watch. And so when I take a break for an hour and, you know, I take a lunch from, let's just say 12:30 when the 11:30 guest is done, but that's been going long every time. 1 o'clock to 1:30, 2 o'clock, you know, rather than me having to just play repetitive videos to everybody, like there's always going to be new content from the previous episodes, and that's just going to keep stacking. So, you know, fast forward 3 weeks, when I start to beat a video up, like play it way too many times, now I start to cut some of those videos down to just the really good moments. Intro videos from all these different stuff, intro videos from each guest that we get on. You know, it's a cool long-term process of this podcast. And the whole purpose of the PUGG Network, as I mentioned, our mission is to enhance our communication, which allows us to work better as a team. But ultimately, each individual that's a part of the network, that's a part of the team, is focused on themselves personally, one person, me, getting better, 1% better today, better than we were the day before, right now. And so that is the mission of the group. But the group itself is all these different content networks, like Hold Us Accountable, who's live on Thursday. We had MVP, Mark vs. Pug. They do local Wisconsin sports. They were live last night. I'm sorry, they don't go live. They record last night, but they post Spotify late Tuesday night, so you can download it on Wednesday. You can listen to it during your workday. And music's fun, like listen to music during your workday, but it's also cool to just get, for 1 hour, just spend 1 hour, click MVP, and you get an entire, you listen to it on Thursday for 1 hour of that music time. If you're at work or you're working from home or you have AirPods in or earpods in or anything like that, for 1 hour, get caught up on all Wisconsin local sports. And so that's the cool thing with podcasting. And so the whole point of the PUGG Network is watching all these networks just continue to get better and better. And for this specific station, for our podcast creator networks, as well as our business partners and insightful individuals, to get everybody together and just have impactful and engaging discussions focused on the overall mission, the positivity into the world, the universe, sides of stories. And like me and Jay and I talked about on Monday, it's not about BSing and saying that everything is positive. But it's like, how do you see the positive? How do you see the negative? And then how do you focus on the positive? And how do you, when you keep getting knocked down, how do you kind of keep getting back up? And it's like just hearing all these different stories of everybody else. And it's truly, Monday was very refreshing for me to just see, the step one. I sound like an old car tire. Step one of the content network in action, and you can visualize it, but you got to hit the play on the video camera, and it was just beautiful to spend that time with Alex, Jay, Jewel, and Cashman Karel. Again, fast forward to today. I had a great time with Max. That hour just flew by. Karel joined us for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. That was special. They're live Thursday night. And getting these people together on the PUGG Network, I mean, that's what really this podcast is all about. There's so much out there, there's so much into the space of the world. I don't need to just be another space adder. But when we take this space and we bring a lot of these other spaces together, it's really cool just to see what other people are doing. I'm not going to try and be Pat McAfee because, I mean, he does his own thing. He does an amazing job at it. I'm not trying to move into that space. There's plenty of other space out there on this content network. Fun facts from YouTube: over 2 billion monthly users on YouTube. There's 8 billion people in the world. 25% of people are using YouTube. $250 billion paid out through YouTube ads. By the year 2026, that number is expected to double. $500 billion paid out to YouTube creators. And that's about my goal in being in this content network is, about that time period, about 2026 is when we really start hitting hearts hitting a run, because hearts hitting a what do they say? Start hitting a run because, we'll have a lot of time and we'll have a lot of repetitions and we'll keep getting better. I'll be, all over the place, which even starting next month, I hope to be doing some Tampa streams. It'd be sweet just sitting poolside, talking with Alex, Karel, Jewel, Rick, CJ. Be a lot of fun. Stuff to look forward to. But, again, fast forward to Friday, it's like, now I'll have a week off. I'll be taking all these interviews, clipping highlights from them. Within 2 or 3 months, just the highlight clips of being able to keep the stream functioning as stuff starts to go wrong. Like today, stuff started to go wrong. I got to keep playing repetitive clips, but you keep getting more and more content. God, intro videos are gonna be sick. Some people will probably be like, "Dude, that was too extra for me. I'm not that important." And we're just like have them flying on like a Superman cape into the studio. I love it. I'm going to do some quick intro videos. So I'll be using these for later on. These are going to be prequels to the videos from Monday. All right. So sorry about that. So I have a quick story actually. I'd like to go over first. So I had to sneeze. Sorry about that. So thanks to the old ChatGPT here, we pulled up a search from Bing related to a sustainable energy project that's happening in the world today. And I just want to go through here quick. The Wave Farm Project, harnessing ocean energy for a sustainable future. The Wave Farm Project, spearheaded by Finnish enterprise AW Energy, is a pioneering initiative aimed at converting ocean wave energy into electricity. Hey, what's going on, Mike? Accountability, good topic. Much of what I had to deal with today. That's what I love. Mike, he'll be here Friday afternoon with us. Friday evening, actually. Well, kind of afternoon. The biggest problem in commercial construction, in 100%. Especially, I don't want to throw unions under the bus, and I will never throw unions under the bus. Anybody could argue back and forth for that for the days. They do have reasons for them. But when you are backed by a union and the union's amazing, that could be a detriment to an employee because now that employee is like really trying to skirt the rules on that. And now your whole system, even though it works, everything works, you're able to keep getting paid and keep your job and all this other stuff, your whole life you lose that accountability factor because you essentially don't have any. You're not held accountable for anything you do. And so even though it might be something into the commercial setting, or you might still be completely fine in your finances. Those demons come back to haunt you deep in your head. I love that. Thank you for commenting, Mike. I cannot wait for our conversation on Friday. Accountability. I love that. Accountability, delegation, Accountability in delegation. Utilizing the wave roller technology, this project has the potential to significantly contribute to the renewable energy sector. The wave roller device operates in near-shore areas and is designed to be mostly or fully submerged, anchored to the seabed. This technology stands out due to its predictability and ability to supply energy close to base load power, which is crucial for reducing reliance on fossil fuels. With the backing of the EU-funded wave farm project, AW Energy has made remarkable progress in scaling up wave energy production to industrial levels. I'm going to read you that part. I have a tickle in my throat. With the backing of the EU-funded wave farm project, AW Energy has made remarkable progress in scaling up wave energy production to industrial levels. The project involves adapting the wave roller unit for serial manufacturing and installing multiple units to form a wave farm array, capable of delivering a substantial amount of clean energy. What I love about this is like, Elon Musk talks about this in a podcast, I believe, with Lex Friedman. But a lot of people believe that stuff just gets better over time, and in so many different ways to like make an argument, because a lot of people only see like one part of an argument or one part of a story, but they talk about, we went to the moon in 1960 and we couldn't go back to the moon until now. Like, that's all these conspiracy theories and all this sort of stuff. And that's a perfect example, staring us right in the face. The reason we didn't go back to the moon is because it costs so much money to fund these space explorations. And the way that Elon has created the ability to test things so much faster and get to such a faster pace was because of his ability to manufacture reusable parts of the rocket. And the goal is, especially just like in Blue Origin, as well as I believe, especially now that Elon's got a lot of the technology to do some of that stuff, why would you not try and have that happen, is to be able to reuse a lot of the different parts, and as soon as you're able to do that, now you're not losing all the fuselage and every 15 union and 10 non-union. Oh, I love it. I love the ... dots after. I'm kind of just thinking into that. I love it. But so with space exploration, there was a very significant amount of time where we were not investing anything into it, and that's why you saw, in physics, tons of physics were found out in the early 1900s. But a lot of the other factors were very far behind its time. So now that we're bringing all these different pieces together and we're learning, and we have, people talk negatively about the internet and social media and all that stuff, sure, but the ability for researchers and scientists to connect all that information immediately, we're able to advance. When they talk about they could clean up the ocean if they spent this much money, and they could they could do this if they spent this much money, and they could be doing that. They are not the same people. Each is one person trying to do something. So there's some people that are trying to go to space. There's some people that are trying to do, a lot of different things. And, when you look at the actual picture, everything seems so simple. But when you dive into a specific part, there's a lot of people working on that specific part. And the reason why it's not as easy as it looks is because it's not as easy as it looks. Even though, anybody can just sit on their cell phone and be like, well, you just gotta do it like that. See, that might be an impersonation I could do on. I gotta get the Donald Trump one down. I sound like a Batman Trump. America. I'm gonna watch some videos on that later. For those of you who think I'm crazy right now, we were doing like fake impersonations earlier. The greatest country. One of the greatest countries. America. Beautiful people. Beautiful people in America. Yes. It's coming along. We'll get it, because that would be all I need. It's just a good Trump impersonation. But, like we talk about on this podcast, if you want to start something, the very first guest was the most important part of everybody's day. Is Alex had a discussion on the one thing. And the reason I wanted to start this podcast in entirety off with that, to domino affect every other guest that we have on. And Mike, thank you for tuning in to the chat, because he'll be on Friday. He runs a very successful commercial painting company. So we'll be diving into accountability. We'll be diving into, just the challenges in starting a business, the rewards of operating a business. It's most people either look at it as like, wow, business owners have it so easy, they make so much money, or business owners have it so hard, it's so hard to make money. In reality, it's both those things. It's like certain times of the year you might struggle, you might have some hard times. Certain times in the economy might not be for the specific industry that you're in. But at the same time, you continue to adapt and you continue to push through it in anything. You become unstoppable. And I'm excited to have that conversation on Friday. Diving back into this wave farm project, though, the point of the space exploration was, when you don't research it, when you don't invest in it, it's not going to get any better. So with sustainable energy, I am not saying that everybody should drive an electric car and everybody needs to use green energy and no more fossil fuels. Keep using fossil fuels. But just like in coal lately, coal is a lot more efficient for the energy production that we get for the amount that we expense on it. Efficiencies created are exponential growth factors. So being able to research these different things, increasing efficiencies in fossil fuel usage, the natural gas pipeline, again, I'm all for sustainable energy, but we're limiting exports now to try and affect free will, to try and play, different checkers games of politics in the world. And I don't know enough about the story to back it one way or another. My point is that even though I'm into sustainable energy and green energy, I also am all for knowing that right now, let's continue to use fossil fuels, but how do we use them more efficiently? How do we use them more efficiently? And then how, over the next 50 to 100 years, do we transition into a completely sustainable model? And, for anybody to tell me that we can't be completely clean within 100 years of, just reusable energy at high energy loads that we'll be using, I want you to go to Google and I want you to type in, how much energy does the sun send to planet Earth in a day, in one day? The sun sends more energy. I should source this. So I'm just going off memory here. And then people will be like, what's your source? $430 quintillion joules of energy from the sun hits the Earth each hour. 430 quintillion joules. That's electromagnetic radiation. And electromagnetic radiation is crazy because part of a wavelength would be like visible light. Visible light is inside of that signal. And this is a very small part of the electromagnetic wavelength. And what's crazy is that each color, Brandon, your mic is live, just so you know. Your video isn't on yet, but 400. So with visible light, every single color of the rainbow. Now, I actually have this hot take, and I've done some research on it, and I believe a lot of people have the same. But just like in a computer system, there's an 8-bit computer, right, or 4-bit. Inside of visible light, I believe there's like an 8th color. It's like an invisible color, like a 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But each color is a different frequency. And what's the next frequency after visible light? Infrared or I'm sorry, ultraviolet radiation. And it's like we have red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The next wavelength is ultraviolet, which is crazy. Let me pull up.
I love that scientific backdrop right there.
Dude, I'm having so much fun with this. I have so many different things to get into, and obviously we're gonna have a great conversation. I'm gonna keep rambling forever afterwards, but like, there's so many spaces in the world right now for, the TikToks of like, riding up top side by side. Why can I not? All right, there we go. Woo!
Whoa. I have to
Welcome.
move over.
I can move the screen too if needed. Let me get that off.
My mic's on. That's all right. We should be all right here. All right. I feel like I'm just a little off. Do this. How about that?
Yeah, perfect. No, I love it.
I like that. That's good.
Gosh, well,
Nice.
There's so many spaces out there for, if I wanted to get on like if I want to get on a little scooter or something and jiggle my body, up and down, and I've got a TikTok video from behind. Like, there's so many things out there for that, and there's people crushing it and all those with millions of subscribers. And obviously, someday I would love to get to that level of subscriber. But at the end of the day, like, I want to start smaller, and I want to have engaging conversations with smaller groups of people where, where in our communities, like, we do make an impactful difference compared to, especially for me, if I'm just like projecting across the entire world about, adding negativity to the world, like, what is that doing? And I really hope that this podcast can start to make a difference for a lot of people. And even having the conversations with the guests that have come on in the last couple of years, they've really been like, dude, I've focused a lot more on my life. And hearing that stuff, like, makes me happy, but also makes me continue to want to keep doing it, and that's what's been so fun. But we have Brandon right here from the dispensary, 17 locations in 4 states. Let's just watch a quick 15-second video.
All right. It's old school. They hear us?
Yeah, I got to get the new ones.
It's trying. It's very complicated because the one part that we
I like the old
try and
stuff.
emphasize
It makes,
we
look at how young.
want to educate our customers as they come in. We want to be able to be an opportunity for anybody in the community. One of our other stores, the police department will bring products that they find at gas stations or other places and bring it into our bud tenders or our store managers to say, hey, can you help us identify? Is this real? And funny story, we actually
can you hear me all right, guys?
some of these gummies, and they took off. They brought it into our store, and this little sticker said Delta 8.
Okay.
But the second you take the little sticker off underneath, it says Delta 9 California.
I got to figure out how to.
Because these distributors, and this isn't trying to take shots.
I got it working on my
some of these guys
now,
purchasing
it is
will
on the
put
YouTube channel,
Delta
like
9 on the shelf.
That's all right. There we go. All right, back to this.
But you can hear me.
Dude, yeah, seriously though, like, from when we meet, guess what I was just talking about beforehand. I don't know if you had it pulled up at all, but like, we're not only are we going to keep getting better inside of this podcast, like keep getting the transitions to go and just keep because like now I already have all these scene transitions made, so now I just keep stacking more and more and more. But like from Monday, I already have Alex's interview like chopped up into, I think we got like 20 minutes of great footage. And, that's one highlight. Inside of there, I have 15 different parts that are like 1 minute long that I can stack up in different areas, plus a couple clips of introduction. He's going to be back on in a month. He's going to be back on in 2 months and 3 months. So you fast forward a year and he's been on 12 times, 15 times. I have 15 different conversations with him to chop up. Then let's look at Jay. Jay's coming on every other week, every week. Boom, you have 50 conversations to chop up. And like I was talking about with Max, being on YouTube, like, it keeps all that storage, all those files. So, like, being able to have all this data and information accessible wherever, like, this is going to be so fun to watch all of our growth. The dispensary, fast forward 4 or 5 years down the road. Now, maybe I won't be doing a full-time podcast for 5 years, but, like, I'm going to be doing a podcast maybe once a month. I'm going down to Tampa next month, so it's like I want to be recording right there from the pool, just having conversations with you guys. So, no matter where I am, if I'm in Europe, if I'm in Saskatchewan, being able to keep in touch, and it's like, who knows where we're going to be at? 1,700 locations in 4 countries. the dispensary, and when it becomes federally legalized, and all that different stuff, like it's a matter of time.
I mean, that's the hope. I would love to be taking this call here from Sandy Beach. It's still a little cold for me out there, but it's good. I mean, that's the future. Yeah, happy to be on the show. Thanks for having me. I'm assuming we're live. We're doing this right now.
Yeah. We're on the PUGG Network on YouTube.
It's my first time. I'm excited. I'm on the PUGG Network.
Should I go get comfy on the sectional quick?
You could.
Yeah, let's do that. Give me 15 seconds. Let's do a quick video of Jules' Colorado trip. Again, we won't be able to hear it, but the stream will.
Yeah, dude, I've seen these. These pictures are awesome. I want to be there as well.
Yeah, and then there's a couple of videos that'll be coming up next year. It's only another minute.
Yeah, dude, happy to be on right now. Can they hear?
Yeah,
can
they
they hear
can
us?
hear us. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, right on. Happy to be
There
on.
is music too. There is music playing for them. We can't hear the music though. I gotta get that fixed.
I have that on my stream as well. That problem, and it's about, I don't know, but then the audio gets picked up through everybody's mic, and then it
Exactly.
actually blew up in my face.
It's either off or it's like duplicating, and it's like, gosh. But I'll get it fixed. All right, and then here's the why travel.
I love this place. Wherever
This is all Colorado. This is all Colorado.
Oh my god.
And so Jewel, she's gonna be a recurring guest. So we're gonna have sick like takes from us. But on top of that, she's going around to doing all these different hikes that she already has tons. She's got thousands of pictures and videos from these hikes. But then we're gonna be reviewing like hike by hike. So like it's gonna be so fun. Just going through all different parts of Colorado and all over. She's going to California for a while. Like I'll be doing different hikes. And just as a recurring guest, just keeping up on wait, hold on. This one.
Jewel. Oh, that's super cool, man. I'm a big fan of that stuff. Yes. You look super comfy. Oh, now I'm switched.
I'm nice and comfy.
That's awesome, dude. I'm proud of your comfiness. Happy for you.
Dude, seriously, thank you so much for coming on. Like we have so many just cool things to get into.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard Max's interview, but we got a little bit into cannabis, and we got his take on it. And I asked him, I said, what's your thoughts on it being legal or not? And for anybody out there, I understand both sides of the argument, anything like that. But one of the biggest things we were talking about in the discussion was, one of the biggest things we were talking about in the discussion was that any argument that could be made for it, and we're not arguing, or I'm not arguing that the other ones shouldn't be legal. But what I'm saying is because those are legal, and you're arguing this point, this point, this point, every single specific point, you could point at the other thing and go, okay, I understand what you're saying. Let's talk about it. Let's work at it. Let's make it better. Let's try and solve this problem. But we are not the only ones with this problem. There's other things that are already having all these problems, and and they are at that level. So that's the biggest thing of honestly of growth and learning just in life, is that there's so many things that even though they're so obvious and they're going to make sense and like it's going to happen at some point, that so many people are just so reluctant to open their eyes to the big picture for a plethora of reasons. Occam Razor, the simplest answer is why something continues to go. And you look at I'm trying to keep a positive spin on everything, and every thought that I'm having, I'm like, don't say that. Don't go down that road. Don't be negative.
I'll take the negativity. Because I explain it like this, is that if that is the case, exactly as how you just explained it, is that if you're a supporter at this point in 2024, we are no longer in this entire conversation in the 60s or the 70s or even in the 2000s about this, that if you're a supporter of cannabis, you have to look at the entire future and everything of cannabis science, even all the way up to CBD, as the newly found cannabinoid that was useful, is now an FDA regulated drug, even though we don't really like the FDA or whatever, that there is a reason for, could be possibly a purpose for every one of the cannabinoids that is found in cannabis. And we aren't studying it. And we are not talking about marijuana versus hemp because they are both cannabis. We are trying to, one, make that because that whole argument is like, well, you're talking about cannabis here. This, at the end of the day, we can talk about hemp or marijuana, as most people know, and that's what they want. A lot of the old school people just want I want that old school stuff. Marijuana is, I think we're just talking about old terms at some point. At some point, I think it's just like old terms, and people just cannot get over what they're saying.
I think I know a decent amount about everything, and I promise you, like, knowing this, understanding the big picture, I know nothing. Like, I know nothing. Like, I don't know any of the different cannabinoids. I don't know like names of any of them. I don't know any of the stuff. I understand the structure of how everything works. I don't know anything. My point is, there's so many people that are advocating for or against that know significantly less than I know. I mean, I've been having conversations with you for years, 2 years now. And not just you, but I've done tons of research on my own on a lot of different stuff, and I know this much. So, you know, a lot of people choosing one side or the other, it's like, not just in this realm, but in every realm of life. Like, just be open to an honest conversation, and don't put yourself in a bucket and slam the lid on it. Because if things do change and stuff does come out of it, it's like, why do you want to have a negative reaction before it gets to that point? But
we could just get into the conversation. Like, so I haven't read your book. I kind of want to get a copy, but you bring up ideas that are like future, like you have to think and be open to these ideas. And I think it is now, if we are to come together as an industry as a whole, you need to stop the state bickering, and I'm not this or that. You should be like, good job, Wisconsin. You're doing something. You're at least doing that. That's Pat's book right there. Check it out. I need to read it. Can I get a copy? I gotta scoop one up.
Actually, I just got in a batch. I'm selling my own copies, $15 for paperback, $25 for the hardcover, and I'll sign it. But I definitely, I just got in. I think like I still have like 10 hardcovers and like 15 paperbacks left. But I'm sure I'll have them for a month yet. Until I'm selling the Audible, I'm not like reaching out to people trying to sell more. Once I go live with the audio, then I'm gonna reach out to people again. But I'm assuming 30 people aren't gonna just. Maybe, you never know. I mean, especially with this podcast, like, you know, we sold a couple on Monday, and obviously if you take one, but yeah, paperback or hardcover, I definitely have. So I'll send you a message, Owen, and see what you want, and I'll put like I'll put a Polaroid of me in like a risque outfit, sign that.
I just gotta have you sign the picture of us in the esports jerseys as well.
Yes.
I was like, I still have mine. It still hangs in my closet. Just as a.
The sad thing is, you know, in that moment, we really didn't know, like, that could be the only time we ever have like a Rocket League in person, with like me and you on the same team playing together. Like, you don't really think about. I did that night. I knew that night was special. Like, when I was there, I was like, damn, it sucked that sound didn't work. But for those of you who don't know, we originally started this podcast video. When we went to video, we were doing audio for years. Then we went to video, and we decided, because of some success in the earlier tournaments, we had 4 tournaments before that, where they were all 30, 40 people playing. So, you know, you got 60, 70, 80 people in a small bar like that. It's a wild atmosphere watching people play Rocket League. But we were able to use what we were doing in the esports world to run a big Rocket League tournament. We had announcers, we had, you know, production guys doing the games. We had 6 different PCs set up. 3v3 teams, and I sucked. Honestly, there was so much stress and pressure, like, on the whole event. I just, like, choked.
Pat put together a pretty solid Rocket, like, and I didn't play the game a whole lot, but we're just going in to have some fun. Yeah. And my God, it was fun. It was.
And there were so many people that, you know, that literally were in that tournament. We had, I believe, 42, 45 players, and you take 30 of them had played Rocket League maybe 5 times before. You know, and like, how do you
It's
get that many
just a
people
good
moving?
time.
Because yeah, it was so fun with the handicap format, and like there'd be two teams that suck playing against each other. Those games were the best games where that was happening. And you know, some of the people I really had to. The one of the reasons I stopped doing it was because I basically had to like beg. I shouldn't say beg, but I had to like really emphasize that we were not trying to take it so seriously, and that's why the handicap was there, because some of the best games are those crappy teams that play against each other, and it was like pulling teeth to get people out of their own head of like, oh, either I'm not good enough to play,
I'm too good.
or I'm too good to play, and it's like that's one thing from the gaming community that I really want to emphasize, and one reason I don't play a ton of games anymore is that like just no matter what position you're in, be supportive of your friends around you. Like if you're playing in a game and your friends suck, be supportive of your friend trying to get better.
Right.
You know, rather than just trashing them. It's like so many people get mad that your friend is terrible or anything like that, and it's like, oh, I don't. Well, then what? Just playing a solo lobby by yourself. You know, are we trying to go pro? Because if you're trying to go pro, like, start to get into some pro teams and join a pro team. You know, there's stuff out
That
there for that. But get together with your buddies and have a good time, which leads me. Yeah, let's segue on this really quick, and then we'll head back to it. But the Dispensary Discord, you have to join it. If you check out our Facebook page or the Dispensary Esports page, they have a Discord, and it's a very active community there. I mean, I can't even. How many people are in that now? 1,000?
is 750. I think we're just above 750. And it's that's what I was gonna bring. I was gonna bring up the whole thing because we were just kind of talking about. I think that was the start. We didn't even. I don't even think it had the Discord at that time. Was this even a year ago? Maybe coming up on
I
it.
think March of last year. Yeah. So then we were doing all the esports stuff. That did the tournament and stuff like that. I became way too busy and just could not. I mean, there was so much of that Rocket League stuff. So then, you know, you
It was brought to me
were
by
thinking some
JB
thing,
Ice and Sammy.
and then Sammy and JB Ice, from the conversation that we had, they came up to you with this idea of a dispensary esports.
Yes.
And who came up with
So
this Discord idea?
I just love. Uh, I think that was just kind of originally how they brought the idea to me as a Discord, and it
Heck
was
yeah.
actually just run through the company at that time. So we have the dispensary. It's got, like Pat said, 17 locations. There's over 100 employees now, and some of them play game. I'm a old school gamer. I have the N64. I grew up with the N64, Sega, the classics. But anyway, so I'm supportive of it. I like how it when you tie the two together, like the dispensary and the products, and trying to use it safely and responsibly, especially in Wisconsin when we're operating in like kind of a gray area. It's like buy the stuff, take it home, play some video games or something, hang out. And so that's what the space is all about, is for me. And it's not even about the gaming anymore for me, because like you, Pat, I don't put a ton of time into the gaming thing. So it's hard for me to always be like, gaming, gaming, gaming. There's a gaming aspect to it. But now it's become this like just digital space to talk and about cannabis, or share your like best bud that you got
Heck
this
yes.
week, or like been like, I took these edibles, they really are super good, completely like no regulation in here. We're just making sure that the vibes are cool, so nothing crazy will happen. We have admins for it. But anyway, that's what it's gotten to at this point. It started as a for the company, a place to come play some Fall Guys, which, if you're not familiar with Fall Guys, pretty relaxed, laid back, fun game for the employees to come play, and like invite customers. At some point, we unleashed it to the customers to say, you guys can join here. And yeah, it's pretty cool, man. I don't know. It's a growing thing though. We're up to 750 people.
Yeah, and
And we do the podcast too.
yeah, and that's what's so fun about it. It's like, you know, you start here, you have this niche here, but you can expand in so many different ways as we continue to grow and as we continue to get to those new levels. And that's, I mean, seriously, like, what's so fun of doing some of that stuff a year ago is we had no idea where the future was going to take us or what was going to happen. And, you know, I'm so excited about this YouTube channel because, you know, picture this discussion a year again from now, like where we're going to be in the discussions we're going to have in the Picture 5 years
Speaking
from now. It's like,
we have speaking of currently at this very time, like you're like, where are we going to be in a year from now? We have potentially like 3 locations, just about new ones. We're looking at I'm not going to. We're just looking at different states. We're potentially looking at 3 new locations now. One that is a little bit more certain is in Kakana. You know,
Okay.
you're from around the Green Bay area, Kakana. So we are currently still moving, is what I'm saying. There's
Yeah.
still going on, stuff going on. If you haven't seen, we're still expanding like product. Have you tried any of the THCA product?
I have not. No. What's a recommendation? I got to stop in there. What's something that you would be like, give me 3 products that you'd be like, you need to try these.
Okay. Unleashed. If anybody is watching from the dispensary, I think they're being released today. There's now listen to this, Pat. This is a
Yeah.
THCA. And this is sorry, a THC free product if you need. But either way, there's a Delta 9 THC version as well. But it is a functional line terpenes from our partners at Ibna. Ibna is a Israeli-based terpene. I don't want to say producer of like very high quality terpenes. If you don't know anything about terpenes, they are what kind of drive the effects of cannabis when you ingest it or you smoke it or whatever you do with it. But if there's a certain terpene, it is what kind of dictates what happens, what receptors are hit and activated to produce different effects. So they have done like the super scientific stuff. I'm not gonna speak for them. I'd go to their website because I don't know it verbatim yet. But it is super sciencey stuff. They have basically driven. I can show a little thing. I don't have it. They have driven. Like this is the kind of information I have. Activated receptors when you have these certain type of terpene in the cannabis. So this is going to help with sleep, and this is a new product, unreleased. So you're getting some very exclusive stuff here. This is a new potential cartridge from Ibna.
And that's from Hemp for Heroes.
Yes, which is our partnered company that produce all of our flower strains, and they grow our flower strains and our hemp that we use to produce a lot of these products. And so they're our smokable line, essentially. And Ibna has been a fairly recent partnership that we've gotten into, that they have years, and they're Israeli based. They've been doing this in Israel for a very long time, like hundreds of years, or something like that.
Heck yeah.
Again, don't quote me, but they have this stuff dialed down to a science. And overseas, there, they actually put these medical line terpenes in like Coca-Cola and other drinks and stuff, and people just there's a natural effect just by ingesting these terpenes. So now we've infused it with a smokable option, or in this case, an edible option, a peanut butter cup that like truckers could eat and have some sleep effects without any THC.
Yeah,
so like this,
your last podcast, you guys were talking a lot about that, right?
yeah. So yeah, we brought it up a little bit, but today that's actually released and like put together some sweet information. So that's kind of my role in the company, kind of getting this information together and communicating it out to the people to make sure that we're giving everybody correct information and education. So when you walk into the store, what I just said, you should probably hear if everybody's reading the stuff that they should be.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, seriously, one thing that's like heavily trained into the employees is just product knowledge. And it's like, it's product that you want to learn about, you want to know about, you know, so it's an advantage to the person learning it.
Shout out Kobe too.
Hey. and then it's an advantage, you know, on the back end for being able to work with the customer and, you know, and just know what you're talking about, because Gosh, it's just amazing. And again, the impactful part there is that this is a THC.
Free.
Not to confuse anybody, we are talking specifically this thing that's infused with peanut butter cup. That's a THC free product.
That's an option. I
That's
think you're
one of a new. That's a brand new option that they just.
today.
Hemp for Heroes does their regular cannabinoids as well, or is technically hemp? Is that the
hemp derived cannabinoids. So you just the term like hemp derived cannabinoids. Well, basically, what that is saying, clear up the jargon here. Hemp derived cannabinoids is basically every other component to the plant besides delta 9 THC, which is marijuana. So every other cannabinoid, hemp derived cannabinoid, is basically saying like cannabis derived cannabis. That if like at the literal sense, it's cannabis sativa L is hemp. So if you're just saying that, you're saying it twice. And everybody else that says marijuana is only talking about delta 9 THC. So there's like way more that weighs against us. I'm just
yeah.
that conversation, it's tough to break that because it's been the only thing people have talked about since like the beginning of the time of hemp.
Well, it's just it's like it's like that they conversation. It's like they and they, it's like they have these opinions and they have, it's just like one specific, because people that aren't just trying to get ripped out of their mind, like even in the fact that there are products in the dispensaries line, and definitely see somebody talk to somebody about the amount that you could possibly need to feel right that you're going for. But like, let's get rid of that conversation, because I do not take Delta 10 to get an insane head high or buzz. It does start to push those endorphins out, and it does start to create that head high buzz of the, I take also.
I do. I'm on D10 right now.
Hell yeah. Lion's Mane. I actually took just a Delta 8 tincture, but
what
was I going to say? Oh yeah, D10. Being able to utilize it for, like, if I'm writing and I'm trying to focus, like when I was in Phoenix, even a couple months ago, it's like, boom, that allows me specifically to get in that flow state that I'm going for. And when I'm taking a D8, it's like that allows me to just relax just a little bit. I'm not taking 100 milligrams of Delta 8 to get crazy high. I get just that little bit of a buzz and then just nice relaxing feeling. And, when we're actually going for real benefits, not just like, how do I not exist on this planet anymore?
Yeah.
There are ways to do some of the different things to get there. And I love the entourage effect that you talk about. But,
yes.
For a large majority of the people, I think it's like 80% of people, or over 80, believe that, it can be legalized now. I shouldn't necessarily say it's that, because that just came out of nowhere. Let's say over 50%, because I'm sure a lot of resources would say for sure over half of people believe that it should be legalized. Not every, most of those people, they're probably 40. I shouldn't throw percentages out there, but a lot of those people are most likely not trying to get blitzed out of their mind. They're probably just trying to get a little bit of a high. Get some of the medicinal benefits, curbing.
There's a huge amount of people. And I would even, if I had the time, comb through all of these. We have a lot of Google reviews. And there's a lot of people in there that just, if I were to use it as data, and I think I would, like you could, it's customer feedback. It's their feedback about products have to do with medicinal properties, or what they're looking for, medicinal benefits. Of course, we do have the other customer base, but even then, like, and it always goes back to this. We are in Wisconsin. The like harm that comes from that side of people that use it that way is a bag of chips. It would probably increase revenues of food establishments and grocery stores. All right, it's multiple benefits financially. If we go down that route, it's like, seriously, that could be a total other thing that happens. But anyway, yeah.
I visualize this business down the road in the future where it's like a brewery, distillery, dispensary, and then in the middle is this like huge like concert venue, and like event area, and like there's games and there's like different stuff to do. But I just envision like a place like that where you're able to kind of take all these different just fun things to get people together for with that great purpose and passion. And I would never want to consider opening that in today's day and age right now, but I know this world over the next 15, 20 years is either not going to exist or it's going to be incredible, because I think that we're really on a tweaking point in the world, and either we end up in a sandbox or my goal is to hope for a sustainable future where we can just learn to be passionate and care about each other every day. And when each person is able to contribute back to the things that they're trying to do, and not even contribute necessarily, but just to not take away. You look at some of these different wars, and it's like you think about all the resources that are being used to make all these weapons, and because I will never complain about global warming, because there's nothing that we can do. I shouldn't say that. I'm not saying that. There's plenty that we can do. But compared to like building all these bombs and then literally just not even just bombing each other all day long, picture all the heat coming from like all these bombs blowing up all day. But we test bombs all day. Like people are testing, nukes for years back in the day, and now like there's places doing all this crazy bomb testing again, and it's like until we understand that we shouldn't be blowing each other up, like there's so many other things to focus on right now. And that's one thing where I personally like with cannabis is it allows me to relax, and it's made life a lot more peaceful for me.
I could throw down some serious extra sustainable benefits from cannabis.
Yes.
Off the top, it is a I might fuck up. Oops, I might mess up this terminology, but it's a carbon like absorbing plant as well, similar to trees. It takes pollutants out of the ground, or not similar to similar to trees. It takes pollutants out of the ground. So if you were to plant it next to other plants, it actually takes like whatever is not supposed to be in the soil, bad shit, whatever, and actually cleans the soil. I forget the actual term for that.
Uses the energy, yeah.
Yeah, there's other options for it, which I hope at some point, if you could have a world of flourishing cannabis, like hempcrete. Hempcrete's big in Minnesota. It's a concrete that's made from hemp fibers, and the concrete that it creates is like fireproof. It's like, wow, I think there's a video I saw somewhere they're just blasting it with a what the hell they're called, flamethrower, and it just like it just stays there. It's like super durable and like super efficient. Or like I don't know the process, the manufacturing of it probably is not quite yet, but they've made houses of this, and it's like way better than it. It's like waterproof, and it's like it's super ridiculously good. And this is another thing in the past. We've always talked about like hemp fibers and clothing. Like just let it go. There's like hemp fuel. There's and cannabis. I should just start saying cannabis fuel. Like there's so much shit that it can be used for.
As long as people do it right, like picture the amount of personal florists that are now going to be created in so many different states, that already are in states where it's legal. You can grow 6 or 10 plants. The Dispensary LLC said, "Hey, great box design." That wasn't you. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I don't know what the box design is. Maybe that was during the commercials. And that's another thing, during those commercials and things like that I was talking about earlier in the show, it's like all those are going to have so many more commercials during those points. We're going to be able to cut to those scenes at different times, and I'm going to have automated cuts to those scenes. And I love it, though. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, back to the hemp. And it's like, yeah, I mean, being able to continue to grow all these different things as long as we're not like,
I just like sustainability too, Pat.
Yeah,
I do.
It's fascinating. It's exciting. You don't have to like. So many people just get like sustainable. It's like if you view it like that, you do not understand what it is, because sustainable is just like, what can I do tomorrow It's the reverse mindset of most people's life. Well, do do what I can tomorrow, or why do today what I could do tomorrow. It's like, can I be able to do it tomorrow? Can I do it in a month? Can I do it in a year? Can I do it in 10 years? And when I'm doing the podcast, while we were recording Rocket League and going through all those different Rocket League things, and I'm reaching out to people to have them play Rocket League, and even just the game, to possibly do different gaming terms, stuff like that. And after like 3 or 4 months, I think we ended up doing it in like 9 months, I was exhausted. I'm like, this is not sustainable. There's no way we can keep doing
It's
this.
not sustainable.
Yeah,
I cannot.
and like that's what sustainability is. It's like, can I be doing this over and over and over again? And if you can't, what do you need to change to be able to do something? Because so many people say like, oh, I want to work until I don't have to work anymore, and then I just want to sit on a beach and do nothing. Trust me, I've done nothing for 3 years. When I was 17 through 20, I was fairly lazy. And now I do also tell people this. I say this to people. If you really want to do nothing, you should do that. You should do that for as long as you need to do that, until you realize, like, wow, this is actually really boring. And you find out that most, especially Americans, they find more joy in their work than they find in their leisure time. And it's because, like, I can't even tell you how often I hear, I'm so bored. I'm so bored. And it's like the whole aspect of sustainability is like, okay, how do I have a sustainable social life? How do I have a sustainable vocation? How do I have a sustainable, just like activity-wise, like doing things with people and being able to have these structures or systems set up in place, being able to grow hemp in your backyard, 6 plants out on the back 40 there, 10 plants. Picture if you're in like I don't know, Colorado or something. I'm sure with a license, with a permit if you had a farm. Yeah. So, I mean, it's like all this different stuff. Let the best ingredients flourish in this beautiful planet. And there's so much we can do to have so much fun with it. I love the passion that you also share in the sustainability.
Yeah, dude. So it that also brings me back to the esports thing too, though. You said that there is no way to be sustainable after. I saw it. I saw Pat running around like a day off. I'm like, geez, like this is a little. I mean, I don't know how he gets this all together. There's wires everywhere. It's just insane. So, but it also brings me to the reason there's a Discord is it's all remote. So like we do some events, and like run little tournaments and stuff that we can manage remotely from your own couch. So like, you want to play in this little event, and I know they have like events on certain games that are run through the game, but typically you're gonna run into some serious shit. Like in our stuff, it's a little bit more like, okay, I'm just gonna be playing with these guys, maybe win a. I know JB just announced today a little like custom rolling tray. Looks like an old Nintendo controller, so like a rolling tray. So you can win that if you play it as Apex.
Heck yeah! So it's just like there to like you set the paper in and then you put your stuff in and then you roll it easier.
A rolling tray, like you just put your.
I'm not familiar. I don't.
You grind it up. You grind up your stuff, put it on the tray, and then whatever you want to twist up, put your stuff together, and you roll yourself a joint or some sort of blunt.
You want to make it a little.
You want to make this huge blunt? Yeah. It just. But yeah, he's just doing that for a little prize.
When is that tournament?
He just is like the 29th. 29th, February 29th.
February 29th. And that is Call of Duty?
Apex.
Apex. Heck yeah. That was one of my favorite tournaments you guys ran. Was that one Apex?
I've never played it. It always looks so intense. I only like exclusively will only jump on COD here and there, and I'm also garbage at that.
Yeah, I didn't even play it. I was just watching, and the guys were so good. I would have gotten wrecked.
I wish, but see, that's the point, though. We also don't. There's no worries if you're not good.
No, like, I know. I had like plans. I didn't start. Like I play in all of them, and I'm terrible. But that one, I like showed up like an hour late, so I was watching. But like the guys were so good.
Yeah,
I should say that better. Yeah, because people probably take that out of context.
No, it's good. It's I got you.
I'm all for getting railed. I love it. It only makes you better. I mean, you play against the best, and it makes you better so much faster. That's why I get proficient at things so quick. Because I
It's
focus
just
on
fun
what do
to
the
have.
best people do, how do I start to replicate those. That way you don't have to learn the bad way. Then you have to try and unlearn the bad way and learn better ways. It's like, take me to the top, baby. Take me
Right
to the
away.
top of the hill.
Right away, dude.
Sorry.
I just like a little competition. I like that it spurs a little competition in me. I don't used to play a lot more basketball. I used to do the whole thing. I don't do a whole lot. Just play golf now, but yeah, dude, esports is good. Um, I did want to bring up the one point you brought a little bit
Yeah.
back about like war and such. Head back to sustainability. It all boils down to politicians, right?
Yeah.
No. Which I really much do not like the whole topic of. But there's good pushes out there. We are trying there, but there still needs to be people that um, can establish a good baseline for the whole industry. What are the proper, this is just some things to think about. What are the proper labeling requirements? How should you transport? Should you have to have a certain trackability method for everything that goes out the door like they do in legal states? Where are you going to start? And so for us, we do we make them all very good effort to be just like all other medical states, to show the state of Wisconsin that we are already doing it and it can be done, and the state is doing it, and the people are using these products that are right now. And if you go get some THCA flower right now, very potent stuff. It is very potent stuff. So Pat, you go up to the store, you grab some of this flower, you're gonna look at it and be like, whoa. And seriously, it is that, like that. The state of Wisconsin is currently using these products safely. They are purchasing it from a regulated people like us. They don't have to worry about stuff on the streets. They're loving it. We have tons of good reviews. We have tons of people that tell us every day. And the state of Wisconsin needs to see that. There's a lot of, again, we don't yet have a great, huge, or any push on legalization. We're not out here currently like pushing the whole agenda for legalization and things like that. There are others that are, but we are establishing and showing the state that it can be done. And it does take these politicians though, but I refuse to get into that game.
Yeah.
I hate that. I don't want to talk to these. I don't want to talk to them.
And
I just
there's
want
no way to like rush the ball. Like people are trying to, and it's a good effort.
What do you
It's good
think?
energy.
What
You need to put
do
the
you
energy
think
up,
you
but
should?
it's
What do you
gonna
think?
take time. It's gonna take time. What was that?
What do you think? Like, what do you think that can be done to rush
Oh,
the?
like nothing. I really don't think anything can be done to rush the time. Like it's gonna take this constant people, just like the mass amount of people being like, seriously, why is it not here? Why is it not here? Why is it not here? Why do I have to keep driving out of the state to pay, 20%, 30% taxes in Chicago? These people are doing it. Millions of dollars are leaving the state's funding, by not having this here. And so it is just going to be a matter of time before those studies are done of like, hey, you realize that we would add $45 million to the budget. We'd be able to put that back into the school system if we had it legalized here, especially local community, extra taxes. Put an extra 10% on each local community in a jurisdiction that is able to sell it. Now you're talking about 20 million to a specific community of people that might be driving from other areas, or people from up north. Instead of buying it before they leave their house, they're coming down and they're hanging out in Crivets, or they're hanging out in the middle of
Getting
nowhere.
that
They're having
Wisconsin stuff.
the Wisconsin summer lifestyle, and they're spending the dollars, right here. And the point is that there is no way to rush that. That's just a matter of time before those studies continue to come out. The money continually shows that the surrounding Minnesota just legalized it. Every state is illegal around us now, and they're not even active in Minnesota. I don't think they're going to be active until at least one more year. So, like, now you're talking about 3 years after that, before we really get good information of like how much it's costing us and the way that we've done things here in Wisconsin for so long. Like I said, I think 4 or 5 years is probably where the race goes, and it's like we cannot tire ourselves out right now on this battle, on this race. I don't want to burn any bridges because I'm like focusing on legalizing it. Like I don't want anybody to hate me, because I know my one voice, isn't gonna like change anything. If somebody really is like it shouldn't be legal, it's like okay, that's cool, yeah, sure, and then just keep on with my day. I'm not gonna like try and.
I want to do this. Just picture this. I have talked to the marketing team if they're listening. I hope can be done. Somebody in the company. It won't be me. I am not this guy. Okay. But people have done this. I've seen on TikTok and such. And which I'm not a huge fan of either TikTok and stuff, but I am on there. I have to be. To go like pick like the most popular places around Wisconsin. So like Appleton, Fox River Mall or some Bay Parks or Lambeau Field, state capital-ish area, Milwaukee, downtown Buck Stadium, and have the dude rush up to people that are just walking and just go, and I want like 20 clips in a row. Do you think cannabis should be legal in Wisconsin? And just over and over and over again, how many times you'll hear yes. And the one person that says no, be like, why? And they'll tell you. And then you'll hear probably a bunch of dumb things. And I want to say dumb things, but like to me, dumb
Just
things.
ignorant. Just ignorant.
Ignorant.
A mindset that's not, an old mindset or not an old person mindset, but like an old way of thinking of, how dangerous. I mean, people literally, the reason it got thrown out, one of the reasons it got thrown out before it even made the floor was because of the violence associated with the drug. I mean, come on. Like, come on. I mean, seriously, that's embarrassing to put.
I do have to, I have to. Sometimes I'll be the voice hardcore for the other way. If those guys are going to be the voice for the hardcore that way. But I will say that it doesn't click with me because you can say exactly what you're saying.
I mean, yeah,
but
I have like an aggressive, personality, and this specifically has helped me so much in now granted there was a lot of things outside of using the drug that I've been working on for years and years, which were amazing, but it's still amazing to have this drug during that time frame. Not to mention I was back in the day, everybody I knew just like hated it whenever, and I only started using the drug maybe 4 years ago, something like that. And
medicine.
Like in these last 4 years, I mean, not only have I done so many amazing things to get my mind to a blissful spot, but this drug has been a huge part of allowing me to kind of understand that it's a real thing, and then being able to use a sustainable mindset to pace and visualize. I love using the Happy Gilmore example, and Happy Gilmore, rest in peace, Chubbs. But in Happy Gilmore, he talks about go to your happy place, go to your happy place. And I don't love utilizing the happy place because I think happy place is relative, especially to people that have a hard time finding happiness. It's like, what does happiness look like? But that is part of it. It's like, well, if you don't even know what happiness looks like, how could you possibly even understand what it is? And the problem with like what happiness is just all relative to the blueprint that we all have inside of all of us. Like if I make a bunch of money this next year and I just get used to that much money that I have, like eventually everything's going to seem normal to that level, and I'm going to have these new set of rules and ideas of, what is happy and what's sad and what's this and what's that. And that's what's so important to understand, like not to take it to that level.
Shout out book club at the dispensary. We have an internal book
Hell
club
yeah.
with the company.
Dude, I love that.
Have you ever read the book, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck?
Dude, one of my favorite books. I believe if everybody, Mark Manson, I believe if everybody in the world read that book, the world would be a much better place.
Everybody in the world has read that book. It's crazy. That's a crazy statement. It's like the Matrix or something. Everybody has that knowledge.
Well, like people just read the title and they believe. No, I'm saying everybody needs to read that book, because if they read that book, then they because it's not about not giving a fuck. It's about giving a fuck, but not giving so much of a fuck that you're not able to like even think, because you're so focused on that one part of the problem, when in reality, like the real problem's over here, but you're so passionate about why did they do this way. As the Jay actually brought up, as a perfectionist, it's like, why did they do that this way and all this different stuff? When in reality, it's like that part is fine. Clint Eastwood, Quentin Tarantino, Steven Spielberg, a lot of times did one take, and Matt Damon brought up on a podcast. He's like, don't you want? He said very first set, because he had heard that about Clint Eastwood, and after the first take he did on whatever film it was that he was on with Clint, like, you sure you don't want to do just one more of those? And Clint looks at him and goes, what do you want to do? Waste all of our time? And I think it was Spielberg that ended up saying the thing where he's like, don't you want to do another take of it? And then Spielberg was like, we could do one more take. We could do 10 more takes, and we could make this 10% better or 20% better. Or we go to the next shot and get another great shot. And, like, that's what's so important across the board. It's like, where are we, especially this book, Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck, it's like, where can we, rather than caring so much about one little thing, like, understand to just, like, let it go and focus on the different parts of the mission. And I love Tied to the One thing. It's like just doing one thing at a time, not taking, even like this podcast, like most people, they want a podcast, but they don't podcast because they're like, well, am I going to get a lot of views? Where am I going to do the podcast? And who are we going to do the podcast with? And all this other stuff. Then they start caring so much about what other people think of them and all these other things. It's like, people are going to hate you just for breathing. Stop caring about all that different stuff. Have you finished the book?
No, we're on chapter, I believe, 8. I missed the last chapter.
Heck yeah.
But I skimmed it, and we'll continue on chapter 8. But I like the book. I find when I read those kind of books, that one in particular, you can relate to a lot of things and learn from that, and then see because, like, exactly what you're saying, until they put it into words, I didn't. You learn that, though, as you get a little bit older.
Yeah.
Like, that's something you learn as you get older, but when you could read that early on and be like, all right, yeah, I get that. Like, if you just completely drive yourself mad by focusing on things that, and yeah, like, who's not guilty of it, and just like you focus on that tiniest little thing, and it just drives you nuts. You're not focusing on anything else. You're not moving forward. You're not getting anywhere. So, like, that's just it. That's the thing with our podcast, your podcast. We've kind of started in the same thing. We're still doing the same things. We're starting the podcast. Everything we said was going to happen has happened. We were doing this podcast. We went viral. Showed it again to the dispensary, the company, and the marketing team, and young Ashton here. At the beginning of the year, or late of last year, was like, we need to go viral. And somehow it was a lighter video. I don't know if you've seen it, but Ashton, like, has this big ass chain, like, grabs it and pulls it. It's a lighter video. Got like a million some views, probably almost 2 million views. And, like, that's technically viral.
Yeah.
But now we want to do it again. It's cool. And then I want to work this podcast. It's good. Love working with Pat, obviously. I'm going on another podcast on Friday called Bud Talk from somebody in Milwaukee that reached out.
I think I saw that in the comments or whatever.
Yeah, I'm down to chat.
Yeah, that's very cool. And that's what's fun about it. It's like, you have no idea where these conversations are going to go, these relationships are going to go. But at the end of the day, like, what else are we going to do? Sit down and watch Netflix for 8 hours. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't have enough time, blah, blah. Like, you can't take 20 minutes, a half hour out of your day once a month, to have some of these great talks. And I'm so thankful, for me personally. Like, obviously I have a different relationship with a lot of people, especially Brandon. I love our relationship. We both are busy as shit all the time, but we find the time to plug in and have meaningful, impactful conversations. I don't want to just get together the same guy 7 days a week and you talk about the same crap. You're doing the same stuff. It's like, I love getting together with guys, once a month or every other month, and you have so much to catch up on, and you're doing so many exciting things, and it's just such a fun thing. So I'm so grateful to be able to have guests like this on here. But for other people trying to start a podcast, as we were talking about in Max's, it's like, get a couple friends together and just start recording, start playing, and and growing and getting better. And you never know where it's going to go. And, especially the thing I love about YouTube is, I was talking with Max about this, is it's a content storage network. Like, all of your episodes are there. So they don't edit any of their episodes. They don't do any short form. They're not pulling any shorts from it and anything like that. And it's like, oh, shoot, we missed all these opportunities. It's like, they're not saying that. I'm just pointing out, like, they have all of that there, and that's going to be there in 2 years. Hundreds of hours of footage where, like, if they're trying to get some clips or if they're trying to do whatever, they have all that. And specifically for this podcast, as I'm sure in your guys' podcast, like, you're gaining highlights every single time you go live. And on a 9-hour show like today, yeah, we only have maybe an hour and a half of secondary clips that we'll get out of this. But now I'll have clips with Brandon next time Brandon's on. I'll have clips with Max next time Max is on. Clips with Jay, clips with Jewel, clips with Alex, not to mention overlapping clips. Gosh, I have a Mad Lib I want to do with you. How much time do you have?
We can go until about 3.
Heck yeah. So we'll start the Mad Lib in about 7 or 8 minutes.
Okay.
So I got a bunch of words I'm going to give you. Well, like an adjective, and then you give me an adjective, and we'll plug through it. And
is there like categories?
I have a theme for you. It's Cheech and Chong's Dream Vacation or Dream Road Trip.
Okay, I don't know. I don't even know if I'm good at it.
Well, like, basically, you can just throw some words at me, and they can be anything, and like it'll just be hilarious.
Okay.
The one we did with Max was I forgot to do them on Monday. Honestly, I didn't know how it was gonna go, and I'll do it with you. Like, we'll think of words together and stuff. But like I was telling Max all these different words, and I was like, I don't know how this is gonna end up. And then I read through it. It was freaking hilarious. So I'm excited to see what that one is. Green Bay Packers and Wisconsin cheese. Can't imagine what this is going to be. This one's going to be a little more risque, I believe.
Green Bay Packers, Wisconsin cheese.
In the YouTube chat, you'll see Sliced on Main, rest in peace. They posted the Discord. That is the Discord gaming community. I shouldn't even say the gaming community. The Discord community of, there's tons of people from the dispensary that work there that are in that chat where, like, if you have a question about a product, post in there. If there's something that you like from the place, post it in there. Like, the more information that people have, the easier it is to make informed decisions. So check out that dispensary chat. Think of a metal TV tray, but smaller. Sorry, I'm not sure what that. I apologize for missing that comment. Dispensary, appreciate it. But sorry. Outside of that, last thing on the esports dispensary portion of the dispensary, February 29th, leap year day. 6 o'clock? What time to start?
Gosh. What did JB say?
9
p.m. Oh, 6 to 9 p.m.
6 to 9. 69. 6 to 9 p.m. The Dispensary Esports. Check the Discord out because they are doing a Apex Legends tournament. Plenty of fun stuff coming up. And like I said, I definitely want to, in the next couple of months, when it all works out and lines up, to do like a fun Rocket League tournament, but like where you guys are all here. We get Double Puff, JB Ice, you, all the dudes here. We'll do remote, like everybody remote, but while some of us are playing in the games, we'll play, and then we'll have other people like on the stream just chatting and shooting the shit. It would be fun. Maybe we'll give it a few more months, like maybe even 6 months, because it's not like we have to hurry down this road, but get all the guests. Like, invite all the guests that have been on the PUGG Network to come over here, and then we can do that rotation where we're all just like partying, hanging out, having a good time, chatting about life, love, pursuit of happiness. And then everybody will be able to collab together. Everybody will work together. Like, hey, dude, I've been, Carl's looking for guests on his mini putt matchup. You guys maybe are looking for guests on Bacon and Hash. I don't know. Hold Us Accountable is looking for guests on their show. Like, but none of you guys know each other. So that'd be super fun just to get all these content groups together. I mean, even if we kind of roughly shoot for like 4 to 6 months, we'll just keep, every time we have you on, we'll keep discussing that, because obviously I would love to keep bringing you on. And even if we each time, specifically, I wanted to do this first time to have kind of a wider range of topics, but into the future, it's like we'll talk about life and we'll talk about all this stuff and we'll update on all this stuff. But if we have like a big like specific thing into maybe like 3 specific terpenes or terpenes, how do you say it?
Terpenes, yeah.
Terpenes. And like 3 specific terpenes, and we just break them all down, and we just go over like each one of them and like why we like them, something like that, like just a positive video to it. But doing something where it's like impactful to like a specific portion of all different things, and we can fine tune that. Like it could be so many different things, but I think that would just be so fun.
I think we could totally get into those terpenes. There's like a stupid amount of knowledge about all of it. Something that might be cool right around that time is, and I thought I would also ask if I'd ever thought about. I know you want to do the Rocket League thing, but put on like an actual Rocket League event brought to you by PUGG and the Dispensary somewhere. Rentable places, maybe.
For, what was that? Sorry, for what places?
Like a Rocket League Dispensary PUGG tournament.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
If you, but like, yeah, it would be like with public event, public. You make it huge.
This would be all public. No, it'd be
It'd
all
be-
public. Like we'd reach out to have all these teams in there and everything else, but you know we'd have a couple of us. Like I'd obviously just make sure the stream was running. But like we'd have 15 people over here, and every single person here could go on the camera because like you were literally our guest on our show, so I'm sure people would be more than okay going on the cameras. So like
15 people.
two people at a time would be streaming, and then everybody else would be socializing, and you know maybe four because I have 6 computers, 6 gaming PCs here, so I don't think all 6 would be playing at once. Like that could happen, but
I say we
you know,
throw up a little like a couple, just get a couple banners, really doll the place up, get a cool video out of it.
dude,
Put a little-
like so many cool videos. And actually, I have a couple contractors. Hashtag Anna. Hashtag Brianna. Hashtag Bree. Hashtag Anna. Hashtag Clash of Clans. We have designers coming in to like put up like acoustic tiles and like a bunch of stuff here to spice up the room and to get some really cool shots from different angles. So
Sweet.
lots of fun stuff in that regard. Of
But I was also gonna say there's another side piece to that. So that'd be cool if we actually put it together like that, make it nice. Midsummer, we're putting on some stuff. There's gonna be probably our second annual car show this year in summer, end of summer, and then sometime in July we're gonna be putting on the Dispensary golf outing.
oh yeah,
It's at Twin Oaks. TBD.
that's one of my favorite
TBD.
spots to do a golf outing.
Another very, very early announcement, but we're looking for sponsors. PUGG comes on, throw on sponsor a hole, do something, throw a little something together.
Dude, we get Cash Money Karel too. Yeah, bring us in here. But yeah, no, I mean I'm 100% down with all that. Like especially with the growth that we'll have, you know, by that point, and who knows, like if we could do some content that day, you know, there's so much
That's
fun
what
stuff to
I'm saying.
pull from there, and every single person in the chat, we get them through on a little fun petition poll at hole 1. We ask them a question, then we say, do you think marijuana should be legalized? And you know, we got 50 people in a row that all say, yeah. But those are the things that I like in short form content, like things that people really care about and pop up, and those are the things.
I just think that's like a genius idea. Now it's always just about like, yeah, when are we gonna do it? I would love to have you guys out there commentating hole 1.
That's
and
what
we'll even tell everybody on hole 1, you're gonna get a little footage. It's gonna be like the big dogs. Everybody gets real nervous when they see their golf swing. You guys have the camera. You can be like, we got Brandon on hole 1. He's been duffing it all day. Like, let's see how he does.
It's multi-purpose too, though. You know, like a lot of golf outings have those little like tents or desks set up. Like we'll have like, you know, whether it be a shot or a 50-50 raffle for not Hemp for Heroes, but the Veterans Association they're associated with. Hemp for Heroes, by the way, is a veteran-owned association for the people out there. You know, doing something, you know, where you have fundraising opportunities tied to possibly winning a 50-50 raffle, tied to us video editing, but you want to have a reward associated with our table, like something like that, where it's a fun experience. We're obviously not going to be a-holes about it. I'll get a couple of guest commentators on there, like possibly Cash Money Karel. You have a really cool experience recording that whole thing, but you also have another advantage of like the fundraising behind it and all the other stuff where people are just so like they would eat it up. People would eat that up.
We are doing I guess I forgot to mention, I said very early in this today It's being talked about yesterday and today. This is exclusive interview right now, letting this cat out of the bag. We are, it is a veteran. We're doing part of the proceeds will go to a veteran organization. We have to figure it out yet. Hasn't even been decided yet. So there's going to be, and I'm a big golfer, Pat. So like, it'll be a legit setup. I hope it goes real smooth. I know it's our first year, but good prizes, fun stuff, 50-50 raffles, giveaways, a couple drink tickets and food items, and then all going towards a good cause. Again, tying it back together, Pat, all run through cannabis.
Say that last thing.
All run through cannabis.
All run through cannabis. Like
the industry is supporting local involvement and events and giving back to veteran organizations.
Yes.
Which if you unleash a whole new industry like cannabis, that's what you can do everywhere.
Having like these simple, like multi-layered peels of the onion is like what life is. Like so many people get so upset at companies like profiting and making money. It's like profit is not a bad thing. It's are you taking some of the profits at least and reinvesting it into the business? And what a business is it's providing value to people. That's what a business is. And if the business continues to provide value for people, they're going to continue to be profitable. And when they continue to reinvest in the business, they continue to reinvest into the people, A, that work for them, and B, to provide more value for the people that they're selling to. That's why companies are able to sustain for a long period of time. And that's why I know that we're going to be having this conversation in 1 year, in 3 years, in 4 years, in 5 years, because we're able to do those exciting things and to be building this onion. Essentially.
Growing this onion. We're growing this. We like to grow around here. Lots of growing.
Growing this onion. The final portion of our show for the day, and I'm so excited. I would love to get you back on in a couple weeks. I don't know how your schedule looks, but I do want to do that in-person interview with you guys and do a little tour of the place. That'd be sweet at some point. So we can talk about that. I got a super busy week next week of Valentine's, but like as soon as that's over, I got some flexible time. Now, granted, I might spend a few weeks in March, but it's not like we're in a hurry for it. But we should get it on paper and pencil it.
Let me know, man. Why I'm available. We'll get my partners in here and get it done.
Cheech and Chong's Ultimate Road Trip, Part 1. Adjective, describing word.
Okay. Hi.
Love it. 2, type of vehicle.
Probe. Ford Probe.
Like probe my.
Ford Probe, yep.
Probe, that's a car.
Ford Probe is my first car.
Oh, yeah. Another adjective.
Colorful. Wonky.
Wonky? I'm going to put wanky. I accidentally typed it wrong, but I like it. City.
Green Bay.
Noun. Person, place, or thing.
Person, place, or thing.
I think you could be like Brandon or.
I want something good. Just put those. Person, place, or thing. What do we want? What do we want, Pat? Something good?
What about
I just wanted
dope? Is that aggressive word? Hemp? I feel like dope would be a funny word in a Cheech and Chong, but
thing.
What is that?
Thing. Pipe.
Pipe? Yeah. Like that. Because that could be taken multiple ways, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Plural noun. Noun with like pipes.
Bongs.
Bongs. I like that. That's probably perfect. Verb ending in ing. Running, walking, skipping, horseshoeing.
Blazing.
Yes. Another noun.
Darth Vader.
Adjective, another describing word. Could even be a color.
Stoic.
Stoic. Type of food.
How about,
What a big old taco. Or you got some?
oh, like an actual food piece. Okay. Shrimp jambalaya.
How do you spell jambalaya? Jambalaya?
Yep.
Okay. Plural noun. We had bongs already.
Okay. No, we gotta do give me that plural noun.
I think like dogs, cats.
My mind is like way
I
else.
know it's so much.
It's like
Balloons.
Clouds.
Clouds.
Yeah.
Yes. Adjective, another describing word. Quite a few adjectives coming up.
Okay.
I think we
Peaceful.
can even do like colors too. I don't think we've even got a color yet.
Peaceful.
Peaceful, love it. Another noun.
21 Savage.
Verb past tense. Verb past tense, like ran, walked,
Shat.
shat. Another adjective. We gotta get 7 left here.
Another adjective.
Yeah, there's actually I think 3 or 4 more adjectives.
Oh my god. What are we doing here? Adjective.
Peaceful was the last one. Be quick to like yellow.
Yellow. Go with yellow.
With the snow.
Or can we do perp?
Perp, yes. Perfect. Perp. We have type of music.
Oh, classical.
We have another verb. Run, walk, skip, hike.
Typing.
Typing. Noun. 4 left.
How about a whale?
Whale, love it. Plural noun. I should have another.
Now I'm just looking around the room.
Yeah.
Phones.
Phones, perfect. All right, 3 more. All right, adjective, maybe another color.
Black.
Crystallized. What was that?
Black.
Black, love it. And verb ending in ed.
In ed.
Yeah. Erectile dysfunction.
He's laughing at that. Ed. Baked.
Baked. All right, let's see what we got. It'll take just a second.
Generate. Is this AI?
Yeah.
Nice. First look.
All right, here's the questions that we just put on. I'll add it in post. Once upon a time, Cheech and Chong decided to go on a high road trip. They hopped into their Ford Probe and hit the road. Feeling wonky about their adventure. Feeling wonky about their adventure is actually what we said. But their first stop was Green Bay, where they were on the hunt for the ultimate pipe. Along the way, they encountered a group of bongs blazing in the middle of the road. Man, look at that, Darth Vader, Cheech said, amazed by the stoic sight. I like that. Yeah, but I'm starving, dude. Let's grab some shrimp jambalaya. Chong replied, pointing towards a nearby place filled with clouds. Yes, that's where I want to get it from. After eating, they felt peaceful and decided to search for 21 Savage to relax.
What?
They shat into a place that was playing perp classical music, and they couldn't help but typing to the beat. Jesus, that sounds a little weird. Typing to the beat. Uh, Suddenly, Cheech found a whale on the floor and exclaimed, "This must be our lucky day." With their spirits high,
Wow.
they continued their journey, meeting interesting phones and having black experiences. Jesus, man. Oh, no. By the end of the trip, they baked. By the end of the trip,
Oh, dude, that is
they had the most slow adventure of their lives. They had the most slow adventure of their lives. Sorry, that's a little confusing. Dude, that is sick. I love both of those stories are insane. It's a little long in the process. What I need to do is I need to have like words off to the side and just have like 10 of each word, like as in like, because at least those would trigger other words, you know?
I need that full clip.
Dude, heck yeah.
That
I'm
is
gonna get that to
hilarious,
you.
dude.
Seriously, I love it.
Hilarious.
Dude, I can't wait to have, I just had 2 of them with you and Max, but picturing like, I want to do this with every guest. In
That's
picturing,
fine.
picturing 6 months and we got like 100 of these and we just do like so many fun shorts and,
Dude, that was hilarious right
dude,
there.
freaking
Thank
love
you.
it. Great work on some of those early on, especially because you kept a similar theme. So it made it like really go together well.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Well, hey, I don't need to take too much more of your time up. Do you have any final words, anything you'd like to say, any events coming up that you'd like to talk about? I remember February 29th, we've got some big esports stuff going on. We got launch of
Esports.
non-THC products today. Get to one of the locations, 17 locations in 4 states, the Dispensary.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we do have all that new store locations opening up. We got new products coming out. Doing more of our social media push for podcasts where we invite people to come on, ask questions, reach out, say something to us. We're on there to ask your cannabis questions, spread good knowledge. We're here. Hit us up.
Gosh, love it. Thank you so much. The Dispensary said token and bacon. I apologize. I did not see those things. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being on, Brando, and we'll have you on again soon. I mean, I'd love to get you on again in a couple, 2-3 weeks. Even like I said, talk for 45 minutes or an hour about 3 specific terpenes. Maybe I come, I come by, I grab a product, and I can consume it right with you on air, or whatever we got to do to just talk about specific products, specific advantages, and then we can have short form right from each one of those clips. Which I know you're doing a lot of that stuff in the back end, but I'd love to do it with you, and that'd be such a fun segment. It'd be so fun.
Yeah,
Just
hit me up.
talking.
I'm always open.
Heck yeah, man. Ooh. Hey, thank you a ton. We'll get together soon. We'll do an in-person event, an in-person live here, in-person live at the Dispensary. We got so much fun stuff coming up. They're doing so much fun stuff. Golf Owning coming later. Thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to have you watch Alex one more time for the viewers out there. And thank you, Brando, for coming by. Greatly appreciate it. We will return shortly.
you a positive step going into the rest of the day.
All right. Next up is kind of leading from what we're talking about, pretty much not. It's a horrible segue, but multitasking inside of the one thing.
I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound probably abstract to a lot of people, and multitasking isn't just you cannot multitask and expect to do both things well. Just like trying to transition a conversation into the next topic and trying to balance them both, like you can't do it. You have to prioritize one over the other, and that's the thing is we don't multitask. We choose to prioritize something above something else, and that's not a bad. But the whole concept of, oh hey, you know what, I'm gonna be on my phone texting or scrolling social media or whatever it is that you're doing, expect to be able to have a meaningful conversation. You're not giving 100% both. You're giving 50%, which if that's how you want to live your life at 50%, that's fine. Or even more. If you're doing more than that's fine too. But if you expect to have deep and loving and meaningful relationships, if you expect to have successful and impactful business ventures, if you expect to just be able to be an overall healthy person, you need to make those priorities. You need to be able to be comfortable in establishing those priorities and following that. So I guess my hot take is multitasking isn't.
Yeah, and they talk about it specifically in this book, but they talk about it in probably books in the last year. I would say they bring it up in like 30 of them.
Yeah.
And it's such a there's so many studies out there. I had somebody ask me like, who said that? Who said you can't multitask? Now, it's different from what you could possibly think. I can walk and do something at the same time, and this part isn't the one thing but if I'm walking over a really narrow bridge and trying to do that other thing at the same time, I can't do that. I can do the basic habit of walking and doing something at the same time, throwing a football or doing whatever. But as soon as I have to focus on two things at once, that's not possible.
Intentional.
Yeah, and people that do multitask and switch between tasks really quick, what has to happen is your brain has to create an entire set of rules for that thing, and then you switch, and then you switch. And all of these studies show how incredibly less effective multitasking, doing two different tasks at the same time or three different tasks at the same time. I mean, you look at work from home studies of inattentive, viewing and the amount of work that gets done in those time periods. But the people, focus for probably 2 or 3 hours and get 8 hours worth of work done because of their productivity efficiency.
I've got laundry to do. I've got a dishwasher to empty. I've got to cook lunch. Oh, that's my dog. It needs to go out. Like, yeah, you're switching and you're restarting back at ground zero every single time you're switching back and forth. So while your mind thinks, oh, I'm able to switch between these tasks, I'm able to focus on both of them at the same time, to multitask, you're not. You're switching tasks, which is, again, you are giving priority to one over the other. If you just focus on that one thing, and then once you complete that, move on to the next task at hand, that's a whole different level of life and effectiveness that you'd be able to.
Exactly. He does kind of talk about a to-do list in a weird way, but the to-do list is like a domino structure. Picture it like that, top down, and it's like just do that one little thing to get to that next little thing to get that next little thing, and that's how you achieve 75 hours worth of efficiency in 7 or 8 hours. Go on, Joe. At the same efficiency level. And yes, multitasking. If someone could put in comments, and maybe I'll even add this to the short if I'll cut this part into a smaller chunk, but if somebody puts in comments on any of these videos, a peer-reviewed study or research study that shows multitasking even close to the efficiency of single. If anybody has a question of like which study would show multitasking is less effective, every study shows that. Every single one shows the ineffectiveness Again, that's a hot take, but if you find one in the last 10 years, please put it down there, because I've read so many books and they talk about it, so many different books, because it is a huge white lie. Oh, like frog leaping out of water. That was a huge one. I've been told that my whole life. Like, put a frog in boiling water, it'll jump out. If you put it in regular water and then boil it, it will stay in. Like, that's a lie. It's a myth. And then the other one is Cortez burning the boats. I hear that story all the time. Like, all the time. And apparently that entire story is different. They scuttled the ships and they sent them somewhere else. They did not burn the boats. So apparently that's another thing.
Didn't.
I love this story from the one thing. It's the wolf you feed. One evening, an old Cherokee told his grandson about a battle that goes on inside. He said, "My son, the battle is between two wolves inside us all. One is evil. It is anger, envy, jealousy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego. The other is good." I don't know why I smile at that. The other is good. It is joy, peace, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion and faith. The grandson thought about it for a minute, and then he asked his grandfather, which wolf wins? And he replied, the one you feed.
100%. And that goes back to what we were talking about before. Your inputs are going to give you your output. If you're going through and feeding your life with negativity, feeding your life with envy, that's what you are going to get as your output. If you're going to input positivity and love and meaningful connection, that's what you're going to get out. So 100% that story, though I am not Cherokee, is 100% through and through something I believe.
You know, I take the days off, I take the time off, which leads us into our final segment of the one thing, time block.
Oh, I love time block. So if you were to speak a little over 7 years ago, pre-June 1st, 2017, when I got into real estate, my entire life, my entire schedule, and how I entirely operated, I was able to keep up. The moment I got into real estate, I realized that if I did not have a calendar, if I did not control my time would control. That is a huge transition that I've had to make in my business, transition I've had to make in my marriage, and my relationships with family and friends. Is I've realized this quote is the one quote that will always remain true to me, because I make if I'm spending time with family, if I'm spending time with friends, if I'm spending time with my wife, it is an event that is in my calendar. And first doing that was difficult. It felt weird. It felt unnatural. But putting that in there allowed for two things to take place. One, it allowed me to be sure that I'm 100% present in that. Two, it allowed me to inform and say no to all other things that were not that top priority. So it was my one thing in that moment. And that was a huge issue point in my marriage, in my relationships with others is, well, why should I have to schedule time with? Because am I not important? And it's a changing of the frame for that mind. No, it's not that you're not important. It's that you are the most important thing in that time. And so when you're going through and you're working on your business, you're working on your health, you're working on your finances, your relationships, your marriage, whatever it might be, when you are time blocking that time, you are going to make that 100% where your feet are going. And by doing that, that's what allows you to then hit that one thing, focus on those 20% of activities that give you all the other results. Because just by simply time block, setting aside time for the gym or for meal prep or for making calls with clients or with friends or date night or whatever it is, it allows you to give 100% to avoid the multitask and to really create such an efficiency and such a level of fulfillment in doing that, that if it is not on your calendar, it does not exist.
Like, you have to spend those moments with people, and I love that you bring that into the one thing. It's like, you don't have to be working 24/7. Work when you're supposed to work, and then when you don't work. You know, being able to put that phone, I mean, that's my new strategy it's made me so much happy in this past, year or so. It's like, I used to be able to get back to people all the time, and now it's like, I don't even open Facebook messages half the time, or like on the computer, I don't open Facebook up. On my phone, it's in the other room all the time. So like, when I'm being able to get in the one, just like writing the book, turning in 20 pages to 200, the only way to do that is you start getting into flow state and you just start going. You just start talking about different subjects and getting into different things. And if one little thing, and this happened throughout the course of many of the day, if one little thing sidetracked me, it could be 3 or 4 hours or even an entire day before I ended up getting back to my task. And being able to finish the book, or not finish the book, but finish the final edit of the book, like I had to go to. I was having, even right now, I'm trying to record the audiobook, and there's so many different things that always pop up. But being able to get myself into a position or a situation where I can just focus on that during that time frame, my efficiency is like insane during those moments compared to when my phone is next to me or Clash of Clans is on the table next to me. I'm getting nothing done. Any final words? Or
I would say my final words is, if I could do one thing to add value and be of service to people, it would one is time block. Set your calendar up so that you can be 100% present wherever you are. Your marriage, your relationships with your spouse will appreciate it. Your family, your friends, everybody else will appreciate it. Be 100% wherever you are. Second thing is going to be, take whatever large overwhelming goal that you might have, physically write it down, and then start working back from, okay, well, what do I need to do this year to get me one step closer to that goal? Well, what is the one thing I need to do this month to get to that 1 year goal? And just keep working backwards until you find that first domino, and then just take action on that first domino. That's the second thing I'm going to ask. And the third thing, and this is one that has helped me sleep better and just have an overall better quality of life, is once a day, set a timer, whether it's on your phone or on your watch or computer or whatever it is, 5 minutes. I try to do it at least once a day toward the end of the day, and do a brain dump. Anything and everything that's on your mind, things that you have to do for work, things that you have to do for at home, for your health, anything that you might even give a remote thought to, write it down in there physically just to get it off your weight, off your shoulders and out of your mind so that you can then focus on finding that one thing and just living a better life. So I
like
really
that.
appreciate the chance to be able to share all that.
And then obviously with the green screen, we can do anything. You know what I mean? Either way.
I look forward to it because you're on a quest to change a lot of lives. So I'm just happy to be a part of
Hey,
it.
seriously, and I thank you for being a part of all that, because it's step one, it's day one. We look forward to having these impactful conversations for a long time. Most importantly, to reiterate it in ourselves, because this journaling through podcasting is an amazing thing, but also to the viewers out there and the people that can get resourceful feedback, not just in this country, but so many countries out there. Amazing people that are trying and trying and trying. And
We have a day that's just one day.
thank you. I'm going to pull up chat here in a little bit. And, have a great time in the meeting.
We're back. Wow, awesome conversation with Brandon over there at the dispensary. Thank you for coming by, Brandon. We had a great conversation, but a lot of cool things. Very happy, very excited to have him back on in the future. We're halfway through the week of guests. Well, I guess we're just over halfway now. We're 2/3 of the way. But Friday we get another big day. But I still have a couple more clips here to go through that I'm really excited about. We're gonna go through a couple of sustainable energy projects. And we're gonna break down Friday again, and could not thank you guys enough for Love and Support today. We've had another day that's definitely I'm more than happy of. We had a handful of subscribers, handful of followers, tons of you guys had shared our social media posts today, and very thankful for all that. Not just where we are, but where we're going, and the conversations we're gonna have over a long period of time. And unfortunately, anybody that's been watching all day, you've seen that clip, 3 or 4 times now. And into the future, we're going to have so many more highlights cut and clipped and everything else. But unfortunately for this week, we're still in the process of editing all those videos. But, not to mention we're still filming. Today's broadcast we'll still have to break up and clip down. Friday's broadcast we'll have to take up and clip down. And then we'll be back in 2 weeks for tons more content, and week after that, and the week after that, and the week after that. And just being able to continue to just stack all this content on top of each other in engaging and meaningful ways. So excited for. So thank you for tuning in to our live stream. And again, our live stream, you won't see tons of crazy cuts or clips or features inside of this. That's because we're going to be taking these full screen or half screen videos, and I'll be able to cut the screen up into different templates that we have for specific short form content. Like with Alex, we'll be doing specifically book review, where hey, 3 impactful things from the one thing, boom, boom, boom. You have a 1 minute long short, really breaking up that 17 minutes. With Brando from the Dispensary, we're going to be doing with different terpenes. With Jewel, we're talking different hikes. With Cash Money Karel, we're doing miniature golf holes. Just so much cool stuff that people are doing, and I'm so thankful for people to form these connections, and so we can be a part of their incredible journey. So thank you guys all for being here. We're going to restart this segment on Wave Farm Project because I do want to get this into a clip form, and I think earlier it will just be a little bit of a rough copy, we'll call it. So I'll cut the earlier one out, delete it, and we'll go off of this one. So, welcome to PUGG Network episode 2. We have an exciting segment here coming up. We are going to be discussing sustainability projects going on across the globe, across the U.S. A lot of people, I think, have a hard time understanding what sustainability is. And when I talk about sustainability, I am not talking about energy. I'm talking about how do you have a sustainable mind? How do you have a sustainable body? How do you have a sustainable diet? How do you have a sustainable workload? How do you have a sustainable social life? How do you have a sustainable relationship with your family? How do you, sustainability comes down to everything. What can I continue to do day over day where I'm not going to get burnt out? I'm not going to get bogged down. And a lot of people think they know where that line is. I would say very few people know where that line is, because you start doing too little, and that's not good. That's for your own mind. Stress and anxiety is energy. It's energy inside your brain. So if it's got nowhere to go and nothing to do, that's essentially an implosion in your brain, and that energy is going somewhere. It's being used for something, and that's in every self-development book it talks about. If you don't, Jim Rohn mentions it a lot, where if you don't decide what you want out of your future, like, it's going to decide for you. And I've been very grateful to have a lot of good mentors, and choosing my own path and choosing my own journey. And we're just getting started, but we've been doing this 10 years, and a lot of people look at the position I'm in now as being fortunate. And realistically, I don't have anything different than anybody else. Nothing. I have nothing more than anybody else. I have nothing, no unique situation. It's just I've been blessed to surround myself with incredible people, incredible mentors, and continue to run down this growth journey. So a huge thank you to Alex, Jay, Jewel, Carl, Max, and Brandon for being guests so far. First 7 guests on the PUGG Network's main show. The PUGG Network will be a collection of collaborated tools from a ton of different creators, and co-licensed products, co-licensed videos, co-licensed, co-edited videos, where it will be able to repurpose, edit, clip, cut, promote other content networks, other businesses, and our main business, the Dispensary, 17 locations in 4 states that we work with, that we've been working with for it's working on 2 years for our partnership, and just truly blessed to have learned so much from Will and Brandon and everybody over there. AG Double Puff, JB Ice, very thankful for lots of great memories. AG Double Puff was my guest at a wedding a couple months ago. Big thank you, guys. But to dive into a sustainability project, we have the Wave Farm Project, harnessing ocean energy for a sustainable future. The Wave Farm Project, spearheaded by Finnish enterprise AW Energy, is a pioneering initiative aimed at converting ocean wave energy into electricity. Utilizing the wave roller technology, this project has the potential to significantly contribute to the renewable energy sector. The wave roller device operates in near-shore areas and is designed to be mostly or fully submerged, anchored to the seabed. This technology stands out due to its predictability and ability to supply energy close to base load power, which is crucial for reducing reliance on fossil fuels. This is a big thing I mentioned earlier, but for those of you that missed, when I talk about sustainable energy in relation to sustainability, I do not talk about getting rid of fossil fuels. I even talk about my entire long-term outlook is based on backing everything up with fossil fuels. Why can't we be 100% sustainable to the grid and have a switch to flip on if we ever even get close to load capacity? And there's a lot of cool ways to be doing some of this stuff. Right now, we waste so much energy right now. Like, we produce it all, but there's nowhere to store it. So it's live load. All that energy that's not being used is just gone. Obviously we're producing enough to handle the load, but we produce max load. And that's why when you have a spot like Texas where they went over their load a few years ago, and then people are like, see, sustainable energy doesn't work. Well, no, it is. I mean, but we need more. We need more in a lot of different ways, and we're not doing a great job at some of the things. But like, it takes years to have enough power, especially for how much power is being needed these days. And this is a fun fact. Anybody that does not believe in sustainable or green power, you can look the stat up. 430 quintillion joules comes from the sun to the earth every single hour. It's electromagnetic radiation. And 430 quintillion joules. In an entire year, humans use about 410 quintillion joules. So the sun, in less than 1 hour, 55 minutes, sends enough energy to the earth for humans to power everything humans use for an entire year. If you don't believe me, fact check it. It's crazy. You know, anybody that doesn't believe in sustainability is obviously has a very confused look at life. Yeah, we're not there yet. We're not at the point of being fully green energy, but the more that we continue to work towards it with projects like this that Wave Farm is spearheading, we're able to kind of get closer and closer to that goal. And, you know, wind power needs to be so much more efficient. They need to find better ways to recycle them. Solar needs to be so much more efficient. Geothermal needs to be at more efficient levels. Ways to store energy. A lot of people think of batteries, but there's different ways to, if you think of like a toilet paper roll, you start the spin and the spin goes down, right? And the weight of the roll, if the gear is at a good enough level, will, especially the weight pulling the toilet paper roll down, that's going to spin, you know, the system. And it's like, since we have this extra power that we're wasting, rather than having to put into a battery, you're able to store mechanical energy by powering something back upwards into gravity. Because think about the energy that's just being lost. Law of the conservation of energy says that energy is not created nor destroyed. So the energy is not being lost, but like in our usable form, it's not usable to us anymore. And so we'd have to recapture that energy that is lost. And so there's different ways to, rather than having to store into a battery, you know, they talk, and they're not very efficient at this point, but about like pumping water back uphill and doing these different things. So then when you need to use the energy, you let the water come back downhill, and now that gravity turns the generator. So like, boom, instead of having to have a battery bank, now you have thousands of gallons of water that you just used your excess energy on, and you're able to release that and send it back down a hill. I mean, there's so many things out there that people are doing in cool projects, and they're only going to keep getting better as long as I was mentioning earlier, people continue to put the research and the time into specific things. And with a ton of people saying that we should never go to green energy, that would mean that green energy would never get to a point of being able to be used. And yes, fossil fuels will eventually run out. So in my opinion, we should get to green energy as quick as we can, 100% sustainable, which my goal would be like 50 to 100 years, which I think is very reasonable. And we should back everything up with fossil fuels, because I believe, like, if you had that all set up, you know, you would be set. There's Joey. What's going on, Joe? With the backing of the EU-funded Wave Farm project, AW Energy has made remarkable progress in scaling up wave energy production to industrial levels. This project involves adapting the wave roller unit for serial manufacturing and installing multiple units to form a wave farm array, capable of delivering a substantial amount of clean energy. The initiative aims for a global project pipeline of 150 megawatts, which is expected to unlock significant economic benefits and create jobs within the EU, contributing £275 million to the economy and creating over 500 jobs over the next decade. Some of the stats, I would like to see cleaner sources. This is coming, I'm assuming, straight from them. A lot of that stuff is typically estimations, so what it does say is estimated. You know, don't take any of that too fine-tooth combed. Moreover, deploying wave roller technology is projected to reduce CO2 emissions by 250,000 tons by 2030. Supporting the transition to a sustainable blue economy and attracting beneficial impacts on local marine life and fishing industries. And those are obviously huge things. I mean, Elon Musk was on, I believe, a Lex Friedman podcast recently, talked about some of the crazy things that they make, you know, hoops for people to jump through in order to, like, approve different projects and things like this, and wildlife and PETA and all this other stuff. And those groups are there for a reason. I'm not saying that in a bad way, but like marine wildlife and human wildlife and all these other things are like at top of mind while developing these new projects. There's nothing that's going to be perfect. For anybody that wants to live in a perfect world, you know, you go to the wilderness anywhere, and let's just take the Amazon. You know, life is not as beautiful and friendly when you have starving animals all over the planet trying to rip each other apart. So the world is not necessarily as beautiful as we make it out to be in make-believe life. There is many beautiful parts of the world, especially when we create it in our heads. Broader trends in sustainability and renewable energy. On a broader scale, the push towards sustainability and renewable energy is gaining momentum globally. In 2024, there are several key trends and developments that highlight the world's accelerating shift towards a more sustainable future. Growth in renewable energy. In Europe, renewable sources accounted for 22.5% of energy last year. With an aim to increase this to 42.5% by 2030, major economies like China and the US are also committing to ramp up their renewable energy capacity, significantly reducing reliance on fossil fuels. Innovations in renewable fuels and green hydrogen are paving the way for more sustainable energy solutions across various sectors. And that quote is from Nest, N-E-S-T-E, top 5 sustainability trends of 2024. Disruptive sustainability. The concept of disruptive sustainability emphasizes the need for radical transformations in how corporations, governments, and consumers approach sustainability. This involves challenging the status quo and adapting more radical approaches to meet sustainability goals. That's again from Nest. These are all from Nest, N-E-S-T-E. Regulatory developments. There's a rising wave of regulators aimed at curbing greenwashing and enhancing corporate transparency and accountability in environmental and social responsibility. This includes new directives and laws in the EU and the US that mandate companies to report their sustainability performances and carbon emissions. I enjoy testing to a point, obviously. I don't want to waste more resources testing than giving, but that's cool. I did not know that. And again, I believe that's big in the EU. The use of artificial intelligence is set to revolutionize sustainability efforts. From carbon management to supply chain optimizations and beyond, AI-driven software platforms are helping businesses navigate complex sustainability challenges and identify more sustainable practices. This is 24/7 management of time, insulation, being able to manage like where there's problems in certain areas, pressure adjustments, up to the second, never having to worry about the smaller things. Anything that's just so repetitive and monotonous, it's like, offload those tools, and we should focus on creativity. AI is a tool. It's not life. It is a tool to use, and we use it effectively. You offload the resources that you don't have, utilize the resources you do have, continue to grow. I mean, it's something that if you want to become extremely more productive and not just work 16 hours to get 1 hour worth of work done, like most people that say they work 16 hours, get done, use the tools you have. If you're trying to cut down a tree and you're using a saw, the guy with the chainsaw is going to do it way faster. But you should still understand how the whole process works, because that's brain function. Do not offload every piece of information. Use the tools, which is what my book is about. Using the tools we have. Quantum Beliefs, a future of sustainability, utilizing AI. Focus on biodiversity. Biodiversity and nature positivity are increasingly central to sustainability discussions. Companies are expected to set nature-related targets and disclose progress, acknowledging the interconnectedness of climate change, biodiversity loss, and ecosystem health. These developments, alongside the Wave Farm project, represent a significant leap forward in our global journey towards sustainable energy and a healthier planet. I love it. I love that. Thank you, Nest. Yeah, that's great. Lots of regulatory in there. Regulatory is it's a meaningful thing. Obviously, when there's a line, we can't be like destroying everything, but it's there for a reason. I loved these Mad Libs today. That was great. Thank you, Max. Thank you, Brando. Our United States token of sustainability for the day relates to the Oakland Energy Master Plan, an ambitious sustainability project in Pittsburgh, USA, aiming to address the climate crisis and develop a low carbon energy plan for the energy. Aiming to address the climate crisis and develop a low carbon energy plan for the energy dense district of Oakland. This comprehensive plan involves collaboration among higher education, cultural institutions, healthcare providers, government entities, and local utility providers to tackle climate change impacts, reduce energy burdens, and achieve low carbon goals. That's from Burrow Happold. Very cool. Oh, this is sick. I'm gonna bookmark this. So we're gonna get to that a little bit later. Heck yeah. Burrow Happold. Set to complete this year. I love it. There's so much cool stuff happening, and stuff's gonna take some years to develop, but have patience. The future is gonna be here. Enjoy today, but the future is gonna be here. Don't wish it away. Just going to read that in a different way. The Oakland Energy Master Plan, OEMP, is an initiative aimed at transforming the Pittsburgh District of Oakland into a low-carbon community. Spearheaded by the Green Building Alliance, the plan involves a collaborative effort among local universities, healthcare systems, government entities, and utilities. It focuses on mitigating climate change impacts, reducing residential energy burdens, and setting a path towards achieving sustainable, low-carbon energy solutions for one of Pennsylvania's most energy-intensive districts. This plan is crucial for accommodating Oakland's The plan is crucial for accommodating Oakland's projected growth in energy use and density while striving for a sustainable future. For more detailed information, visit the website. I will do that. I'll get into some of these because these would be cool to do a little tidbit on. Gosh, this is cool stuff in China, the UK, Saudi Arabia's got a huge project here. Warsaw, Poland, Museum of Modern Art, it's got a big project coming in. LA. God, this is awesome. SAP Garden, Munich, Germany. Again, this is right on burrowhappold.com. London, UK. Oh, we'll get into all these in the future. This is so cool. Just the looks of these, the architecture, the beauty. Humans are cool. Cool individuals. They do a lot of great things. Especially on the similar path. I'm going to take a second here. I'm going to go back through the two Mad Libs for today. Then I'm going to finish the scene with Friday. Friday's coming up episode. A quick recap of today. Thank you guys for coming out. We We had Max from Hold Us Accountable, twitch.tv/Hold Us Accountable. They will be online tomorrow night starting at 7:30 p.m. They're also on YouTube at Hold Us Accountable. Thank you for coming out today. We had a Mad Lib with Max earlier. We had pretty cool Mad Lib here. I'm just going to say it back to the camera. So this was Max's words earlier. A cheesy day with the Green Bay Packers. Once upon a time in the heart of Wisconsin, a small fan named Karel decided to throw the ultimate Green Bay Packers tailgate party. To make the day unforgettable, Karel planned to include a giant cheese sculpture of Brett Favre. First, Karel went to the local cheese market to pick up 10 pounds of Wisconsin's finest Swiss cheese. The cheesemonger, a huge Packers fan, recommended adding enchiladas for an extra kick. Back home, Karel started sculpting the cheese while listening to Go Pack Go on repeat. Suddenly, Jordan Love showed up at the door, holding an orange. He heard about the beautiful party and couldn't resist seeing the cheese sculpture in person. "Hey-o!" exclaimed Jordan Love. "That's the most Rashawn Gary sculpture I've ever seen." It's supposed to look like Brett Favre. To celebrate, Jordan Love decided to get hooked right there in the backyard. As the party got started, Karel served guests American cheese curds, pizza dipped in cheese fondue, and a special cocktail called the Old Fashioned Pad. Everyone cheered as the Packers scored a touchdown, and the sculpture was declared a tricky success. In the end, Jordan Love signed the cheese sculpture. Signed it. And Karel knew it was the most Max day ever. From then on, Karel's tailgate parties became legendary, all thanks to the power of Wisconsin cheese and the spirit of the Green Bay Packers. Love that. Those are fun. These are going to be fun. Okay, the next one with Brandon from the Dispensary. The name of it. I can't find the name of it. All right. Cheech and Chong's Ultimate Road Trip. Big shout out to the Dispensary. 17 locations in 4 states. More locations coming. More cool stuff coming. Involved with the community. They got great education. Have an open mindset. Understand the benefits. Just go low, go slow, relax. Life can be fun. Big shout out to the Dispensary. Once upon a time, Cheech and Chong decided to go on a high road trip. They hopped into their Ford Probe and hit the road, feeling wanky about their future. Feeling wonky about their adventure. Sorry. I'll start that over. Once upon a time, Cheech and Chong decided to go on a high road trip. They hopped into their Ford Probe and hit the road, feeling wonky about their adventure. Their first stop was Green Bay, where they were on the hunt for the ultimate pipe. Along the way, they encountered a group of bongs blazing in the middle of the road. "Man, look at that Darth Vader," Cheech said. "Man, look at that Darth Vader," Cheech said, amazed by the stoic sight. "Yeah, but I'm starving, dude. Let's grab some shrimp jambalaya," Chong replied, pointing towards a nearby place filled with clouds. After eating, they felt peaceful and decided to search for a 21 Savage to relax. They shat into a place that was playing perp classical music, and they couldn't help but type to the beat. Suddenly, Cheech found a whale on the floor and exclaimed, "This must be our lucky day." With their spirits high, they continued their journey, meeting interesting phones and having black experiences. Goodness, whatever that means. By the end of the trip, they had the most slow adventure of their lives. That doesn't make any sense. They had the most slow adventure of their lives. Yeah, take that. Take that. Before I get into the prequel of the week, I just want to do a couple videos here on our first guest as well as our second guest. Thank you guys all for coming out. These are just going to be a couple like little scripted parts I'm just going to cut and record for later. Welcome to the inaugural episode of our podcast. Today, I had the pleasure of sitting down with Alex from the Bowtie Group. Together, we dove into a conversation that not only explored the most impactful topics of our time, but also shed light on the nuances to make them so compelling. As we unravel these subjects, I invite you to join us on this thought-provoking journey. Get ready for an engaging and enlightening dialogue that promises to spark curiosity and inspire action. I hope you enjoyed listening as much as we enjoyed discussing. Let's get started. Together, Alex and I break down The One Thing by Gary Keller and J. Pat Bond. In this next interview, we're thrilled to welcome Jay to our podcast. Our conversation takes us deep into life's ups and downs, exploring the trials and tribulations that shape us. Jay brings a unique perspective on maintaining positivity, especially in the world of bowling, a sport that mirrors life's unpredictability and challenges. As we navigate these topics, Jay's insights illuminate the importance of resilience and the power of a positive outlook. Join us for a meaningful discussion that's sure to uplift and inspire. Whether you're a bowling enthusiast or simply someone navigating the complex game of life, let's roll into this conversation. Join us for this next meeting as we embark on a captivating journey with our guest, Jewel. Together, we traverse the scenic landscapes of the Midwest, venturing all the way to the majestic terrains of Colorado. Our discussion reveals the hidden gems and unforgettable experiences these regions offer, highlighting the beauty and adventure that await in America's heartland and beyond. Jewel's passion for exploration and discovery brings a fresh perspective to the wonders of travel and the great outdoors. Whether you're a seasoned traveler or dreaming of your next getaway, this conversation promises to inspire your next adventure. I didn't like that. This conversation promises to inspire your next adventure. Let's dive into the journey with Jewel. In this next interview, we're teeing off with Cash Money Karel, diving into the exhilarating world of mini golf and the art of stand-up comedy. Karel brings his unique energy and wit, showing us how the precision and creativity of mini golf parallels the craft of comedy. From mastering the putt to delivering the punchline, we explore the skill, timing, and joy these passions share. Whether you're a mini golf aficionado or a comedy enthusiast, Karel's insights and stories promise an entertaining and enlightening experience. Get ready for some laughs and maybe even pick up a tip or two. Get ready for some laughs and maybe even pick up a tip or two for your next mini golf outing. Let's jump into the fun with Cash Money Karel. In this next conversation, we're diving deep with Max and Karel from Hold Us Accountable. Together, we'll explore the world of podcasting, from mastering vocal inflection and honing our practice to navigating the evolving landscape of cannabis. I do not like that. From chatting about vocal inflection and honing our practice to navigating the evolving landscape of cannabis legalization. Join us as we unravel the secrets behind starting a successful podcast and delve into the nuances of one of today's most debated topics. Whether you're a podcasting pro or curious about cannabis culture, this conversation promises insights and ideas to spark your interest. Whether you're a podcasting pro, wanting to start a podcast, or curious about cannabis culture, this conversation promises insights and ideas to spark your interest. Let's get into it. Join us as we chat with Brandon from the Dispensary, a trailblazer in the cannabis industry with 17 locations across 4 states. Brandon demystifies cannabis, breaking down its benefits. Brandon demystifies hemp, breaking down its benefits, addressing stigmas, and highlighting the advantages of keeping an open mind towards their products. He emphasizes the importance of understanding the simplicity behind cannabis benefits and encourages listeners to consider the positive impacts it can offer. With plans to expand, the dispensary is at the forefront of changing perceptions and promoting wellness through cannabis. Let's dive into this enlightening conversation. Again, big thank you to all 6 of our guests that we've had on so far the last couple of days. Big shout out to Joey. Big shout out to Murr Dawg. Those 2 are incredible studio managers. There's a little Joe Dog. Big thank you, guys. And now leads us into our Friday show. Joining us Friday morning is Matt. Crushing the real estate game, getting so much better on social media and just providing engaging videos and just shining on people's, feeds. It's great to see that positive energy radiating in a world full of negativity. So excited to have him on at 10 a.m. We're going to have so many different engaging topics to discuss. He has a music degree, and that'll be cool because at 11:30, we have Zach from Dynamic Designs Unlimited who will be on, and Zach will be discussing promotional materials. He'll be discussing polka music. He'll be discussing what's up in Pulaski. He's involved with the band The Mix, and they'll be doing a show on Saturday at a bar downtown Pulaski. Stabby's? Scully's Hometown Ballroom, downtown Pulaski. So he'll be joining us Friday at 11:30. And then in the afternoon, we're joined by Rick, who's a Brunswick staff member, bowling. He's a real estate agent as well. Does a lot of cool things. And I'm excited to get into some discussions with him about, when's the time to get a new bowling ball? When's the time to have a great discussion? That's Friday. It's always a good time to have a good discussion. Dive deep into that big old brain. Pull some of that information out. 2:00 on Friday. And then the day finishes. I might even back him up to 4 because me and Rick might talk a little bit longer. Mike, if you're listening, might not be a bad idea to pack you up till 4 just in case me and Rick go a little long. Maybe we'll start early. Either way. Finish the day with Mike. Excuse me. Finishing the day Friday at 3:30 with Mike from MC Painting and Coatings, starting his own business, working in commercial painting now. He used to do like residential, strictly focuses on commercial now, and is doing incredible job, not just professionally, but very supportive individual. I've loved every conversation I've had with Mike. Has been, it's not just the how you doing, good, you good, cool, over. Lots of deep diving, lots of conversations about trust, lots of conversations about being there to support each other. And I'm very excited to get him on to finish the day, finish the week on Friday. By that point, we'll have had an incredible week of guests and topics and discussion points. We're only going to get better on scenes. As you see, the scene behind me is just with the green screen. I could do so much with that, but my mic setup is just not. It sounds so bad because right there it's like a little bit echoey. And I've just rewatched the film I have from that mic, and well, here, I'll just do it. Hey guys, is this thing on? Welcome to Sin. I guess that's why they call it Sin City. How about that right in? I'll talk for like maybe a couple more minutes here, but just so I can get a clean, crisp view of how bad this mic is. But yeah, thank you so much for all of our guests this week. Friday's going to be a huge day. Friday, another full day. I'm sure it's going to fly by. All of our guests we have scheduled for about an hour, and I think that's probably a good amount of time for us to schedule our guests for. However, I'm starting to realize that I should put some me segments after these guests, because if they do go an hour long, we should be able to do that, because I hate being in the middle of a deep discussion and being like, hey, I would love to keep this conversation going. Why don't we do this in a week or in 2 weeks? When we're right in the middle of it. So lots of stuff to work on though. And again, I'm gonna watch back later for this mic, and I know it doesn't sound bad, but in relation to my other mic, this one is just not even close to as good. I think it'd be amazing if I had a Bluetooth mic I could just have on me, and be able to even have something on the screen behind me and discuss it. Talk about it. It'd be a lot of fun. So, 1 second. I'm too much. I'm sorry. There's just so much that we can do here. We have every piece of equipment that we could possibly need to do anything, and that's part of it. Myself, I'm gonna keep. I try to read 5 books a week, 40 hours of content a week. I try and read of informational content, and so I'm gonna keep learning. I'm gonna keep growing. That's the other piece, and then the most important piece is the collaboration between the incredible individuals that are coming and being a part of this. And I know some of them may or may not have had cold feet to come onto the show, but maybe it is just my perspective. However, it seems from the conversations I've had with them after the recording, like, we can't wait to get on and talk again. So I did not know exactly how the week was going to go. I expected, possibly a lot of struggle, and it has been with some of the technology in computer equipment. However, we've made the best of it. So, all that aside, we've had incredible conversations. These hours just fly by. I think Brando just came on at like 1:45, and, we talked till 3:05, hour and 20 minutes, and it felt like 5 minutes went by. So very thankful, most importantly, to the people that collaborate with us, that are working, that are doing all the amazing things behind the scenes. There's so much fun stuff. There's so many. Every person that we've had on the show this week, 6 people so far, 7 people so far, has touched so many other lives. And that web just continues to grow and expand to so many other people. And that I'm so thankful for it to start paving that way, and I cannot be excited enough just for Friday. I mean, Friday ahead, just one day at a time. The guests that we have on Friday, we're going to have so many more engaging conversations. And you take all those guests, Matt, I hope to get him on as often as he can come hang out with us. He's doing amazing things. Bubbly personality, just incredible individual. Zach, I hope to get him on more often. I know he works during the day, so I'm super thankful that he's going to take an hour out of his day like Max did from Hold Us Accountable today. That's huge. I mean, if we get Zach just hanging out talking, he does so much cool stuff. Ties to everything. Music, Polish heritage, polka music. Tied to that, you got his business. He just graduated school. He's got his father's owned his company for a substantial period of time, where they have such a good operation that they work and run through. You don't stay in business like that for a long time without having that incredible customer service and taking care of the customer, fulfilling, not just like customer service. Excited that that's our Friday guest, Brandon from the Dispensary. We already have plans with him to line up for future Hosts Accountable. We'll be on more. And the reason I say that is we have all this content. We have all this different content, and being able to start to do, before Brandon comes on, to have an intro video of 7 different videos of him already being on our air and just hyping the people up, as well as just best moments, nice funny scenes. The point here, even though we are geared towards a growth mindset, like we live life. Like life is meant to be enjoyed. We're going to have good conversation. We're going to have fun conversation. We're going to laugh. But I want it to be tied to real discussion. I'm sick of the, life is meaningless discussion. I mean, there's zero place for that here. My very first short video that I posted, just like meaningful short video, was growth mindset versus fixed mindset. And we got a handful of dislikes on the video. And I love it. It's like, hey, put that negative dislike into your algorithm. We're not maybe for everybody at this point in your life. If you don't want to be geared towards any sort of growth mindset and you want to complain about everything and you don't have anything beneficial to say, like, I don't want you, feel free to not listen. But if you do have a possibility that you believe that your life can get better, I would love if you tune in and don't just listen to me. Listen to all the resources around me. I follow Andrew Huberman. He has an incredible podcast where he touches every part of life. If you watched every single one of Andrew Huberman's videos on his YouTube channel, one of the number one channels, top high up there in regards to self-development, health, body. If you watched every single one of his videos, which would take you hundreds of hours, probably a full year, I guarantee you by the end of it, you would be an incredible person by just doing that. And so, again, huge shout out to Andrew Huberman, but like me being able to watch a lot of those videos specifically geared towards topics that we'll be discussing here, not to mention all the other people that we research and get information from. We're going to keep growing. We're going to keep learning together. And again, I'm just so thankful for all the people that have been on here. But that's going to wrap up me from this room. I'm going to head back into the other room and cover a couple more things. But we'll be getting off here very shortly. Another incredible day, incredible Wednesday here in this beautiful, where am I right now? I'm not sure. No machete today. Yeah, one big takeaway from the day is YouTube. I'm a little bit confused with. My YouTube studio is not interacting with the main part of the YouTube stream. It's only reacting with the stream key RTMP map. Send. which is fine because it's streaming on YouTube. However, the problem was earlier my Streamlabs crashed, and normally I'd be able to save it if I was through the RTMP map. And instead, we had, 22, 23 people watching, and it crashed. And then, people that were just having it on in the background, didn't come back. So we were only like 16 or 17, which is still fun. I appreciate everybody being here today. But I'm just saying for future, I would ideally, if something happens to the software, I would want the stream to continue going, which will just be growing pains that I'll learn here on the back end. But if anybody knows exactly how to take care of that, either add some things in comments or put on the side. And I'm using Streamlabs. Again, the main streaming thing I'm doing is YouTube. And it's streaming to YouTube, but I have scheduled in YouTube Studio, the stream today. And it's not reacting to that. It's posting a whole new video. So now there's two of them out there. One saying scheduled, one the actual video, and it's just very confusing. So any help with that would be sincerely appreciated, because I do want to be able to schedule them. I want to be able to get right on through the YouTube Studio with the RTMP, but I can't figure out how to do it with the main thing. So I could even co-stream. I could stream something else and then do the RTMP on the bottom, and then I'd be fine. So maybe I'll just do that. Maybe that's best case scenario. Either way, we're going to play Alex's interview one more time. So thank you guys all for sticking around. We're going to play Jules' information one more time. All these highlight reels are going to keep getting better. We have a cut coming from Jay. We have a cut coming from Jewel. We have a cut coming from Karel. We have a cut coming from Max and Karel. We have a cut coming from Brandon. And then Friday we're going to have 4 more cuts. So we'll have 8 to 10 hours of great information to take these breaks. And when I do an hour off in the middle of the day, lots of great engaging content. Cut out all the pauses, the downtimes, just boom, 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 boom on information. So lots of fun things coming. Again, we're going to run through a couple more videos. These will be pre-recorded videos that I've played 3 or 4 times already today. But thank you guys so much for paying attention all day today, and post something into the chat. I will check the chat before I sign off in about a half hour. Have a great night. We will be back Friday, February 9th, 9:30 in the morning, youtube.com/@PUGG Network, PUGG NETWORK. We will see you Friday morning, joined with Matt, then joined with Zach from Dynamic Designs Unlimited, and then joined with Rick, Brunswick staff, real estate, over at Keller as well, who wrote the one thing. I believe Keller is part of Keller Williams. I apologize. I should know that offhand before I say that. And then finishing the day on Friday with Mike from MC Paintings and Coating. I'm sorry, Painting and Coatings. I put the S on the wrong word. So Mike will be here Friday evening. He does not do residential. However, if you have commercial painting needs, he is an absolute expert and will do top-notch quality work on your commercial project. Thank you. And here is Colorado.
Say the simplest thing. say the simplest thing. They could also say the one thing.
Ooh, that transition right there. I mean, book The One Thing by Gary Keller and Jay Papasan is, to me, not only in the real estate realm, but just in life, is one of the most influential books that I've encountered that have helped me succeed in, I can't even say just in business, just in life in general. That has been the one thing. And it really comes down to asking that one very simple question of what is the one thing such that by doing makes everything else either easier or unnecessary. And you can apply that everywhere.
Yeah, 100%. And the easiest translation from that is anybody that could possibly go, why? It's the simple concept that they talk about very early in the book of the domino effect, where you take a small domino and it hits over a domino up to 50% its size. But yeah, like 60 is, add one to that because it says halfway to the moon, add one extra, it's like 61. Let's just be aggressive and say 70. I know it's under 70. You would get a domino the size of all the moon. It's like when you just make the smallest decision that's going to get that next block started. I seriously, there's not a thing I do. Now, granted, the one thing tied together concepts from so many other books,
Oh, absolutely.
you know, especially taking Power of Habit leading into Atomic Habit, even though they're not Atomic Habits, even though they're not the same author, you take those two books and you wrap the one thing into all that. And it's like, there's not a single thing I'm trying to focus on or do that it's not the one thing, you know, even getting the Stream Content Network set up, it's like, there's so much to look at. And it's like, okay, well, what do you do? And what obviously is the common thing to do would be nothing. And it's like, what's the smallest thing I can do? And I just started, I want to say, 3 or 4 weeks ago, when we finally got the blueprint laid out, I started reaching out to people because I was like, hey, we got to get people to talk to if we're going to have any other success. Right. And during that process, I learned so many intricate things about the whole network. And I've built, you know, the one thing for this entire program rubric here. But yes, the one.
Okay, I got you.
Yes, yes, yes. Hold that up. Hold that up one more time.
Bam.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
And honestly, the reason I have it near me is because there are so many times where I mistake movement for achievement, and you find yourself doing that some days where it's like, man, I feel like I did so much and I got nothing accomplished. And that's normally where you're focusing on. One of the things they talk about in the book is Pareto's, which is 20% of your activities lead you to 80% of your results. So 20% of your exercises in the gym lead you to 80% of your gains. 20% of the conversations you have lead to 80% of the relationships you create. Like, that's the premise behind it. I have that here because sometimes I need to give myself that reminder of, hey, you know what? Am I really asking the right question? Am I really honing in and prioritizing in such a way that I'm finding that first domino by knocking over will lead to the next, to the next? Because too often we see the entire picture. For example, I need to clean my house. And that can be very overwhelming and very daunting for a lot of people versus hey, you know what? Let me take a step back. What is the one thing that I need to do such that by doing would make that easier or unnecessary? Okay, instead of the house, let's focus on one room. Let's focus on the living. Okay, let's work backwards from there. What's the one thing that I need to start with in the living room? Okay, well, maybe that's simply finding the packer blanket, folding it and putting it on the couch, and then just building from there. By that, it's a clean couch, which then allows me to focus on the coffee table, which is then other things. And now the living room's done. And now I can focus on the next room. And it just starts snowballing. Those dominoes keep falling. And then all of a sudden, before you know it, house is clean. So it's applicable in so many different areas, but sometimes I just need to have that reminder nearby.
100%. And this is a book. I have a lot of books I read 4 times a year, and this is one that's in there. I mean, I've read it 12 times, 4 months, but that's because I've been somewhat interested in this, but also, you know, to reinforce those habits. I like to do it a lot early on too, because it really structures into your brain. But I love that you use that cleaning the house example because I did the same thing. The studio right here, I believe you were on here recently. Yeah, so it went from the 3 tables on the wall when you were here. Then it was like a huge, there was like 6 computers in here again. Then it was super crammed in here, and I'm like, I got to change this whole thing around. But I had so much junk from the bar and was brought in here, so I had to like go through tons of stuff and organize it. And it's like, I put this off for 3 or 4 months. A week and a half free that I was going to spend in Phoenix 2 weeks ago. I'm like, let's knock this out. Like, it's time. Like, let's get this done. Let's get rid of the clutter. And I'm like, no, I'm just kidding. But I was like, this is so overwhelming. There's so much to do. And I literally took the concept from the book and I went, what is one thing I can do? And it's like, let's get one room done. Let's get the dining room clean, because if I get the dining room clean, then I can move this piece. There's a freezer. I remember the freezer just right behind me. I had to move the freezer into the dining room across from the other fridge. And we finally get the dining room clean. Then it's, let's move into the kitchen area. Let's get that room clean. Now I can move some stuff from the other part into there after it's all cleaned up and clean, and then boom, you work through the entire house. And it literally took me like 6 full days, 8, 9, 10 hours a day to get through my house. But it's looking much better.
Obviously, there's enough space on the couch. So.
Oh yeah. I got plenty of space here on the couch for one guy, I guess. I have a sectional room upstairs too. I got like 2 living rooms still. It's been it's a fun journey, and I love book recommendations. Alex is one that recommended this book to me. The crazy thing is this the book that you started, that you were, because when you were here the last time, you brought up that 80-20 principle to me.
Yeah.
And I had not read the one thing yet. Was that the book that this was kind of pulled from?
That was, at least for me, I've heard about it elsewhere.
Yeah.
This was the first one that concretely gave
Heck
me
yeah.
the information and the background behind it. So
Very
yes.
cool. I did not know that, and I apologize. What is the term, or what was the
Pareto's principle. Pareto. Pareto. Again, this is one of those where the right conversations with the right people just lead to a positive step going into the rest of the day.
All right, next up is kind of leading from what we're talking about, pretty much not. It's a horrible segue, but multitasking inside of the one thing.
I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound probably abstract to a lot of people, and multitasking isn't just you cannot multitask and expect to do both things well. Just like trying to transition a conversation into the next topic and trying to balance them both, like you can't do it. You have to prioritize one over the other, and that's the thing, is we don't multitask. We choose to prioritize something above something else, and that's not a bad. But the whole concept of, oh hey, you know what, I'm gonna be on my phone texting or scrolling social media or whatever it is that you're doing, expect to be able to have a meaningful conversation. You're not giving 100% both. You're giving 50%, which if that's how you want to live your life at 50%, that's fine. Or even more. If you're doing more than that's fine too. But if you expect to have deep and loving and meaningful relationships, if you expect to have successful and impactful business ventures, if you expect to just be able to be an overall healthy person, you need to make those priorities. You need to be able to be comfortable establishing those priorities and following that. So I guess my hot take is multitasking is important.
Yeah, and they talk about it specifically in this book, but they talk about it in probably books in the last year. I would say they bring it up in like 30 of them.
Yeah.
And it's such a there's so many studies out there. I had somebody ask me, like, who said that? Who said you can't multitask? Now, it's different from what you could possibly think. I can walk and do something at the same time, and this part isn't the one thing but if I'm walking over a really narrow bridge and trying to do that other thing at the same time, I can't do that. I can do the basic habit of walking and doing something at the same time, throwing a football or doing whatever. But as soon as I have to focus on 2 things at once, that's not possible.
Intentional.
Yeah, and people that do multitask and switch between tasks really quick, what has to happen is your brain has to create an entire set of rules for that thing, and then you switch, and then you switch. And all of these studies show how incredibly less effective multitasking, doing 2 different tasks at the same time or 3 different tasks at the same time. I mean, you look at work from home studies of inattentive, viewing and the amount of work that gets done in those time periods. But the people, focus for probably 2 or 3 hours and get 8 hours worth of work done because of their productivity efficiency.
I've got laundry to do. I've got a dishwasher to empty. I've got to cook lunch. Oh, that's my dog. It needs to go out. Like, yeah, you're switching and you're restarting back at ground zero every single time you're switching back and forth. So while your mind thinks, oh, I'm able to switch between these tasks, I'm able to focus on both of them at the same time, to multitask, you're not. You're switching tasks, which is, again, you are giving priority to one over the other. If you just focus on that one thing, and then once you complete that, move on to the next task at hand, that's a whole different level of life and effectiveness that you'd be able to.
Exactly. He does kind of talk about a to-do list in a weird way, but the to-do list is like a domino structure. Picture it like that, top down, and it's like, just do that one little thing to get to that next little thing, to get that next little thing, and that's how you achieve 75 hours worth of efficiency, in 7 or 8 hours. Go on, Joe. At the same efficiency level. And yes, multitasking. If someone could put in comments, and maybe I'll even add this to the short if I'll cut this part into a smaller chunk, but if somebody puts in comments on any of these videos, a peer-reviewed study or research study that shows multitasking even close to the efficiency of single. If anybody has a question of like which study would show multitasking is less effective, every study shows that. Every single one shows the ineffectiveness Again, that's a hot take, but if you find one in the last 10 years, please put it down there, because I've read so many books and they talk about it, so many different books, because it is a huge white lie. Oh, like frog leaping out of water. That was a huge one. I've been told that my whole life. like, you know, put a frog in boiling water, it'll jump out. If you put it in regular water and then boil it, it will stay in. Like, that's a lie. That's a myth. And then the other one is Cortez burning the boats. I hear that story all the time, like all the time. And apparently that entire story is they
Yeah.
scuttled the ships and they sent them somewhere else. They did not burn the boats. So apparently that's
No,
another
they
thing.
didn't.
I love this story from the one thing. It's the wolf you feed. One evening, an old Cherokee told his grandson about a battle that goes on inside. He said, "My son, the battle is between two wolves inside us all. One is evil. It is anger, envy, jealousy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego. The other is good." I don't know why I smile at that. The other is good. It is joy, peace, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion, and faith. The grandson thought about it for a minute, and then he asked his grandfather, "Which wolf wins?" And he replied, "The one you feed."
100%. And that goes back to what we were talking about before. Your inputs are going to give you your output. If you're going through and feeding your life with negativity, feeding your life with envy, greed, that's what you are going to get as your output. If you're going to input positivity and love and meaningful connection, that's what you're going to get out. So 100% that story, though I am not Cherokee, is 100% through and through something I believe.
You know, I take the days off, I take the time off, which leads us into our final segment of the one thing, time block.
Oh, I love time block. So if you were to speak a little over 7 years ago, pre-June 1st, 2017, when I got into real estate, my entire life, my entire schedule, and how I entirely operated, I was able to keep up. The moment I got into real estate, I realized that if I did not have a calendar, if I did not control my time would control. That is a huge transition that I've had to make in my business, transition I've had to make in my marriage, and my relationships with family and friends. Is I've realized this quote is the one quote that will always remain true to me, because I make if I'm spending time with family, if I'm spending time with friends, if I'm spending time with my wife, it is an event that is in my calendar. And first doing that was difficult. It felt weird. It felt unnatural. But putting that in there allowed for two things to take place. One, it allowed me to be sure that I'm 100% present in that. Two, it allowed me to inform and say no to all other things that were not that top priority. So it was my one thing in that moment. And that was a huge issue point in my marriage, in my relationships with others is, well, why should I have to schedule time with? Because am I not important? And it's a changing of the frame for that mind. No, it's not that you're not important. It's that you are the most important thing in that time. And so when you're going through and you're working on your business, you're working on your health, you're working on your finances, your relationships, your marriage, whatever it might be, when you are time blocking that time, you are going to make that 100% where your feet are going. And by doing that, that's what allows you to then hit that one thing, focus on those 20% of activities that give you all the other results. Because just by simply time block, setting aside time for the gym or for meal prep or for making calls with clients or with friends or date night or whatever it is, it allows you to give 100% to avoid the multitask and to really create such an efficiency and such a level of fulfillment in doing that, that if it is not on your calendar, it does not exist.
Like, you have to spend those moments with people, and I love that you bring that into the one thing. It's like, you don't have to be working 24/7. Work when you're supposed to work, and then when you don't work. You know, being able to put that phone, I mean, that's my new strategy. It's made me so much happy in this past, year or so. It's like, I used to be able to get back to people all the time, and now it's like I don't even open Facebook messages half the time, or like on the computer, I don't open Facebook up. On my phone, it's in the other room all the time. So like, when I'm being able to get in the one, just like writing the book, turning in 20 pages to 200, the only way to do that is you start getting in a flow state and you just start going. You just start talking about different subjects and getting into different things. And if one little thing, and this happened throughout the course of many of the day, if one little thing sidetracked me, it could be 3 or 4 hours or even an entire day before I ended up getting back to my task. And being able to finish the book, or not finish the book, but finish the final edit of the book, like I had to go to. I was having, even right now, I'm trying to record the audiobook, and there's so many different things that always pop up. But being able to get myself into a position or a situation where I can just focus on that during that time frame, my efficiency is like insane during those moments compared to when my phone is next to me, or Clash of Clans is on the table next to me. I'm getting nothing done. Any final words or?
I would say my final words is if I could do one thing to add value and be of service to people, it would one is time block. Set your calendar up so that you can be 100% present wherever you are. Your marriage, your relationships with your spouse will appreciate it. Your family, your friends, everybody else will appreciate it. Be 100% wherever you are. Second thing is going to be take whatever large overwhelming goal that you might have, physically write it down, and then start working back from, okay, well, what do I need to do this year to get me one step closer to that goal? Well, what is the one thing I need to do this month to get to that 1 year goal? And just keep working backwards until you find that first domino, and then just take action on that first domino. That's the second thing I'm going to ask. And the third thing, and this is one that has helped me sleep better and just have an overall better quality of life, is once a day, give yourself, set a timer, whether it's on your phone or on your watch or computer or whatever it is, 5 minutes. I try to do it at least once a day toward the end of the day, and do a brain dump. Anything and everything that's on your mind, things that you have to do for work, things that you have to do for at home, for your health, anything that you might even give a remote thought to, write it down in there physically just to get it off your weight, off your shoulders and out of your mind, so that you can then focus on finding that one thing and just living a better life. So I really appreciate the chance to be able to share all that.
And then obviously with the green screen, we can do anything. You know what I mean? Either way.
I look forward to it because you're on a quest to change a lot of lives. So I'm just happy to be a part of
Hey,
it.
seriously, and I thank you for being a part of all that, because it's step one, it's day one. We look forward to having these impactful conversations for a long time. Most importantly, to reiterate it in ourselves, because this journaling through podcasting is an amazing thing, but also to the viewers out there and the people that can get resourceful feedback, not just in this country, but so many countries out there. Amazing people that are trying and trying and trying and just need the positive info. So thank you so much for coming on.
You have a day that's as wonderful as you are.
Hey, thank you. I'm going to pull up chat here in a little bit. And
Hey guys, that was a conversation from earlier with Alex Young of the Bowtech Group. Incredible man. He's made me a lot of extra money. So big shout out to him, and thank you for the engaging and incredible conversation. Lazy Hustle, thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. Some of the comments. Welcome to the show. We're just wrapping things up here. I'm going to be getting off for the night, but we're back Friday at 9:30 a.m. joined by Matt right away at 10 a.m. But I'll go over a few things to start the morning. There's a study that exercise and study increase neuroplasticity and help retain memory. Yeah, I mean, neuroplasticity is an incredible field, and that's one of the biggest things that I've been studying, not in a way of like I'm not trying to teach it to people or change people's lives in any regard, but in myself, like just, understanding the belief of changing my mind over the remainder of my life, changing my subgenome. It's incredible, the opportunity that we truly have when we believe in ourselves and we believe that we can achieve incredible things. And I'm just excited to have so many collaborators and people around me to continue that journey. So thank you for stopping by, Lazy Hustle. Definitely send me that. That's what this show is going to be about. I'm going to have a lot of different monologues today. I talked about sustainable energy projects. I'll be continuing. There's 10 of them. I just pulled up to kind of deep dive into those during some of our longer my solo segments. I'll be talking about, and I want to dive into peer-reviewed studies because, there's just so much fascinating information out there. I dove down a deep rabbit hole about, that I believe one of the fundamental concepts of quantum physics and quantum mechanics is the ability for sound to travel through a vacuum, and that was something I teased ChatGPT on, and I had read a research paper from August of 23, and I asked it if sound could travel through a vacuum, and it gave me an absolute no, and it talked about how, we understand that it can't travel through a vacuum. Until August of 23, when there was a couple materials that we're able to place side by side at a very short distance and put a vacuum space in between it. And any two items you put in this, same regard, the sound wave, the signal that's sent would not make it to the other side. And so utilizing these, I should give the name of it. PZT. Piezoelectric solid. Putting two piezoelectric solids, next to each other. You're able to the sound is able to transmit. Now, here's the crazy thing, is that it's inconsistent, just like in quantum mechanics. As we're observing these things, the observation standpoint is like it changes, where sometimes it's spot on, sometimes it's not there, and sometimes the signal is skewed. And I find a correlation between sound traveling through a vacuum and the incredible amount of energy being released by the sun every single second, and magnetic field between Earth and the sun in relation to that concept. And a missing number. Let's just say an algorithm that'd be missing a specific sequence of numbers, something similar to like the square root of pi, where pi is the ratio of circumference to diameter, diameter to circumference, whatever. The square root of pi, more so used in volume numbers and spherical numbers and cylinder numbers and cone numbers, to find different ratios and stuff like that. So just a fascinating piece of information. As all that information and more research and study comes out, I mean, I'm not going to buy $700 million telescopes and be observing all this different stuff. But there is a lot of people out there doing it, and I'm just going to keep researching it and looking at it and finding out the fascinating parts of the world, the things we don't understand, and all with a mission, to grow individually, focused on enhanced communication, to be able to work better as a team, and ultimately, when every single part of the team works to benefit themselves, to make themselves better, to take care of themselves and put themselves in a great spot, the synergy between the entire team is entirely better between everybody. So that's the mission here at the PUGG Network. That ends our show Wednesday, February 7th. A little quantum theory from Pat. Don't take my word for it. I really don't know anything. That was a complete let's just say guess. Have a fantastic rest of your week. Skyline Comedy Club tonight is where some of the comics will be. Starting at 7:30, open mic night. They have happy hour. We'll be back Friday morning, 9:30 a.m., joined by Matt, then Zach, then Rick, then Mike, finishing an incredible week one on the PUGG Network. Could not thank you enough. Lazy Hustle, big shout out. Thank you for coming by. Enjoy your weekend working. Thank you for popping by. I hope you guys have an incredible rest of your week.
Pull it, then I'm going quick. Pull it, till I'm pants. Yeah, I'm pulling off a bone quick. Put him in a trance, bitch. Picking up the brains, put the beaters in my pants. Yeah, I'm picking up the bands, going psycho. Beat, you suck like lipo. That's the biggest sandwich. I'ma take on that bite though. Like savages, we go rabbing it. No bandages for those cracks in it. So hazardous, the main mansion it. So cavitous, when I cracked the skull, I had the bliss. I got so excited, I had to piss. Now imagine it, I finna manifest. And if I manifest, and if I have you best, then I'm a damaging it. Yeah, I'm back to winning. Yeah, I'm back to quitting myself. My prison got shit to finish. Yeah, I had a minute. Yeah, ain't at the limit. No, I'm back to winning. I'm back to business. I'm back to finish. Yeah, I'm back to winning. All your stuff like cash me on. I don't got shit, who's asking? If it don't fit, I'm passing. If I go in, I'm blasting. Let me go home like Manson. Let me taste blood like Manson. Let me taste blood, I put it through handsome. Let me get up like laughing. Hitting the curve, no crash. I said he back, I said he dripping, no drip, no check. I swear I'm running this shit like Jack. Play with my penis, I'm putting it back. I'm putting it back, making the shit, I'm making it smack. Make it so hard that it crack, yeah. Making it kick with a clap, yeah. I bagged the baddest bitch, she bad as shit. I'm bad at this. I got the benefits, I managed this. I had to hit. I meant the father figure from above. I wish he had his figured at me when I showed him love. I'm back to winning, yeah. I'm back to quitting myself. My prison got shit to finish, yeah. I had a minute, yeah. Ain't at the limit, no. I'm back to winning, I'm back to business, I'm back to finish, yeah. I'm back to winning. All your stuff like catch me up. Wish you had my little.
Listen to me speak, but just say what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us harm. You assume the worst, but that is yet to come. Because you caused it first, and that